Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy, and over there is Marc Joycey. Hello,
Hello.
regular appearer on my show.
Yeah, a pure. I think that works.
Okay, appearer. And so far in the sandbox, we have Super Strike 9 and Looney Tunes 9000 and two more from the 5. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm nervous. I think Mark and I were talking just briefly ahead of this, and he's not as nervous as I am. I'm nervous. So you were saying
Yeah,
some
I'm not.
really
I mean,
in
I've got a little nerves.
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like, there's always a little part that's kind of like, oh boy, what's
Mhm.
gonna happen. But I'm probably would say I'm a little more confident than you today.
Yeah. So we were having an interesting little discussion that I'm like, okay, we need to zip it because this is good content that should actually be on my show. Because we were talking about the differences between Kamala Harris and Mark Carney. Because what my fear is that Mark Carney is just Kamala Harris, where everyone kind of got relaxed, relieved. We have an adult in the room, and it's going to be a sweep, and we can all just chill out. And then Donald Trump came in and totally won. Now, I know the main difference between Kamala Harris and Mark Carney is, well, Mark Carney is a white male. So there's not that going, like the racial and sexist element isn't going against him. So he's not going to be as unpopular. But I'm still worried that we're in our own little bubbles and we're only seeing stuff in our algorithms that kind of, what's it, when it confirms your biases type thing? And so
Confirmation bias.
confirmation bias, yes. So I'm worried that that's what's happening right now in our leftist world, and that we're not seeing the bigger picture where Pierre Poilievre still stands a very good chance of winning.
Right. And I mean, like, 338 does have at least a 10% chance of a conservative majority or minority in like both added together. It's a minority is 9% and a majority is 1%. So like it's not like they're completely written off. Um, I'll just speak from my perspective out in Atlantic Canada. Um, you have a lot of folks out here who, while conservative, they are the PC, like they're progressive conservative, and not PC as in Doug Ford PC, but I'm talking like actual like red Tory progressive conservative, a bulwark of the progressive conservatives that made up the merger between them and the Reform were out east. Majority of the Reform were Western, and it really is a huge regional difference. And once you get past Quebec and you start getting into New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, conservatives are a different cloth out here because there's a little bit more of uh, like they're conservative in that like they believe that there's certain types of people to be taken care of, and that's the people within your own community, within your own family unit, and whoever they deem to be like worthy of protection. But if you're in that circle, like they go above and beyond, because we get a lot of power outages out here from big hurricanes, and the amount of community support, the amount of people who run, clothing drives and food drives and just get together and just do the neighborly thing out here. Um, it is almost hardwired to a point that even in their politics, there's still a bit of like, well, obviously we can't go this far, or obviously we can't like be this cruel, which you don't see in like the more reform kind of anti-woke, anti-trans, anti all the things that
Mhm.
they subscribe to out there, um,
Yeah,
within the reform movement is just it's different out here. Like we have our
yeah.
progressive conservative premier, when he Tim Houston, when he put that little video out, he said we're the first province where love is love, and it's a progressive conservative premier highlighting the fact that Nova Scotia was the first province to legalize gay marriage within Canada. So it's just like that was the thing that he wanted to highlight as a progressive conservative premier. So it's a different breed of conservative out here. So my overall point is that a lot of them, while they're provincially conservative, they are federally very liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a lot of folks out here who originally were going to go for Poilievre who are like, well, I mean, I didn't like Trudeau, but Poilievre sucks. So it's just like their hatred of Trudeau was the number one thing. And once that was gone, it's just they didn't have that hate to hold on to. They
And
just kind of realized, oh,
mhm.
wait a minute, Carney's basically a progressive conservative, so why not?
Yeah, I feel Carney has done a very good job in separating himself from Justin Trudeau, and he had the advantage of he wasn't a sitting MP already. So he wasn't voting with Trudeau. He wasn't part of Trudeau's platform type thing. Like they weren't able to attach him to the hip with Trudeau the same way they could with pretty much any other candidate for the leadership of the Liberal Party. So and from his rhetoric alone, too, he does sound different than Trudeau. He doesn't sound as performative. He doesn't like as fake as Trudeau did. Um, and he's actually said some things that surprise me in like a more positive way, but I'm still very worried about, the austerity, the cut to social programming and stuff. Like, I do not think it will be a cakewalk under Mark Carney. It's a different fight, as I keep on saying. Under Mark Carney, the fight will be to improve our situation. Under Pierre Poilievre, our fight will be to maintain our rights. I'm not worried about my gender marker being erased under Mark Carney or my right to body autonomy going away or, being thrown in jail with a notwithstanding clause or, because I committed some sort of vague crime because maybe I was at a protest or something. Like, I'm not worried about a whole litany of things under Mark Carney that I would be worried about under Pierre Poilievre.
Right. And what we were talking about before the break, about like how Mark Carney is different than Kamala, is that you look at what he has proposed with the Dentacare and Pharmacare.
Sorry, somebody was talking about my t-shirt, so I wanted to show the whole thing.
That's a good shirt. No, what I was just going to say was he's going to expand the dental care and pharmacare to everyone, just as like a universalism. He's going past means testing and he's going, nope, everyone gets dental care and everyone's going to have access to diabetes and contraceptives for free. So it's like, that's a universal approach, right? That's a universal approach that neoliberals typically wouldn't look at because they would be looking at, what's the best efficiency? How does it relate to what the market's providing? How do we, find the means testing to make it work? That's what neoliberals do, and that's what Kamala was doing in the States. And that's what neoliberals do in the States. Is they're always means testing. It can't be universal. They have to have some sort of caveat. So when you have a liberal up here who's basically a progressive conservative in some ways, but is also going like, oh, by the way, that thing that Trudeau put in as a means test, we're going to universalize it. Like that's just fundamentally a different thing than a neoliberal that's like Harris in the States, which is what gives me hope is that, that's the history of the Liberal Party here is that as neoliberal as they are, there is a streak in them that is kind of recognizes like steps need to be taken. Like there actually has to be a leap over some sort of obstacle that actually gets you to the other side at some point. Like they never just means test forever is what I'm saying. They take a long time and they got to be pushed to it, but they don't means test forever. That's what Democrats do. That's not what liberals do.
Okay. I'm going to switch over
In
to
my
the
opinion.
news share. I'm not entirely sure when results are going to start popping in from across the country. I do know it's staggered. So everyone bear with me as I do my little finessing with my interesting screens. Oh, right. I got to do this first. There's
So I
that
got
first.
CDs. Oh,
And then I got to do this. And then that's up. And then I have to take Frodo off the screen for everyone. There we go. Magic. So I have a couple tweets to kind of go over that I thought were silly. And yeah, I still need to find video. I have CBC News and Global News trackers, but I need video of what we're doing here. So this is a tweet. So David Dole had quote tweeted Brian Lilly, who is a columnist and editor of photo or a writer for the Toronto Sun, which is a very much a right wing rag. And David was saying this tweet is from a political columnist for a major Canadian newspaper, Toronto Sun, but still. And here's Brian Lilly saying, I mean, based on liberal standards, we all know what this is about. Can't be any question about it. No explanation. It's clear what this is, right? A? He forgot the A. Because here's Mark Carney in a freeze frame of a wave, which is apparently, to Brian Lilly, the exact same thing as us accusing of, Elon Musk of making a salute based on a video of him doing it full-throatedly twice in video form where we could see the full movements. This is apparently the exact same, and he's mad that we're not calling him a Nazi saluter.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just poking the bear, right? He's just trying to get a rise out of everybody because he just hates the fact that, like, he gets the one person that, like, all Republicans could point to and be like, hey, this is our guy to, like, lead us through things, Elon Musk. And he did Nazi salutes. And it's just like, shoot, what do we do here? Because he knows that there's nothing going on in the Democrats. So he's like, okay, what's the equivalent? The liberals. Oh, there's Carney. Oh, he's a banker. He's an outsider. He's coming in, and oh my golly gee, he lifted his hand above his head. Well,
where are the quotes?
We got him. Like
the quote tweets. I saw some quote tweets earlier that I wanted to focus on, but I can't. That's not the option here. It's just Twitter.
So I got CBC up right now, and I have they have two results right now.
Oh,
they got
okay.
one liberal, one conservative.
I'm going to quickly do this so that I can search on here for live results. I want video. Video. No, that's not video. That's just another tracker. I don't need another tracker. I want video.
Wouldn't CBC be live streaming?
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't
Aren't
think.
They free? Aren't they free to live stream? They don't have a copyright?
There should be. This is so weird. Maybe I actually have to go onto YouTube for this.
I forgot. I didn't realize. Yeah. So we're at 8:15. That means the Newfoundland is half an hour ahead, so it's 8:45. So yeah, their polls closed at 8:30. Which means my polls, the Atlantic polls, are going to close in 15 minutes. So this is gonna come in pretty quick.
Got a CBC News. God damn it! I hate that.
Organizational base within his church running against Anthony Germain.
And so it can take them off. Nope, not that one. This one. There we go. So yeah, so I have this one up. You should be. Okay, so right now the Conservatives are leading. Oh no. There we go. And then there's also, oh right, you're not seeing this, sorry. So we got this tab available. And we got this tab available. And I just found some live coverage. If I go full screen, what happens? Okay, it does that silly thing. And so then this is CBC News.
More about the possibility of energy development, including maybe a pipeline. Well, I think, I mean, I was in the room on the night of the Liberal Leadership Convention, and
So it's just Newfoundland and
entered
Labrador right now.
the
Mhm.
conversation immediately
So
on that first night, and he talked about being an
Oh,
energy
there we go.
superpower.
That's better.
And people were talking about asking what does that mean,
Oh.
and he said quite candidly that means embracing new technologies, new types of energy, sustainable energy, but also embracing
Yeah.
the energy resource.
Okay, so it says here next time time until next polls closes at 12 minutes. So let's quickly look at this while we're waiting. So Donald Trump had to get involved with this, and David Moscrop here is just saying expel the U.S. ambassador. This is insane, and this is what Donald Trump had truthed out. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world. Ooh, does that mean the United States too? We're going to beat you? Haha. Have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in the size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state. State of the United States of America. No more artificially drawn lines from many years ago. At least he acknowledging that, the borders are artificial. That's kind of very progressive of him. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border. All positive with no negative. It was meant to be. That's very stalker language. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state.
okay, yeah. I mean, like, what do you even like say at this point? This is just
Well, I think David meant this is insane. It's just it's
Like-
insane.
how long is because I mean, we're all getting it out of the way. Like we all know the election's tonight, right?
hmm
Tomorrow is a huge day for whoever's in charge, because tomorrow's the day where there's no more ambiguity of like who's going to lead the country, what are we going to do. Tomorrow
Mhm.
is okay, what are we doing, and what are we going to do when this bully is just stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself. That's basically what this is,
Like
because he's using his power to intimidate, but then try to turn around and be like, no, I'm just doing this for your benefit. Like, come on.
You see, the thing is that if he left out the 51st state stuff in this, it might actually be persuasive to some conservatives. But since he threw in that 51st state thing, here in Canada, the conservatives are having a what's the existential identity crisis? There's another word for that, I think. Where it's like they're conservative and right winger and they hate all these groups of people, but they are very nationalistic, and he's attacking that. He's attacking the identity of being Canadian, and that's at odds with everything else. And so a lot of people are really pissed about this, even those extreme right wingers. And so he could have done this entire thing, but left that one thing out, and it would have been beneficial. But I'm looking at this, and it's like, who would be thinking, oh, now that I've read that, I'm definitely going to vote conservative?
I don't think he wrote that to convince a single Canadian. I think he wrote that to just like get himself and everybody on his side to get more and more used to the idea that our sovereignty should not be respected. Because when he does this, the only people who are laughing unironically and actually enjoying it are American conservatives, American Republicans. Are there 20-25% of Canadians that would welcome being the 51st state? Yes, they would welcome it. But that doesn't mean they want it tomorrow. It just means that if they knew that that was their outcome that they had to have. But that doesn't mean those are people who are actively pursuing wanting that to happen. So there's enough like people here that just straight up unambiguously are like, no, you are not gonna take us over. And that beats out any kind of like ideological similarities between American and Canadian conservatives, because we have been raised to see our country as like a sports team regarding, foreign diplomacy. Um, like every time there's a Canadian American hockey game, the whole country stops. And part of that is, because we love hockey and we love the competition. But part of it's also like all coming together and being like, we're better than you states. Take that.
Hmm.
And that's just ingrained in us as like a culture. And so now that's literally like, hey, America, we're better than you. You're not going to own us as a state. So it's just like that beats out everything. And I don't think if he realizes that, he doesn't care.
Hmm.
He just cares about his base. So I
Yeah.
don't know what to expect, to be honest.
Okay. So we have had a lot of people jump into the sandbox. I just want to
Oh
acknowledge
yeah.
some folks. And there were some questions, I believe. So hello, Brad Bray. I'm not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. And let's see. Hello, Bobby and B-Cat in the Wild West. And I know I'm going to be missing some people. I'm terribly sorry about that. Let's see. Um, there's Jet and Dan Mickle, who is also a member of the Sandbox, is asking, how far left do we think we can push Carney? I'm actually thinking it's going to be further than we think. But right now, also, Rachel Atwood, Grand Theft Autobot, Anti-Case Tarot, uh, Bo Zed, welcome, everything. Kirkenstein's Monster, not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Yeah, okay, I think, Monope and Asla Bogranite, welcome. I seriously doubt I've seen you in the Sandbox before. um, let's get back to that question. Oh, and Carrie just jumped in too. Hello, everyone. Let's get back to that question where they were asking, how far left do we think we could push Mark Carney, hypothetically speaking, if he becomes prime minister? I don't want to make any assumptions yet.
I mean, it's an interesting question. One of the things to keep in mind, and a lot of people have, made the case that like, he's an elite and he's, he's been in political institutions, and while he may be an outsider, he really is a politician and he's got an ideology, and there's probably some truth to some of that. But he's also a pragmatist, as he's
Mhm.
identified for a very long time. And again, I just go back to him going to the left of Trudeau and
Mhm.
making dental care and pharmacare universal, like the aspects that were already passed and means tested for certain incomes.
Mhm.
It's now universal. He didn't have to do that. He's a liberal. Like if he's getting into a majority, he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to campaign on that because the liberals already passed it as is, and they've been taking credit as it's their policy when we all know that it wouldn't have existed under 2015 to 2019 liberal majority.
Wait a sec, hold everything.
Well,
There's a birthday in the Sandbox today. Hello, it's Kirkenstein's Monster's birthday. Happy birthday.
happy birthday.
Um, and now I'm just totally lost track of what I was about to say because I was about to say something too. Oh, right, about pushing Mark Carney. So I kind of agree with you where he's a pragmatist and there was another word in my head about this where he does seem persuadable on things. Like right now I've seen him kind of like tither on the is there a genocide going on in Gaza? And he has said things where it's like the Palestinian people have a right to their territory. But then he kind of backed away. So it's like he's playing this very delicate game right now. And I'm actually suspecting that if he gets into power, he's actually going to be far more responsive to people because he does respond to a lot of questions, not when it's Jugmeet Singh on the, during the debates, but he has been very responsive in answering questions about like his father's denial of residential schools and things of that sort. So to me, he strikes me as being more responsive, but I can kind of see him playing this game right now of not wanting to say too much that might get him in trouble. But I hope that if he does become the prime minister, that he is more responsive to the people, because he's not as, his head isn't in the political game the same way a lot of politicians' heads are.
Right. And I think that responsiveness that you're talking about, everyone's expecting him to hit the ground right away.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe there's going to be like a honeymoon like when Justin Trudeau got first elected, because everyone was so tired of Harper that getting Trudeau was like a breath of fresh air. We're not expecting that this time, because we're not getting like a whole new like era of sunny ways and peace and love, and everything's going to be hunky-dory now. We're electing it's an economic war, but we are electing a wartime prime minister. So the expectation is that he's going to be responsive, and he's going to know that like if he doesn't do something within the first 30 days that a majority of the Canadians support, he's going to face a lot of scrutiny right away. So I do think that like he has to be responsive within like the immediate, like as soon as cabinet's sworn in, as soon as Parliament returns, he has to be immediately responsive.
Yeah, if he's not, I can definitely see a hard turn on him very fast. Like his popularity will just plummet if he doesn't actually start living up to the hype, if he doesn't start making the changes that we want to see, because we are all still sick of Justin Trudeau. So he has to really differentiate himself from that, or else the entire population is going to turn on him fast. And also Kirkenstein's monster. If you had a cake today and made a wish, you know what that wish should have been, right? You know. Wish hard. And lots more people have jumped into the sandbox. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still, like I said, I'm nervous about the outcome of this, because I'm worried that we're just in our own little bubbles here, and that we don't know, really how well the Conservatives are doing, because right now they're leading with not even an entire poll counted yet. So
are they leading? I got 3 and 2 on my screen.
Yeah, it's 3 and 2. Conservatives are 3.
I got Liberals at 3.
I got Conservatives at 3 and Liberals at 2.
Oh no.
And and Global and CBC are both saying that.
It just flipped for me. All right, I guess I'm behind a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, I am super duper worried about this. Oh, there we go. So you can see.
Nova Scotia, Maritimes are about to drop, and like Newfoundland there's not many polls, but like this is a Liberal stronghold. They're up like 15 points in the polls. So like, we got to see how this reacts in the next 15 minutes, how big the leads are, and how because it's the expectation is they're going to win a lot of seats, but like by how many votes are they going to win these seats?
And the NDP is they're there. Let's put it that way. 98 votes so far. Ouch. But then again, it's like, you look at the numbers and we have under 2,500 votes in so far. So it's like, it's really going to get heated once we hit like Quebec and Ontario. That's when it's going to start going crazy.
Yeah, so that means in an hour we should be starting to get results from Ontario and Quebec. So within an hour we should have a good idea what the seats will look like for Atlantic Canada then.
Yeah, I voted early. So got that out of the way so I could just focus on this. Let's see if there's any other questions in the sandbox that we can comment on while I'm nervously waiting and fidgeting like crazy with some things. Because this is why I made sure I have the crispy curls in my hair today, so that I can play with my hair a lot today. Because I am nervous. Hello, Atticus Among Us, who is a member of the sandbox. And the True Democratic North is also here. And saying, I hope Mark Carney wins 169 seats.
Yeah, I would be fine with that.
Yeah. As long as it's basically whatever the dynamic is, as long as the conservatives aren't in a position to be leadership, I'm fine. So if the
Although then
liberals,
it's going to be an LPC. It would be an LP. It would be a Liberal Party bloc,
hmm,
supply and confident agreement. So
hmm,
that would be interesting because that'd be basically you would have like Mark Carney representing English Canada and Blanchette representing French Canada,
hmm.
and kind of like co-governing Canada.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And that's entirely possible too, because that's the thing that everyone complains about in this country is like, well, really, it's always a battle between, the liberals and conservatives, but in Quebec they have a third viable option that people quite often go to. And I was live streaming the debate with a couple people, and it's like, wow, he's basically a racist that cares about the environment. Like that's the vibe that he sends off.
I mean, they really are honed in on that nation part of like the nation
Ooh.
to nation relationship between French and English Canada.
Well,
Like,
I was
and
showing a video of him yesterday where he was basically saying like I do not feel a part of Parliament because he identifies as Quebecois. He does not identify as Canadian, and he was making it sound like he was First Nations the way that he was talking. It gave off this vibe of like Israel in Canada, where Israel is the settler state, but you have so many people there claiming to be like indigenous to the land and whatnot. And that's the vibe that he was giving off. Like he wants to make Quebec into some sort of Israeli type state in Canada.
that's one curious thing is that like he can point to the history of like yes the French were somewhat persecuted by the English in the history of Canada. That is true, but you could also look at Quebec now is dominantly a white uh, francophone
Hmm.
province, meaning if they were to go sovereign or whatever had full autonomy, they would then need to turn around and go, okay, well now we got to be responsible for all the French um, atrocities against Indigenous folks.
Hmm.
Were the French nicer to the Indigenous folks than the English? Sure, but that doesn't really mean much in terms of like what actually happened within history.
Hmm.
So he would have to then have his own like truth and reconciliation between Quebec and all the Indigenous nations within
Hmm.
Quebec. Does he want to do that? Is that something he's willing to open up for Quebec? This place that desperately wants to keep its complete homogenized French identity? I don't really think
Yeah.
so. So,
Yeah.
I don't really see him actually like, believing that uh, the French are like the colonizer to the Indigenous folks within Quebec. I think he thinks that they're the same. That's
Hmm.
like we were persecuted and you were persecuted, and we need to wash our hands of these, English Canadians that are running Canada.
Hmm.
And that's just incredibly like, you know, um, ignorant
Hmm.
and kind of obtuse. So,
Yeah, because
but
they're the only province to use a notwithstanding clause to take away people's religious rights there on wearing religious items if they're a government worker. But also, like, again, a lot of people they don't think about a lot of the bigger pictures when it comes to like when Quebec wanted to separate. And Alberta's talking the same thing, but what they tend to forget is not all the land within Quebec borders are Quebec land. Uh, there's federal land and there's indigenous land. And, you know, he can separate, but that land stays with those nations. It doesn't suddenly become Quebec land. And when there was the referendum back in the 90s, what a lot of people I don't think were paying attention to or knew was Quebec was kind of building up armed forces on the outskirts of reservations because they were worried about what would happen if Quebec voted to separate.
exactly. But it's just there's a bit of a
Mhm.
persecution Yeah, there's a bit of a
And
persecution from
and they have that,
complex from.
yeah, and they have that Israeli victimhood, like that ego or something, because it's like Israel's always pointing out, oh, we're always under attack, we're always this, and yet Canada and the United States is bending over backwards to give them everything they want. And here is these Francais Blanchettes saying, oh, we're never paid attention to, we're always under this and that and the other thing. And it's like, they didn't even sign the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Like, this country has bent over backwards to satisfy Quebec. That's why there's a notwithstanding clause. And they're still trying to act like they're being persecuted by the rest of Canada when Canada has done so much to cater to Quebec that isn't granted to the rest of the provinces.
Yeah, no, and like they really, really are trying to say that like Canada's made up of 3 different nations: English, French, and Indigenous, and therefore French is like an ingrained. Um, the French nation of Quebec is basically supposed to be an equal partner to the federal government because that's how they view themselves. As like it's not province and like it's state to state, right? They think of themselves as like they need to be actually like seen as like this is our 2 countries running Canada, English and French, and we don't get taken seriously and you don't follow that idea of how we run our country. And it's because it also ignores all the other French people that are outside Quebec. I'm Acadian, I'm from Nova Scotia. My French roots go all the way back to the 1700s here, before the expulsion. Like our French is just as valid, just as like representative of what French Canada is than as Quebec, but you don't see us out here like trying to say like we should be our own little conclave of nation cities. Like it's really stupid.
Yeah.
And it takes away from more important conversations because we literally had to have a whole debate in Quebec about Quebec being its own thing, and it's instead of like being in Quebec and then talking about things that matter to all Canadians in French. So I find it to be a lot of waste of time, and I really wish that we can move past this. But every time it gets brought up, there's always talk of constitutional crisis. So it's just like we're stuck.
Yeah.
But Quebec is also interesting because like politically they go everywhere. They don't just go to the bloc. They had an orange wave. I believe tonight they're going to have a liberal wave. It's Quebec is way more of a swing province than Ontario at this point.
Okay, so
Like maybe
Global
federally.
News has leading 6 for Liberal right now and 3 for Conservative. Has CBC, okay, and CBC is caught up to that. And a reminder to the Americans watching, red is good. Red is our liberal, blue is our conservatives, and light blue is our racist environmentalists. And green is the conservative environmentalists.
And orange is just a sad state of affairs.
Yes.
And I say that as like a NDP, I endorse them. I still donate to them. I'm still going to be donating to the party because it needs to build itself back up. But like they ran a horrible campaign.
Yeah.
And I have been a Jugmeet supporter primarily because I just was defending them from a lot of misinformation, disinformation flung by conservatives. But at this point, him and the entire leadership of that party need to go. Like certain MPs can stay, sure, but they need to clean house. They need to clean house of everybody on the executive, everybody on like the council, like anybody who had a hand in how this party was run in the last like 6 months needs to go, needs to get out. And Jugmeet Singh should resign.
Oh, he's
if
not
he
going to
doesn't
survive
already
this
lose the seat.
election. He's not going to. I'm just worried about some of the NDP MPs that I really like that might end up losing their seats to Liberals this time. Because, again, just the executive of the NDP, how the NDP has been run for so long, has tarnished the whole party so much that people tend to forget like who their MP is and if they like them or not. And yeah, I'm worried about quite a few NDP MPs that
Was there
I
any
wish
are
would
there
take
any
over the
NDP
party.
MPs that have been campaigning poorly that are already elected? That's my first question.
Well, I've heard that even Matthew Green, his seat's at risk losing it to a Liberal. And I think there was Nikki Ashton as well. But
I'm
that's
sure
based
there's some
on
seats
polling, and I
that
don't like polling on my channel.
well, the 338
Mhm.
stuff, I mean, if you look at the margin of error on like individual ridings, they're like it's like +8 or 9 sometimes. So like
Mhm.
there's no local polling
Yeah.
done. It's just extrapolating federal projections. So
Mhm.
like you gotta
And
take it with a little grain of salt. But
yeah.
I'm sure there's some ridings that are at risk.
Mhm.
My only thought is that like, but are the candidates, are the incumbents actually like, how are they campaigning?
Mhm.
Because sure, I'm sure Matthew Green's riding's at risk, but I'm also sure that he's probably out there working his
Yeah.
tail off to get elected
Because
way more than any like
I
every
haven't seen
executive from
him
the main party.
I haven't seen him on social media because he's closed down his Twitter account. Because I have communicated with Matthew Green on Twitter, especially when I was trying to become a candidate. We had some behind the scenes communications talking about it. And so his Twitter account is gone. And he got rid of it when he was basically campaigning for Sarah Jama provincially. Because there was pictures of him out with her, supporting her during the provincial election. So I haven't seen.
Is he on Blue Sky?
I don't know. And it seems so
It might,
weird for candidates in this day and age to not be on Twitter despite it being a hostile fart sauna. Because that is still a really good way of getting messages out there. So it's hard
I
to.
wonder if their internals think that like
Mhm.
maybe nobody in the riding itself uses it enough to
Yeah.
justify it.
Because that's the thing, like, we have no idea how some of these candidates are doing because we have no concept of what their ground game is like because we aren't in their ridings. And, I think the ground game here was pretty good for the Liberals. I accidentally did not let them into my building because I was doing my laundry and I passed by the front door and I saw somebody trying to get in, and I'm not keen on letting strangers in. And I kind of hated the Liberals slogan because when I see it, Canada Strong, I think it's a conservative slogan. So I thought they were conservative and I just walked away. But then it's like, oh no, right, red shirt. Oh, right, that. But by that time, I had already gotten into the elevator and I wasn't about to go back and let them in. But to me,
Yeah,
that was a very conservative esque slogan for the Liberal Party to have.
it is. I think it was just kind of going off of like, like the Carney, Mike Myers, like,
Mhm.
kind of like elbows up kind of thing. Because any other time, like that would scream like super conservative.
Mhm.
But then you got, bring it home for a change. That's just like, oh yeah, let's bring her home there, boys.
Mhm.
It's like,
Uh,
geez, it's so.
yeah, I just want to say to Brad Bray, who was saying that's a little harsh on the NDP. They never had enough seats almost ever to get things done. What they did with dental care is pretty huge. It's it's one of those things that I wish the NDP was doing better. They're not. And part of that is due to the executive and what the executive is doing. I would love to have them in as a majority. And the thing is that I have firsthand knowledge of how this organization is run because I've tried to be candidate twice. And so I know some of the back end, what happens with this. And it's very disappointing in the party. And while they did get through some means tested dental care and 2 drugs for pharmacare, that's nowhere near what the NDP has pulled off before when they held the balance of power supporting up the Liberals. Like, to me, I've met Jugmeet Singh. He's a great person, but his political instinct is not good.
I understand being harsh on the NDP may make it seem like I'm a hater on them. And that would only be because like I'm just disappointed that they can't do better. It's not really because I don't think they have the potential to do better. It's because they aren't doing better and they should be.
Yeah.
But a lot of that also comes from, like, I brought this up once just because, like, if you get put on the NDP email list, and then if they ask for donations, I want you to guess in the sandbox. I want you to guess when they message you on a and don't answer if you are part of it, because I want to see what people actually think they're doing. When they ask for donations on all their fundraising stuff, what do you think the minimum donation, the ask that they are asking for every time? Because it is basically the same number every time. What do you think the number is
And
that
while
they're
we're
asking
waiting
for?
for that, I'll just mention that one time when I did pick up the phone and it was one of the NDPers, because I've tried to get off the list many, many times because, again, I have a personal background with the NDP. I'm kind of peeved at them, even though, again, I would still love to see them as a majority, but I have personal issues with them. And they would call me, of course, to ask for donations. And one time I did pick up the phone and they were asking for donations and they were saying like, oh, what do you want from the party? And I was like, yeah, so I'm on disability and things are really tight and, we don't have any money for extra and blah, blah, blah. And after talking about that for quite some time, she's like, so how much would you like to donate? And it's like, did you not hear me when I said I don't even have enough money to pay my bills? Like, it's just, oh, so frustrating. And what a lot of people
I can
don't
imagine.
know is you can become an NDP member for very, very cheaply if you click on certain options on their website for low income. You can actually, I don't know if it's free, but you can knock down that price a lot. So here we have in the sandbox 50, 25, 75 for what the NDP is averagely asking for. I'm going to put my hat in the ring and say 50 as well.
All right, is everybody ready? Drum roll. $78 every
Is that
time.
a code for something?
I think it's probably some sort of like, this is how much you'll get back in tax thing. I don't know, but it is always. Do you have $78 that you can chip in right now?
Huh.
This is supposed to be the party of working people and people who recognize the cost of living and recognize just how difficult it is to get ahead. And they are asking for a donation of $78 every time that they are sending out a fundraiser. No matter if you are a monthly donor, no matter if you've already donated $78 before, that is just the default option that they have selected. Now, what kind of people do they see as the default, where they believe that the default person they should be reaching is someone who has a disposable income to donate $78 every time they ask for it, or every second time they ask for it? Like, that right there is like, that just shows the absolute disconnect. Because how many times did Bernie Sanders in 2016 constantly say that his average donation was $27?
Yeah.
To a point where they ended up then saying, would you like to donate $27 to the campaign? Because it ended up being like a meme. Why would the NDP not have their own, like, oh, our average is like $14. Would you like to donate $14? Or here, just $5. $5 is all we need. Like, why is that not in the pitch? Why? Because they want as much money as possible so they can run their party.
Again, the executive has definitely gone liberal within the NDP, and they're very academic orientated. So people with like university degrees and PhDs and things of that sort. And they're suffering from the problem where they're getting a smaller and smaller bubble of their base because, again, it takes money to be a member. But then also when it comes to the convention where you're deciding things like where you want to see the NDP go, or if you want a leadership race, you need a lot of money to go to that convention because it's not just a matter of the travel there, it's the entry fee and the hotel room and the staying there and whatnot. So you actually need a fair bit of money. So all the people who end up at the convention where they're making all the decisions are people with money. And that's why, when the provincial election happened, I was seeing no difference, no daylight between the two. What were their names? Mart Stiles
Bonnie,
and Bonnie Crumby.
Bonnie,
Mart Stiles and Bonnie Crumby. I was seeing no daylight between the two of them because the executive have become the base that the Liberals tend to campaign towards.
I mean, again, it's just like they're out of touch. And it was even a fight just to get to put within the NDP AGM when they were trying to get all the what they advocate for to get Palestine in. It was such a big deal. They had to push and to push and to push and to push to get it to the near top of the priority list. And even then, they tried to rush the convention to a point where it wouldn't have had a vote. And fortunately, they got it through, but it was at the last minute. So it very much it's a party that is stagnant, and it could mobilize grassroots if it knew how, but the people at the top are not interested in doing that. So that has to all change. There has to be a grassroots taking over of the internal party infrastructure, and that's very boring work. So I know it's probably not very exciting, but that's what needs to happen, is that there needs to be a takeover of that in order for the NDP to be viable again.
And so just to let people know where we are exactly with this, because you're seeing the numbers up on the screen. So right now, the Liberals are leading in 13 ridings. No seats have been won as of yet. And don't you just love this first past the post system? And so I know right now it's really, really skewed because, again, no single riding has been fully counted. But just seeing that the Conservatives have 49%, basically 50% of the vote, and the Liberals have 45% of the vote, and yet the Liberals are leading in 13 versus the Conservatives 4. Now, granted, again, none of these have been fully counted.
Electoral college up here.
Yeah, but granted, none of these have been fully counted, so it's... Oh. And look at that, the NDP with 4.4% and not a single leading seat yet. I'm worried that they are just going to be decimated, but I hope if they do, this will be the first time that type of thing is actually taken as a wake-up call. Because as I pointed out with my Ontario election and people saying, well, I don't want to vote, give my vote to Bonnie or Marat because, I want to teach them a lesson. It's like, when has that ever worked? We just saw that in the United States. It's never worked. It's they've never learned their lessons. And then even after the provincial election here, you had Bonnie Crumby saying, we've won because we actually have party status again. So we're great. And even though I didn't win my seat, we're still doing great and we're not going to change anything, basically. And the NDP saying, we won because we're still official opposition. And so we're great and we're not going to change anything. So all those people that held their votes back, thinking that's going to teach them a lesson. It didn't. But I think in this case, the NDP are going to lose so hard, it might actually teach them a lesson.
That all depends on who gets in there and starts to do the work. Because if it's the same people afterwards, they're just going to dust themselves off and just try again next time.
Oh, if they would let me in that party, I would wreak havoc. But that's the thing. They screen out people like me from becoming candidates in the first place. They don't want people who are progressive or, who will stir the pot, raise the noise. Raise the noise? That's not the right phrase. Because it wasn't
Bring the
just me.
noise.
Yeah, it wasn't just me that they screened out. And they literally said to me that I tend to speak my mind and I have a sense of humor. And those were problematic for them. So it wasn't just me, though. There was other like young progressive people who wanted to become candidates that the executive would just kind of sweep in, say, no, we're not allowing you to be part of this party. You don't pass the vetting. And then they would parachute someone in. And in my riding, that person wasn't even vetted. Like they weren't parachuted in. They just selected somebody. And they didn't bother even vetting them. They just said, okay, you're the candidate. Whereas I couldn't pass the vetting because, sense of humor, speak my mind. And it is true they dodged a bullet with me because there's no way I would play ball if there was something I was passionate about.
First thing that has to happen after the election is that all the federal riding associations and all 300 and however many seats we have now, 343. All those riding associations need to be activated or replaced because I couldn't even get my federal riding association to get back to me at all about this election just months before it was called.
Well,
they all need to be awake, and they all need volunteers, and they all need members, and they all need people to support the individual association so they can stay active in between elections. Because right now they just go dark. They go dark for years, and then there's nothing to turn the lights back on when you're there, and then it makes running campaigns incredibly difficult. So that needs to happen.
I've been advocating for a long time on my channel that the base of the NDP basically needs to go on strike. Like they need to force the issue. But on my tiny little channel, it's not getting out there. And it looks like we have an actual seat won by the Liberals.
Yep.
Because they had the check mark there, but it's not updated on...
It's the results.
They're not sharing it on their...
riding of Labrador.
So which one was that?
Labrador.
Labrador. Okay. Yeah, no, I've been wanting for a long time for the base of the NDP to basically just revolt, to go on strike, to force the hand, to, reclaim the party, because the base of the NDP is not represented in the executive at all. And it's so frustrating because the NDP at its core has the policies that would really activate Canadians and actually give us something positive to vote for. But they do a poor job of advertising it. They keep on going, middle of the road. We don't want to seem too scary progressive, but we need a party that is not afraid to just be boldly progressive and say, no, we are going to have complete universal pharmacare, complete universal dental care, and complete health care that covers mental health and stuff. And you know what? We're even going to talk about socialized housing. Like, we need that, and we're not getting it.
Yeah, so, but we just need to build. And so it just starts with organizing. Figure, if you're an NDP supporter, figure out who else are NDP supporters in your federal riding, and then start getting together and talking with each other, and then figure out a plan to go into the riding association or wherever it is, and have people run to be treasury and secretary and chair and all that stuff. And it's a slow process, and it's not going to happen overnight, but that's where you gotta start. The one thing I will say about the NDP is that they at least understand what the theoretical concept of grassroots are. Where they told a story once where I don't remember all the details, but basically a riding that was held by an NDP person, they said when they were started, it was only 2 people that wanted to start organizing.
Again,
doesn't take much.
Again, since I have personal experience with them, I know the frustration, because the only time the NDP really seems to get activated by the executive is at the election, like when the election has been called. Because when back in whenever the last time it was that I tried to run, the election had literally been called and there was no candidate for my riding yet because they were not wanting to vet me, and it took them a few days to actually decide that who they were going to declare to be the candidate in my area. And it's like, this shouldn't be done in the last minute. Like, they can vet potential candidates way ahead of time. And so that those potential candidates can already start building up momentum and steam within their communities and start going out there. They don't have to wait so last minute. Like, they can, let's talk about grooming. They can start grooming candidates well ahead of time and having them vetted so that as soon as the election is called, there's somebody already established within the NDP, within their communities, ready to hit the streets, a familiar face, somebody who's already been out there kind of promoting themselves. But they leave it till last minute. And there was like over 100 ridings, I think, federally, that didn't have a candidate in it when the election was called. And that is just a piss poor
Including
job.
mine.
Yeah, that is just a piss poor job on the NDP's part, because last fall, especially when, there was the pressure from Justin Trudeau to step down, we knew there was going to be an election soon. And so that's when they should have ramped up and made sure that they had candidates for every single riding. Like, there should have been, by the new year, there should have been a candidate for every single riding.
So at this
So
point, is
frustrating.
this a choice that they're making, or is this incompetence? Because neither are acceptable, but we have to know which one we're facing.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. Because what it is that the people who will step up early, people like me. And so the first time I ran to be a candidate, I was trying to get vetted for about 8 months. But then when a candidate came along that they wanted, she got vetted immediately before I did and was declared a candidate before I was. And this was back when I had no social media. I was not even, like, I started a Facebook account because I was trying to become a candidate. I had no social media, so it would take no time to vet me. But it took like 8 months, and then they vetted somebody else first. So it's them dragging their feet, not wanting to vet people, hoping that they have a better option. It's like a very bad dating pool for them or something, not wanting to go with somebody just in case something better comes along. Whereas, there's still, if it's a contested nomination, then you still have to, see who wins. But they're worried because even the first time I ran with no experience, with no vote, like no volunteer base around me or anything, with their chosen candidate ahead of time, somebody that, the riding association was in the bag for, promoting her, helping her, everything, I nearly won. Like, it was just a few vote difference when it came down to it. And so they're worried that people like me would actually win these riding association things. So they want to delay it as long as possible. And then suddenly, a lot of the people with the passion step away. A lot of the people who wanted to get involved step away because they become so disheartened with the NDP. And suddenly they're having to now parachute in candidates because nobody wants to run in certain ridings. And then they have their chosen candidates there. It's like, nobody has heard about this person in this riding before. Whereas somebody like me, I was involved in the community, volunteering, I every time I went to Uptown Waterloo, people would know me, I was a familiar face to a lot of people because of my connections within the community through volunteer and theater, oddly enough, improv and theater. So it's them
Hey,
drag.
us
So
theater kids got to stick together.
yeah, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of incompetence and it's a bit of choice, I feel. But let's see. Oh, hello, John Martinez. Nice to see you back in the sandbox. And then we have
Oh,
Ella
did we
Minty.
to the commenter in the sandbox who thought we were being too harsh? Did we clarify a little bit, or are we still out of left field? I'm okay if you disagree. I'm just
Yeah.
curious.
And I just want to point out Andy K's tarot because She agrees with me. Agreed with Sandy on the NDP base versus executive and messaging. I like reading comments that agree with me. But I also like reading comments that don't agree with me so that we can get into conversation. And let's see, John Martinez says, I guess Canadians hate fascism. Not as much as I like. Let's just say our fascism would look different. Like, our conservatives are trying to achieve a lot of what the United States is achieving. It will just look different. It will look nicer. And the way we go about it will be different. But there's, a lot of right wingers here. The Maple
Our
MAGA that would be
fascism would say,
completely happy with it.
sorry there before they put you in the gas chamber.
Yeah. Super Strike 9, we're at war with fascist conservatives right now. The answer is to vote for whoever will beat them, in my opinion. The voting ABC, anyone but conservative. Let's see.
And that is what I did for my riding, because that's what my riding was between. But
That's what I did.
ABC also swings both ways, because if you're NDP candidate's more likely to win than the Liberal, that's who you're supposed to vote for.
The true Democratic North. If the NDP gets elected, I'm sure they could slowly return their democratic socialist principles. It would just be a matter of time. I don't think the Revolution Party could make a difference. I'm not entirely sure what that is all in reference to.
There's a new party
Oh,
that's running this election. They have a pretty good, interesting ideas in their platform, but not enough attention's been paid to it.
yeah.
mean-
It's hard for new parties to get off the ground, even if they're right wing, like the CCP or the CPP. No, PPC.
PPC.
God damn it, dyslexia.
Actually, it's the my riding doesn't have any NDP signs up. It only has Liberal, Conservative, and People's Party.
I've seen Liberal, Conservative, and one Green sign in my area. That's it.
But the Conservative that's running in my area is the United Breaks Guitars guy.
I'm pretty sure the NDP running in my area was somebody who was, like I said, just parachuted in. Just like the person that I was originally up against the first time. She had only been in the area for about a year. And she was actually from like Saskatchewan. But she had only been in the area for a year. But she was university academic, working on a PhD type thing. And that was the type of person that they would rather in than me, who is, living with disabilities and broke.
Does anybody in the sandbox remember United Breaks Guitars?
I
It
don't know
was
what
a
that
catchy
is.
song, I'm not gonna lie. Quite funny. But he's running in my riding as a Conservative, so but
So
I
this is
still don't think he's
weird.
gonna win.
All of these different things. So we have CBC is saying that the Liberals have elected one person. So far, one seat has been called. But over here on Global News, they're saying the Conservatives have elected one, and they're not showing any Liberal elected.
Huh.
That's weird. And their top doesn't match their bottom. Ooh, that sounds suggestive. Because it says 1510 here, but then, yeah, they're not being updated at the same time, these graphics. So now it's at 1 and 1, and the Conservatives are awfully close. Again, I think this is going to be much more of a nail-biter of election than most people are thinking. But then here we have CBC saying 2 have been elected for Liberal, none for the Conservative, but Global News saying 1 and 1.
It could just be a user error on the
Yeah.
interface, but we're also looking at, like, in Nova Scotia, there's one place, Cumberland Colchester, 7 polls are closed out of 222. So this is still way too early.
Yeah. Let's see.
But my Liberal's winning, so I'm happy right now.
Oh, the polls I don't think have closed yet here, so. Let's see. Tomorrow from the 5, the Liberal incumbent in my area is the author of M103 and is pro-Palestine nominee, so I felt good about my vote. Well, it's nice if you actually have a Liberal that you don't feel like you're plugging your nose to. Plugging your nose or holding your nose? It's the same thing to vote for.
I mean, I always liked Nate Erskine-Smith before he
Mhm.
stopped being an MP.
Mhm. Like, I don't think the candidate in the Liberal candidate in my area who's an incumbent, I don't think she's a horrible person, but she is very, very parliament. Like, very, very government. Let's just say you could bump into her in a mall and you'd be like, yeah, she's in the government. There's just a vibe about her with that. Super Strike 9 with a question of Musk meddling. Oh, he's been meddling. There was a report that came out that showed the largest source of misinformation was coming from coordinated efforts for the conservatives on Twitter. So, yeah, it's definitely.
I mean, it's living next to America just by proxy. Everything
Mhm.
is almost interference at this point. So, you know, we have there's a lot of,
Mhm.
I'm sure there's actual interference going on, and obviously I'm against that, but like
Mhm.
growing up next to a sleeping dragon, you're just kind of like always ready when
Mhm.
something's going to happen. So, like,
And I find it
everybody's
interesting.
always talking like,
Mhm.
what's Trump doing? What's Trump doing? Like,
Yeah.
they don't really need to have anybody like say anything or do anything. They just kind of know.
And I find it interesting that Truth Social thing that Donald tweeted out, it didn't actually name anyone, like not even a party. It didn't name a party, it didn't name a person, but I think it's because I'm fairly certain legally they're not allowed to.
Well, well, like, Pierre was going around saying like, oh, didn't you see Trump actually wants Carney to win because he says
Hmm.
he prefers the liberals?
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody actually went into like Trump's head and been like,
Well,
hey, listen,
I think there is a law.
don't actually.
Like, I think there's an actual law where people outside of Canada who aren't Canadian aren't allowed to tell Canadians who to vote for. Like, there was that thing long ago on
John
the John
Oliver.
Oliver show with Mike Myers, I believe, and John Oliver laughing at it, saying, "Here's my money," because they could get it's something like a $2,000 fine or potential jail time
But
should they
that's
ever
the
come
thing.
to
He's going to
Canada.
charge Trump.
I know.
It's like, oh, Mr. Trump, you owe us $3,000 there for that interference.
Mm-hmm.
So don't you do that again.
Uh-huh. But we'd overlook it if you just say sorry.
Well, sorry, there.
Yeah. Say you're sorry and we'll forget all about it, eh?
Oh yeah, don't you know?
Hmm. Yeah, because he doesn't actually name a party or a candidate in this. So I just find that funny because for all they know, they could
Well,
be
I think it's
talking.
also like
Great.
they're saying like elect the man, as
Hmm.
in elect me, as in
Hmm.
basically saying like you should vote for me, and you should be able to vote for me because you're American citizens, and you're going to be American citizens because they're going to
Well,
make it.
the funny thing is that I think he respects Mark Carney a whole hell of a lot more than he respects Pierre Poilievre. Not
I
that
agree.
Donald Trump really respects anyone, but I think he views Mark Carney as more of like um competent, somebody who's in business banking, one of his folk type thing. Whereas Pierre Poilievre is just so sniveling, sniveling. Like he's such a lapdog that it's pathetic. And I think even for Donald Trump, he's looking at that like you're overdoing it, you know. Hmm.
And he doesn't have really any charisma.
Hmm.
His popularity came from not being Trudeau. It didn't come from being Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah. Okay, just a
Yeah,
reminder to
13 out of
everyone, and
229
yeah,
polls. We got a while.
Just a reminder to everyone in the sandbox, be respectful. I don't know what's going on, but I see that there are some tensions. Just a reminder, be respectful. If somebody you feel like is antagonizing you, just don't engage. You don't have to respond. Because I want everyone to feel comfortable in the sandbox. I don't want people to feel like they're being excluded for having an opinion, even if it's, an opinion that the majority of us wouldn't agree with.
Also, I can't read the chat because I don't have it up. So I have no idea what people are saying. So
B-Cat. True, and he tapped into Maple MAGA, I think referring to Trump. And Super Strike 9 is also thinking that the election is going to be close. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have a much better idea after Ontario. Not that we're the center of the country, but we kind of technically are in geography and, importance.
yeah, okay.
We are the most populous province. Like we have almost half the population of this country.
No, it's fine. I was just, we're just the first provinces of Confederation over here. But yeah, you guys will do your thing.
Oh, having that settler thing to kind of claim to really, really the boast. The mostest boastest.
Hey, don't you know Oak Island says that people have been here for like 10,000 years or something?
Mm-hmm. But
we can actually go to Oak Island. That's the thing, is that at least we can go there. It's got a nice resort on it.
Yeah. Well, there's parts of Ontario that were really, really old settler too. They colonies settled here really, really early too, close to like the Lawrence and, well, not too far from here actually. Some of the earliest settlements were happening.
All right, so in the Newfoundland, they're now getting close to like about half the polls of ridings being counted. So we might actually get some like more calls soon.
Yeah, I don't know. But let's see. Let's take a little break from this and a reminder to everyone, buy my book. Buy my book. It's a nice break from politics, even though it's very politically and social commentary heavy that are my politics. But it's a nice break. It's a fantasy novel for me. Like, this is the world that I wish existed, even though it's a horror book. I only sold 2 this month. I'd really like to double that by the end of the month.
And where can you find it, Sandy?
On Amazon. It's linked below. Available as an ebook and in paperback.
Whoa, that's amazing. How much does it cost?
It fluctuates. Because when you set the price...
So it's like a variable interest rate.
Yeah. Just wait for the Canadian dollar to get really high, eh? Because it's fixed to an American set price. And so...
Oh, that's actually interesting.
Yeah, so the price fluctuates depending on the Canadian dollar, and I've noticed this, and it's bugging me because I wish I could set it at the Canadian price and then let the American number fluctuate. Because now I'm like, okay, so it was $20, now it's like $21.50, or it was $20.79. Like, so it's hard if I get the author's copies to be like, so what am I charging them today? Just so that they don't then turn to Amazon and be like, well, it's a different price on there. But the advantage of buying direct from me, if I do have author copies on me, is that you're not paying for shipping and you get them right away and I sign them. So I do charge roughly the same amount as you would see on Amazon if I'm holding a copy with me. Yes, John Martinez. I got the book. It's published in paperback now. And I know you were one of the people, I believe, to get the ebook. And this one,
2110.
There are some nice changes that I put in the paperback. So nothing that changes the plot. There are no changes in the plot, but a little bit of the characteristics here and there were changed to help out for when I write prequel, sequels type thing, to fill out some of the other characters or relationships a bit more, or to set it up so that there's a story attached to an incident that happened that I can write a whole book about type thing. So there are some subtle changes to it. But nothing that would change the plot. The plot is still the same. And yes, if you get me talking about my book, that's all I'm going to do. Because I love talking about the book. And the cover looks really nice, too. Even though it prints darker than I would like. So I actually, for the first batch, printed off a picture of it, too. So the picture, you can see the background just slightly better than the cover of the book. But for people who don't know what it's supposed to look like, they think the cover looks just fine. It just bugs me because I know what I want it to look like. But I've even contacted Amazon.
The cover?
Hmm?
Were you the artist of the cover?
No. Do you not know the story of this book?
I don't, and I'd love to hear it if you.
Okay, so fuck the election that's going on. We're talking about my book. Last summer, I partook in a publishing derby. So my friend had done it the year before, so I went in with her last year with it. And it's online, it's free. Like, it's just to help inspire people to write and to get your name out there. And what it is they have 50 covers that were already made with fake author names on them and titles. And you rank which ones you like, and then they're kind of doled out to everyone based on ranking. And the idea is you then have to write a story based on the cover. Minimum 10,000 words, no maximum. But you're not allowed to advertise it as yourself. You can only advertise it as the author. And so there's a set time that you have to have, like, the first draft ready. There's a beta reading phase. Then there's an ARC reader phase and stuff. And then they all get published at the same time. And it's just a friendly competition to see who can do the best when starting from scratch. But then after the derby has kind of concluded, you can then say, this was the book that I wrote. So that's why it has my name on the cover, because the original cover didn't have my name on it. It had a made up pen name, because all pen names are kind of made up anyway. And I changed the cover slightly, but I had to get help from somebody at the derby to make sure that the measurements were right and to do the back cover and whatnot, because they're very specific requirements for a cover if you want it to look decent. So I did alter the cover myself. And the thing is that I actually kind of like the original cover better because it was more in blues and greens. Like the Necroplasm was lime green and whatnot, but I changed the cover to match more what I had in the book, which is kind of the backwards because you were writing a story based on the book. But in my mind's eye, the Necroplasm was tangerine orange. So then I changed it to be lime green to match the cover, but it never sat right with me. And when I first saw the cover, I saw a white streak in her hair, which is very important. But it wasn't very obvious, I think, to a lot of people. So I changed her hair slightly too, to make it more prevalent so that you could really see the white streak. And then I changed it to more like warmer tones and changed the color of the Necroplasm to the tangerine orange type thing. But yeah, it's very vital to the plot, actually. So, well, the color of the Necroplasm, not vital to the plot. It was just bugging me. But the white streak is very much an attribute of the vampires in there.
That's a nice palate cleanser in between talking about politics.
And John Martinez just saying, I will get the paperback version and will donate when I can. As you know, I do, Sandy. It takes courage to put yourself out there. Like, writer applauds you for real, Sandy. And can I make a video review of the book when it arrives? Absolutely. Thank you so much, John. Yep, you have been very supportive of my channel, and I really appreciate it. And this goes for everyone. Only donate to my channel when you can. No pressure. And just like I have memberships now, people can become Feldspar, Granite, or Quartz members. after this election is over, I'm going to be making a video about the perks of being a member. And all that is really you're helping to subsidize a community where everyone can fully participate regardless of income. Because I didn't put a lot of thought into it. My heart was already there and I just had to be okay with my choice of there are no perks for members, which doesn't help me get members per se. But it's just there's too many places I find online and leftist spaces and stuff already where so much of their content is behind a paywall. And as somebody who lives with poverty, it really feels like you're being excluded from different conversations, from being part of the group, from being fully accepted. And I don't want anyone in the sandbox feel like they're being excluded because they can't pay. So really all the members are going to do is help subsidize this community so that everyone can participate. And the more members I get, that means the more income I get, which means my stress will go down, which means I'll be in a proper headspace to actually be able to make more content. So when I make a member's video after that, it's going to be public to everyone, but it's being made because the members are there helping me kind of basically psychologically be able to do more content, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense.
But yeah,
Well, did you happen to catch what was on the screen where it said that the Liberals were at 50% so far and the Conservatives were at 44%, and the percent change?
well,
It was on CBC. You may have missed it, but it showed that like 12.7% change
mhm.
from the NDP vote.
Well, that's
Like,
yeah.
it's gone. It's at
Mhm.
4%. It's like, it's gone.
Yeah. No, the NDP are royally screwed. But so far we
Well,
have
they are in Atlantic Canada at least.
yeah. We have 5 elected Liberals and 1 elected Conservative so far. And the Liberals are still massively leading, but again, we'll have a better idea after Quebec and Ontario. Because
This is a Liberal stronghold.
if after Quebec and Ontario they're close, then it's really, really going to be a nail biter because then we'll start getting Alberta. And once you start getting to Alberta, that's almost always conservative. So that could be the balance of power there. So it's really, the stronger the lead the Liberals have after Quebec and Ontario, the more secure I'll feel. But if at the end or during it they're really close, then that's not a good sign. It means that Pierre would stand a chance of winning. Because again, I hate all the polls that were happening. People saying, oh, the percentage of this and that and the other thing. And it's like both times that Trump won, the polls were saying he was going to lose. So it's like, don't at me with your polls. I don't want to hear it because there are too many metrics not being accounted for because they're just impossible to calculate. And here we're really getting thrown through a loop with the whole nationalistic thing being brought up because of what Donald Trump is doing with the trade war and the talk of the 51st state and his interference and the interference of Elon Musk and Twitter and all that sort of stuff. There hasn't quite been an election like this before. It's getting different every time there's an election. So trying to factor in all the different elements of this election into the polls is just simply impossible. And then how are you doing the polls? If you're calling, then it's always going to be an older crowd that picks up the phone. If they're online polls, then they're self-selected by people who will do these polls and stuff. So it's impossible to do an accurate poll these days, as far as I'm concerned. That said, the polls might have it dead on and it'll be a Liberal sweep, but I'm very hesitant to go down that road and feeling complicit with the polling that's been happening. I'm super nervous.
What the predictions versus results for 2021? Did you ever check like the polling predictions versus results for 2021 to gauge to see how accurate they were?
I probably should have. But I haven't.
I know that I think Echos or Exos or however you pronounce it was the most accurate. But from what I understand, and from seeing other commentators talk about it, that our polling isn't as bad as it is in the States in terms of like sample sizing and margin of error and the demographics that are actually responding. So I don't know if we actually have like,
Yeah. Well, one of the biggest difference is just the population. So, Canada has 10% of the population of the United States. So doing polling nationwide is far easier. Whereas in the United States, because of the population and population density, it's going to have a much bigger factor with messing up polls than it would in Canada, I would feel. It's just we have a much smaller sample size.
I think they're starting to declare more ridings now, like calling it.
Well, let's see. So far elected 5 Liberals, 2 Conservatives, according to CBC. And 2 Liberals, 1 Conservative, according to Global.
I mean, a lot of it's still too close.
Sorry, I'm just chewing on some little Dollarama flavored, those sweet mini jelly beans with the very distinct flavors. As we're doing this, I need a little bit of sugar. But they're very gooey. And hopefully you guys aren't hearing me crunch on them or chew on them. Hello, Canadian Socialist, who says, here to support my fave election live streamer. Why, thank you. If you're talking about me, if you're talking about Mark, then, get out of the sandbox. No, just kidding. I do love having Mark on my channel. You always have great commentary to add to this. And you also have the ability, like I do, to just keep on going rambling on. So that means I actually have a break. And my voice isn't completely fried by the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, once I get going, I can get going. And then once I get going, then oh boy, watch out.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's nice to come on. It's nice to kind of talk to somebody who can like keep up, honestly, because it's like we're both similarly neurodivergent, which allows us to both kind of connect on a wavelength that most people wouldn't. So
yeah,
I find it's a lot of fun, and it's very easy.
Well, that's the thing. I like talking about politics, even though politics, generally speaking, tends to be a negative subject. I like talking about it. And so even when I'm out around people, I want to, but I know politics isn't exactly a popular conversation. So I don't get sick of talking about politics and, my views on society and my commentary and things of that sort. So it's nice to have somebody else on that I can also talk to politics about. And even people who, like, I know in real life, they're like, what are you doing? Are you crazy getting involved in politics online? I'm like, but I like talking about it. And then it means that I can't talk to a lot of people about my job. So then what will happen is I'll just talk about my book. I probably enjoy talking about my book more than I do talking about politics, to be honest. Because the world that I built in this book is just incredible, and it's in my head all the time. And it's where I go to escape. When I'm on my walks and stuff, I live in that world, and the stories that I'm building, the backstories and the serialized stories that pick up from where this book leaves off are just so fascinating to me, and I love the connections that are happening and all that sort of stuff, so I live in that world. But I do need, like, a few people who have maybe read the book and don't care about spoilers, because there are some plot things I need some soundboarding help with. Like, I know something vaguely, an incident is going to happen here, but I need help kind of figuring out what that incident will look like what it is and stuff. So it's like I need a couple people to be like, okay, I've read the book and you can tell me all the spoilers and I love spoilers. Oh. Let's see. Who else? So Canadian Socialists, I'm praying for Matthew Green and the NDP in general. I really hope Matthew Green holds on to his seat. He's one of the three I would like to see become the leader of the NDP. Him or Nikki Ashton or Leah Gazan.
Oh, I love Leah Kazan.
And what you people don't
She's
know
amazing.
is I'm so OCD that each one of these little mini jelly beans I'm eating, I have to split in half in my mouth and chew on both sides.
Oh,
Because
here we go.
I normally do it in twos, but it'd be too noisy for me to start like rattling around in this bag looking for duplicates. And so if I can't do it in twos, then I can only do it one at a time and split it in half.
Here we go. We got beginning of the end, block majority.
Yeah, the Bloc have they're well, I don't think they're declared yet. So we have Quebec results coming in now. So now it's really going to start getting heated.
Block majoritaire.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we actually have in our system the ability for the bloc to get official opposition, if they were to get every single riding in Quebec and to have the rest of Canada be the seat differential, that a separatist
Mhm.
party could be the official opposition.
They have been the
Yeah.
official opposition.
I know they have, but
Mhm.
it's just like the fact that nowadays they can again.
Mm-hmm.
If they if it all went that way is just
Yeah. Well, it's just to have a party that's so prevalent that will never form majority because they have what, 2 ridings outside of Quebec? And so like even the NDP, theoretically, they could become a majority because they have seats in every ride or candidates in all the ridings. But Quebec can never be in the majority. They can never be the ruling party because even if every single Quebecois riding voted for them, that's not enough for a majority or even a minority, I would think, for most part.
you know what? Screw it. I want an Atlantic Bloc party. We'll have our I don't know. Yeah, we'll call it the Atlantic Bloc Party, and we'll have like a lobster on as our
Well, that just sounds
as our
fun. A block party? Atlantic block party? You just go there and listen to some fiddles and dance around?
yeah, wrong kind of block, but good one. It's but like I joke, but at the same time, like why like
Mhm.
man, if we're gonna live in a country that's about regions, then regions need like I don't like the fact that we have like basically an unwritten regionalism within our politics where
Yeah.
like the unwritten underlying status is that like not only do we have like regions, but like our regions are actually like incredibly political,
Mhm.
like regional politics on a federal level, but it's not actually advertised as that because technically all parties run candidates except the bloc, all parties run
Mhm.
candidates in every riding, but
Yeah.
you can tell like it's just like this is a regional country and
Mhm.
it's very hard to keep that united. I don't really know how you go about fully uniting a country that's so based on regionalism, unless you somehow convince regions to, you know, put aside some of their principles or be willing to compromise in some
Mhm.
fashion because it's not just provincial, federal like butting heads. There's real like this is a region of the country and this region is its way and you're either with it or you're not. Um, and I don't know how healthy that is in the long run to
Yeah.
actually have for our politics.
Yeah, to have parties that their sole purpose is to basically not get along with the rest of the country. That you know, That's not a great party then. Rachel Atwood says that there needs to be a PEI independent party, and I totally agree because they don't count anyway, which is kind of literally they don't count. Because whenever you see the pollings across provinces, PEI is never included because they don't have a large enough sample size.
Oof.
So they don't count.
Although to be fair to PEI, they always label it as the Atlantic section. Like you get BC, Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and then we're just Atlantic.
Yeah. Well, you could stretch it because you could say the prairies, which would be Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Yeah, but at least in Poland, they're included as like individual provinces, though.
Yeah. But I think it's just a sample size thing. Although I would love to go out to Atlantic Canada sometime. I've been out to the west. I accidentally went to BC. I was down a road trip and we just accidentally drove into BC when we weren't necessarily planning on it, which was fun. So I did a road trip across the country. I've been to Alberta a couple times because that's where my father's side of the family is. But I would love to go out to Atlantic Canada sometime. I've been to Quebec a bunch of times too. Not in the past long time though.
I know a lot of people sometimes make fun of Come From Away from being so like over the top, but there is a genuine, authentic like sense of like, who cares where you're from? If you're here, we're gonna kind of take care of you. So like, if you ever come visit, hopefully you'll find some good hospitality out here.
Well, I still have
I know
to.
we have one of the largest queer communities in Halifax, in like all of like east of Montreal.
Mhm.
And I love it because majority of my friends are queer, so I love the whole atmosphere out here.
Mhm.
I think that's why Tim Houston has to like mention the community in such a positive light, as he knows it's fully integrated out here.
Well, one day I need to go on my mission of finding where the French Newfie cowboys are. Because when I was in Alberta and I was flying back here and I was waiting in the airport, I could hear a couple men and they were talking and I'm like, I think that is French. But with like the most bizarre accent I had ever heard, to the point that was almost unrecognizable as French. And then when we were on the plane, we found out that this was the halfway stop between, like Ontario was a pit stop before getting to Newfoundland. And I'm like, oh my God, that's the, and they were wearing like these big boulder cowboy hats, like the Curious George size cowboy hats. And I'm like, oh my God, they're French Newfie cowboys. Where are they? I want to go to this town. This is incredible.
I'm sure they're out here somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Probably in Newfoundland. I'm like, I need to see this
No,
town of
that's a
French
good
Newfie
guess.
cowboys. I need to see the town of French Newfie cowboys because it was such an interesting mix of people like characteristics. And it got me on my challenge of doing improv, where quite often we would get French offers from the audience, or we would even have like a French spot in one of our scenes and stuff, where for the people who could speak French, they would speak French, and then the other people who couldn't speak French, we would try our best with our elementary level. But what I would love to see is like the offer of like, okay, you have to speak French, but in a redneck accent, or you have to speak French, but in an Australian accent or a British accent. Because we're so used to even someone like me, when I speak French, the French that I know, you just slip into more of a French accent. And so it's like, I want to be able to nail that, but have like a completely different accent. And I think the only time I've actually seen that done is in Inglorious Bastards, and that was with Italian. And it was just a few words because the main character spoke a couple words in Italian, but still had a very American accent attached to it. Rachel Atwood says, Newfie accents or something else. Mm-hmm.
You could probably get you get a Newfoundlander and a Cape Bretoner in a room, and I swear they'd be speaking English, and you'd have to get a transcript to really know what they're saying.
I wonder how long it would take for me to pick up their accents. Because I have a very sympathetic ear for accents, and I'll start mimicking it without thinking. And I think the way that I've kind of tried to explain it is, especially in this area of Ontario, we have a very flat accent. Like, there's not really any strong inflections, things of that sort. So we don't have to take away anything from our accent. But I know so many people that if they go overseas or they're around other people with accents, it takes no time for us to pick up their accents. But you can have somebody from, you know, Yugoslavia, that's still a country, or Russia, come over here, and they'll never lose their accent, even if they're here their entire life. But, you know, somebody from, like, I could go over to Scotland, and I'd be speaking with a Scottish accent within a few days.
It makes sense.
Although I have a very hard time consciously thinking about using an accent. I used to be able to nail a French accent, both Quebec and Paris French, and an Irish accent. But then one time they got all mixed up because I was trying to do a Newfie accent. And then it's kind of like that messed me up and I wasn't able to fully do the other accents the way I used to. But like, even one time when I came out of a movie, it was Birds of Prey. For those who are part of the, who like that universe of superheroes. And, oh, what's her name? The interest of the Joker.
Harley Quinn.
Yeah, Harley Quinn. She had, you know, a very thick New York type accent. And I came out of that movie theater and for about a half hour, I was nailing that accent and I wasn't trying and I actually had to work to shake it. So it's, and I think somebody's mentioning, BCAT, I'd like to hear a U.S. Southern Canadian. I saw, when I first glanced over that, I saw Californian. I think California and this area of Ontario is very similar accents, as in it's a very flat accent.
The other day, I was watching Steve Boots, and I think he was watching a video about the Atlantic Canadians, and someone made a comment in there, and I thought it was hilarious because it's very true. It's just like Atlantic Canada, they pronounce the A in Jesus.
Okay.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
We do say it, instead of saying G like Jesus, we say Jesus.
I don't say Jesus.
Or Jesus.
I say
Jesus.
Jesus. I say Jesus. Jesus.
I don't. But I think about when I think about it out loud, I don't say Jesus. I don't say Jesus. I say Jesus.
The Wild West says NDP is losing party status. I've been saying for a long, long time they'd be lucky to maintain it. I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, I gotta wonder what the campaigns were like. Like, they only have 25 seats, right? So it's 25 incumbents. Well, some of them aren't running again, but like, what are the incumbents doing? Like, how are they running their campaigns? How are they reaching out to their volunteers from 2021? How are they like, what are they doing? Because I know the main leadership is, they're not gonna get much done, but like, what are the actual campaigns doing?
Even some of the, like, Leah Gazan and Nikki Ashton, they're still on Twitter, and seeing the comments coming from them, I'm not impressed. Because it's very milquetoast. Oh, the liberals are bad because of this. The conservatives are bad because of this. So you should vote for us. We'll do better. Like, it's just this idea of don't vote for them, we'll do better, without actually saying how, without having some sort of real message behind it to help energize people and motivate people. Like, it's been very lackluster.
Doesn't surprise me. They're probably told by the main party to be like,
Mhm.
stay on message, stay on brand, don't deviate.
But you
And the fact
absolutely
that
have
that's the
to.
message being told to their incumbents is like, again, it's like that's what the insiders are telling them, and it's
Mhm.
like that's why they need to go away and not be there anymore, because they shouldn't be getting that advice.
Mhm. Let's see. So yeah, still waiting, I think, for a lot of Quebec polling stations to close. Oh, I think we close here in Ontario. Do we close at 9 or 9:30?
I believe you guys close at 9. I think you guys are closing in the minute.
So we'll be closing in minutes.
Or
Which doesn't
I
mean we'll
think
get
so.
results right away. It just means that the counting will start. The voting ends, the counting starts. Though I've been
And you got to
imagining.
remember, some polling places, like if you're inside at 8
Mhm.
o'clock in
If you're in
line,
line.
you're still
Yeah.
allowed to vote,
Yeah. If you're
and they
in
can't start
line.
counting until you leave.
Yeah. If you're in line when the polls close, you get to vote. No matter how long
They
that
just
line
called
is.
Halifax.
Mhm.
They called Halifax. I thought that was at
Oh.
least one seat that the NDP might be able to get, because it's Megan Leslie's old seat. But
Mhm.
no,
No. Which news stream are you watching? Is it the one that I have up on screen right now?
yeah, I'm just a little bit behind you.
Okay.
Oh, my riding got called.
How's it doing?
My riding got called for the Liberals.
Okay.
So
Because I'm not
I
seeing
guess
where
I know
anyone
my
is being
MP or
called on
something.
this stream that I'm showing.
No, I think I'm about 20 seconds behind you on my television.
Mm-hmm.
So you're actually ahead of me.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's in the little corner there. It's tiny. It says right here, elect. I'm imagining, yeah. Okay, so if it's in this tiny little corner here, it'll say elect, and then you know that they've actually won their seat. So Fundy Royale has been elected Conservative, who was the incumbent. Yeah, I'm interested about, some NDP ridings if they're going to hold on to their seats. I'm kind of curious to see how Adam Golding will do in his riding. He was running as an independent. I interviewed him on my channel. People can go and check out that interview. But he's running as an independent, so he's going to have like point something of the vote. So, but it'll be interesting to see how much he was able to get. So yeah, we have some conservatives that have been elected. St. John's, St. Croix, whatever. Another conservative elected. Huh. Not liking this.
I mean, we're at 22 for the Libs right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one seat in Quebec they're counting right now.
I'm more
And that's not
concerned
even
about
mainland
seats.
Quebec.
I'm more concerned, like, I'm more interested in seats that have been actually called, you know, versus where the counting's at. Like, because that's the thing. You don't know. It says that they're in the lead, but they could be in the lead by 5 votes. So I'm more
It
interested
all
in the
depends
actual
on how
call.
many polling stations are closed and how many votes there are. So
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be a while before we know some
Yeah.
stuff.
And
But on
it,
that
yeah.
note, it's almost 10 o'clock for me, and
Mm-hmm.
I gotta work tomorrow, and my phone's gonna die.
Oh.
So uh, on that note, I'm gonna have to call it. But thank you so much for having me on.
Well,
I
thanks
had
for
a lot of
coming on.
fun, and definitely love to come on again. This was great. And Sandbox crew, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Subscribe and like and comment and share and
Mm-hmm.
do all the things. And yeah, no, but this was great. Thanks for having me. I really
Well,
appreciate it.
actually, why do you keep on saying goodbye while I quickly run to the kitchen and get myself another drink?
Sure. So long, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. No, I can't see chat, so I don't know what you guys are saying. But thanks for having me. You can find me on social media. I don't use X that much, but it's just my name, Marc Joycey. On Instagram, Facebook. Um, yeah, in case you don't know my background, I have a poli-sci degree. I'm autistic and ADHD, and I'm also an actor. So that's just my background. And yeah, so
I did not just shove my mouth full of discounted Easter chocolate. Yeah, I totally shoved my mouth full of discounted Easter chocolate.
nah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Of course, anytime.
Okay, links to all of Mark's stuff is in the description box below. You'll have to let me know if I have the wrong information. I haven't updated it in a long time.
It's law looks good for now, but I'll let you know.
Okay. See ya.
See ya.
And now there's just me. Do I need to... Let's see if I go to this one. And take photo down. There we go. Yeah, that looks fine. So now it's just me. The Room is an unintentional comedy classic. Oh, yes. Have you seen the... No, that's not the one I'm thinking. There's a documentary up. Trolls 2 is also a unintended comedy. And it has a documentary. So you watch Trolls 2 and then you watch the documentary. The documentary is fascinating. It was actually... the kid that is in Trolls 2 made the documentary like 10 years later or something like that. Super, super interesting. But it's a fun movie. Trolls 2 is a fun movie to watch with like a group of people to laugh at. Do I like this background better or do I want this background? Because now there's more black above and below me. Or this one. Eh. Oh, let's see. What are people doing in the sandbox? So like finally eating on stream. I try not to. The Wild West, we think you're cool, Mark. Let's see. So the Wild West saying 9:30 for Quebec when the polls close. I'm thinking that might be when they close in Ontario too. It should be the same time. Oh, let's see. Kirkenstein's Monster Space Ice just covered the room. I'm not sure what space ice is. Canadian Socialist says your art is beautiful. Why, thank you. I have the drawing of Thumper right here that you guys can't really see in this screen too well, but you can always check out my website. Looney Tunes 9000 says you're triple modding, and I believe it. I believe it. Super Strike 9. Awesome. We'll try to remember to check it out. Yes. Trolls 2 also has nothing to do with Trolls 1. Just not, it's a different movie. Completely different movie. Not related at all. But watching the documentary of it, oh my God, the director was basically saying that the movie was on par with Harry Potter. Like it was that is how deluded he was. It's quite the interesting watch. So now it's just me in the sandbox for the rest of this. You get to see how nervous I am. I wish I had some of the optimism that Mark has, a little bit more relaxed, thinking about, what's about to happen here. Because we're really, I don't think we'll know a lot until after Ontario and Quebec are called. Just given, that's where the bulk of the seats are. It'd be very, very difficult to ever win, to be like the ruling party without winning, large chunks of Quebec and Ontario. Oh, Super Strike 9. Whoa, that's a massive delusion. Yeah. It's a fun thing, but you do have to watch it in groups. And the kid in the movie, he ended up doing the documentary, and he even like interviewed one of the actresses and stuff, and she's like, yeah, I've taken it off my resume because I don't want it attached to my name, because she was still doing like acting gigs and stuff of that sort. It was so much fun. Oh, so you should recommend Trolls 2 to that channel, Kirkenstein's Monster. They would probably really enjoy breaking down that movie if they haven't already. Canadian Socialists, I'm a little scared, to be honest. I am not thrilled with the Liberals winning at all, but praying we don't end up with PP. Yes, yes, yes. That is what I'm feeling. That is what I'm feeling. Because, just seeing the Liberals in lead right now doesn't mean much, because again, the Atlantic provinces, because they are all one, they do tend to lean heavily towards Liberal in the first place, federally, not so much provincially. So it's going to be hard to say how this turns out. Oh. Kirkenstein's Monster, they're eating her, then they're gonna eat me. I can't remember what movie that is from. But that is the joy of having like a bunch of improvisers as friends, because sometimes we would sit down and watch a movie together because we were getting so many offers from the audience about it. So we did that with Twilight. I borrowed a copy from a friend I had who actually liked those movies. And we watched the first Twilight together, and watching it with like a bunch of improvisers. We were Mystery Theater 3000 it to the extreme. It was so much fun. That's the only way you can watch some of these movies. But we also have like a small independent theater here that would play The Room. And so we would go there, and there were certain cues where the audience would react in certain ways. And one time I brought like a squishy football, because they just kept on randomly playing football. So when they did, I'd start throwing the football at different people and stuff. And it's a fun thing to do in these like little independent theaters, to watch one of these movies and just be with a group of people that are making fun of it. Oh, yeah. Well, the Liberals are showing still a fairly decent lead with just votes, like not talking about ridings or anything, just votes. And they're still showing a very decent lead with elected seats, which is nice. So 16 elected seats, 5 elected seats for the Conservatives. And they're leading in another 7. The Conservatives are leading in another 5. But yeah, it all depends on how Ontario, Quebec goes as to how relaxed I'm going to be. But it all depends too. Like, I have no idea how long this is going to take. It depends on how close the election is. Because if the Liberals do a complete blowout in Quebec and Ontario, then it's probably going to be Mark Carney. But if it's close, then it's going to continue to be close. Because my guess is Alberta will be very heavily Conservative. BC will be a mix because remember, they're crazy conservative party there. Like, we're talking the most extreme conspiracy theorist, racist, horrible people. They almost won the provincial election. Like, they were just a hair away from the Liberal elections or the provincial election. So it's hard to say which way BC will go in general. But I am curious about different seats. I want to see how Aaron Gunn does because he's a horrible, horrible individual. And I hope he does not get elected. But, I'm hoping that Matthew Green, Nikki Ashton, Leah Gazan, I hope they hold on to their seats. Dave Davies, I think his name is, in BC, who's an NDPer too. I hope he holds on to his seat. Yeah, Sheldon Petrie, no matter who wins, we drinking tonight. Yep. Grand Theft Autobot, I'm genuinely confused how Doug fucking Ford kept Ontario. Simple. He's likable. He's like Trump, but likable. Like, it's just, people just like him. That's it. It's not based on policy or anything or scandals because he is probably the most openly corrupt politician I've seen outside of Donald Trump. Like, just absolutely openly corrupt, and yet he keeps on getting elected, and I think it's just because he comes across as very friendly and likable. But it's all fake. He keeps on playing himself off as one of the regular guys, but he was born into wealth. He's a millionaire. It's so frustrating. Like, it would just be nice if for once people voted based on policy. Like, just that, as opposed to, well, I've always voted this way, so I'm always going to vote this way. People need to be better at critical thinking when it comes to elections. Or, as I say, we are a very politically illiterate country. Rachel Atwood, where does Manitoba land on the spectrum? I'm not sure anymore. Because the prairies, generally speaking, tend to be conservative. So that's Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. But Manitoba currently has a new Democrat premier. And that is Wab Kinew, who is also the first First Nations premier. And he's already been doing great things for the province. So that might have some influence. But, Alberta had an NDP premier for a bit, and that did not end well. And they quickly backlashed to conservative. So it depends on how popular, I think, Wab Kinew is and how much influence he has over the base as to where they'll go. Otherwise, they'll most likely lean conservative as well. Let's see. And the Wild West says Manitoba is essentially irrelevant. Yeah, they don't have a very large population, so unlike the United States, with the electoral college there and delegates, here our ridings are really just based on population. If you see the way that the ridings are shaped, they're not necessarily shaped all that oddly. They're very like angular lines like that. And they're based on natural breaks, like in roads or rivers or land features, things of that sort. So they tend to be broken down normal, like what would make sense in a way. And the ridings are basically broken into 100,000 people. And so that's why Quebec and Ontario have the most seats for the House, is because we have the larger population. And to me, that makes sense. So whenever there's a census that goes out in Canada, you might see these lines get adjusted based on the census, and because they want to keep it around the same. Oh, and I think that is good. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, how big is Winnipeg? I think it's a big city, but not a huge city. Let me Google that. Winnipeg. I have to spell it right. Population. Under a million. So it's saying 783,000. Which, yeah, it's a big city. It's not a huge city. Not that there's many huge cities in Canada. You know, Toronto's the largest city, and there's only like 3 million people there. The Wild West about Manitoba only having 14 seats, but if those 14 seats keep EP from being PM, I will be very thankful. Yeah. It could be a real nail biter tonight. I'm so worried about it. Like, it's times like this, I wish I had substances I could use to help with my anxiety, but I haven't found anything that works. And one might think, then why are you drinking caffeine? Because I'm ADHD. Caffeine actually does help a bit. Not as much as I would like in times like this. Well, when it comes to anxiety specifically, there's nothing. But if it's just like a stress, tension, and I need to relax a little bit, caffeine helps. But I made sure to have like a full proper meal before this live stream started so that I wouldn't be like, well, I'm hungry and it's now 11 p.m. and we still don't know the results. Because I tried to stay up as late as possible for the BC election, because that one went really late and they're over on the West Coast. Oh, God damn it, she won. Sorry, she's a horrible person, Michelle Ferrari. Just absolute horrible person. Yeah, I tried to stay up for the BC election, but it just went so late and wasn't even called for like another week. Officially called. So we always have to keep in mind we might not know the results tonight. So it all depends on like how late we want to try to push it. And like there was one election I was watching and I blinked and the results were in and it was called. It might have been New Brunswick. It was New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, where it's like the results were called before I even realized that they were called. And it was super fast, like super close after the polls were closed. And yeah. But BC, it took a long time. Ontario, it didn't take all that long for us to know where it was going. There were some ridings that took a long time to officially call, but the Conservatives were in such a high lead that it didn't matter where those ridings landed, because there was a couple that needed like a recount and stuff. It didn't matter where those landed, the Conservatives would still have the majority. So it all depends on all these factors, but there is a possibility we won't know tonight. The Wild West, I should have gotten some special gummies. I have tried that. And it didn't just made me feel weird. Canadian socialist Michelle Ferrari will hopefully lose. No, I think she won. That's what they were showing on the screen. She won. Ah, super annoying. Some of the worst people in the Conservative Party are winning. And that's what I find interesting. If the Conservatives don't have a strong showing, if the Conservatives do not win, Pierre Poilievre is going to be booted out. So they have a really interesting thing of they can have some of the worst candidates in the world, like just horrible, racist, bigoted people, genocide deniers, residential school deniers, all of that. They can be all of that. And if they're just regular MP candidates, they get to stay in the party. But if the leader is weak and loses, they're very fast at replacing them and kicking them out. Like they don't hesitate to do that for leadership. But when it comes to the actual MPs, they'll stand by their person no matter how horrible they are. Oh, like it's shocking when I was going over it in one of my earlier live streams that there were a few candidates that the Conservatives decided to boot while there was still just enough time to put somebody else on the ballot. And these candidates didn't, yeah, they did some bad stuff, but it didn't seem to be, you know, earth-shattering bad. And then you have Aaron Gunn, who Pierre Poilievre was still standing behind, and has said horrific things, especially towards Indigenous peoples. So it's, yeah, it is just absolutely weird how that party works. But then you have the Liberals and the NDP who, as long as their leaders do nothing technically wrong, they're good, even though they might not do anything right either. So that's part of the reason why Jugmeet Singh is still leader of the NDP, is that he hasn't done anything necessarily wrong. You know, there's been no big scandals around him. Like, there was some attached to him about some parties in India, I believe. People felt he was supporting that were like separatist parties in India and stuff, but I think that was too on the fringes for most Canadians to pay attention to. Like, you'd have to know a lot more about what was happening over there in order to care. um, so he hasn't really been involved in scandals. Like, the worst thing that they try to come up with is, look at him, he has a very expensive watch, but he's NDP. And that tends to be the thing that follows him around the most. But that said, he hasn't really done much right, because I know, yes, we have the means-tested dental care and pharmacare, partly because of the NDP. The power and position they had. And that was it. That was it. Because that pharmacare, again, I feel weird when people say it's, oh, we got pharmacare. It was 2 types of drugs. It was birth control and medication for diabetes. That's it. That's it. How about medication for mental health issues? That would be handy. Or heart medication, or painkillers, or there's so many other needed, necessary medications, hormones, you know, like, why not those? And it's like, it's great. It's great for the people that these programs do help. There is no doubt about it. I am glad. My mom has benefited because of the dental care. I'm glad. But it's nowhere near enough. Are they really? Wow, they're calling BC already? I think, yeah, they closed at 7, so that'd be right around now. Or 7:30, their time. So Lisa Marie Barron, so at least now we have, from the looks of it, some NDP seats being called. Let's check to see what this is saying. Wow, these are really behind. Just going to refresh that. Yeah, they're like super behind. The CBC just kind of general news page. Let's see. This one is also like really behind. I'm just refreshing it to see. It says that they're leading in 2, the NDP. Do we want to actually listen to commentary?
Again, but as of just moments ago, we were able to access the site. There is a warning banner at the top of the website that says their website is having technical difficulties, that some people may not be able to access online services and tools, including the voter information service. So anyone looking for that information, again, whether that has had an impact on people going to physical voting places and polling stations like this, that remains to be seen. And it's also unclear as to whether Elections Canada would be extending hours at certain places because of this issue as well. I'll send it back.
A lot of that, again, it won't matter depending on how close the election is. So if there's a few polling stations that are having problems, that might take longer to count. It all depends on where all the other seats lie as to whether or not it makes a difference. Like, it will still be counted, no doubt about it, and it still might be a nail biter for the 2 leading candidates in that riding. But if, you know, the Liberals have like a 60-seat lead, then one riding won't make a difference. Let's see, it looks like they're talking about the incident
and it all
in...
just went so tragically wrong when 11
In Vancouver.
people were killed. We know that there are 16 people who remain in hospital, so there is this sense that people are hoping for their return to health, even as we know many of them are in, or at least some of them are in critical condition.
Yeah, some of the information that has come out about that so far is that the person who did it was a 30-year-old man and Chinese descent, and they think it was really just mental health issues causing it, that there was no real political motivation behind it, no like there wasn't any sort of like big messaging issue behind it. It was just mental health related, which is just horrifying, horrifying. And we should have proper mental health services in this country. We don't. We should.
So there may be some early returns that have been put in. We're not going to pay too much attention to it yet because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. Two party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Marc Carney and Pierre Poilievre, both running in ridings, neighboring ridings, in fact, in the nation's capital.
I want them to have a dance off.
To see the results from
Why I
their
thought
own
that,
ridings
but-
soon. One has never been elected to public office, and the other trying to get elected for an 8th time. Let's start with the CBC's Ashley Burke at the
That
TD
seems
Place.
so,
Ashley,
that's like, to me, that's weird framing. It's like, oh, and one's trying to get elected. Oh, okay, no, I was thinking like they were talking about the parties, and it's like, oh, they're trying to elect the Liberals again, and it's like Marc Carney isn't that, but Pierre Poilievre has been trying, yes, it will be elected the 8th time, which is just, again, he tries to pull himself off as being like an average person, but he's a career politician, got involved with it, like that was his first real job, got a pension at, what, 31, 32? A government pension, yeah, well, diss Jugmeet Singh because he's like, oh, Jugmeet Singh wants his pension. Who wouldn't want their pension? Like, let's put it that way. But to try to mock Jugmeet over a pension when Pierre has been sitting on, a taxpayer-funded pension for decades. Has it been a decade or two? No, it'd just be one decade. I think he's like 45. So for over a decade, he's been sitting on a taxpayer-funded pension, and he's trying to, call out Jugmeet Singh for receiving one, not even having one, but the fact that he might want one, which is, again, is just really disingenuous bullshit coming from conservatives, as always.
Hours there with the Liberal campaign crisscrossing the country. We'll come back to you through the evening, of course. Kate McKenna with the Conservatives. She's at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, what is the word there? Perhaps a little bit of optimism from the Conservatives, given what's happened in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, quite a lot of optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out.
Compersion is the feeling of the joy at seeing other people happy. This is not that. It's like horror at seeing other people happy. If the Conservatives are happy, I'm worried. Oh. Just, yeah. Rachel Atwood, but who can throw a better party and who can fix the shelf? I saw that too. David Dole was covering some weird poll questions that were being asked amongst other polls, and one of them was like, who would you rather help you build a shelf, Marc Carney or Pierre Poilievre? And like the largest response was undecided, because who the fuck cares? Rachel Atwood, sour grapes. I don't know if sour grapes would really be the right term for it. To me, that always sounds a little vindictive. Like, to me, it's just horror, dread. I guess it's dread that I feel. When the Conservatives are happy, I feel dread. Canadian Socialists, the Conservatives are doing a little better than polling, so yeah, I'm worried. Yeah. It's not going to take much, and it's one of those things. It all depends on where the votes lie. The popular vote doesn't matter. The dispersion of the votes matter. And I'm seriously worried. Like, my stomach is in knots right now. Worried about this. Like, I hope I can just go to sleep and have, like, not dread filling me. But yes, 19 elected, 6 for Liberals, 6 for Conservatives. And they're leading in 3 and the Conservatives are at 4. So, the total is 22 potential for Liberal so far and 10 for Conservative. It's going to be a very big mix, I think, here. Although Doug Ford might have a lot of influence on the voters here in Ontario, and he was favoring Mark Carney over Pierre Poilievre. That might actually have a lot of influence on the Conservative voters here, if they kind of view Mark Carney as being a conservative like Doug Ford in a way. And if that's the case, then the Liberals might get a blowout in this province, which would be nice. Nice as in, it's not, Pierre Poilievre. I would love to see an orange wave. I really, really would. And it's so sad that it's not. Angela W., my anxiety is increasing. I need more wine. Here. Kitty cat. That's a good, cute kitty. Aw. It'd be nice if one of my cats decided to actually, come up on my lap and help soothe me. Oh, peanut butter straight from the jar. That might be helpful. Would that be too annoying for you guys to see me do? Like eating peanut butter straight from a jar? I really try not to eat on streams and stuff, but it's not noisy. And I'm sure everyone else does it. Like, I can't be the only one that just eats it straight from the jar. And peanut butter is my autistic everyday food. Like, literally every day, I probably have a little bit of peanut butter at a bare minimum. But let me know if that would be way too annoying, watching me scoop out peanut butter into my mouth and get all mouse peanut. There's a phobia for peanut butter on the roof of your mouth. I forget what that's called. But it's a very interesting word, the fear of peanut butter on the roof of your mouth. Let's see. Time until the next polls close. Just under 2 minutes. Mukbang? So Sheldon Petrie saying emotional support peanut butter. Yep. And it's the Kraft Light Smooth peanut butter that I go for. And it's not because it's light. It's because I actually prefer the flavor of the light peanut butter to the regular peanut butter. Canadian Socialist, I was so depressed when Kamala lost. Yeah, it was hard. I did a stream the next day after the election in the United States, and I wasn't being sarcastic when I was saying it was an emotional support stream, because I think a lot of people the next morning were still just kind of in shock of what happened. Even though I think a lot of people suspected Trump would win, it's still just hard to see it. Like, covering the Ontario election wasn't as nerve-wracking, I think, in a way, because I was already resolved to the fact that Doug Ford was going to win. I knew that. That one I didn't, this one I'm not calling any predictions on. I don't want to call any predictions on because it's just too difficult. But with Ontario, yeah, I knew Doug Ford was going to win. And it still hurt when he did, because I was hoping that there'd be more pushback, or it wasn't going to be by such a big margin to show that maybe they were hurting in some way, which was none of that. So that hurt. But, yeah, this one, I will need an American channel to do a Canadian emotional support stream if Pierre Poilievre wins. Rachel Atwood, acrobitoraphobia is what the peanut butter at the roof of the mouth is. Some people saying that they're good with watching me eat peanut butter on stream. Carrie Wood saying I couldn't believe he won. I could. Because I knew the popularity of Doug Ford, and there's not, like, that's the thing that is so interesting, is how Doug Ford is relating more to Mark Carney, but there's not that much difference between Doug Ford and Donald Trump, other than, Doug Ford's been pushing heavily back against the 51st state thing. And Doug Ford is more likable, but other than that, the two of them were so similar. And Doug Ford had openly admitted that he had hoped that Trump would win and all that sort of stuff. Some of the language that they use were similar, how they talk about themselves in the third person. Both Donald Trump and Doug Ford do that, which is just so bizarre. Like, they are so similar. And seeing Doug Ford's popularity here, it didn't really surprise me to see that Donald Trump was still having that popularity. And there's so many different reasons. And I went into some of them during the live stream that I had as to why Donald Trump still won. But in the end, the reasons don't matter. It's what the fallout is going to be like. You know, the results of it. The reasons, you know, you can look into them, but unless there's going to be a party that actually does something about those reasons, Canadian Socialists, a big chance of seats coming in. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm so nervous. I might have to do the peanut butter thing. So why don't I take this off mute so you can listen to this while I go get my jar of peanut butter and a Dairy Queen spoon that I keep left over from blizzards.
That we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant.
How did these get so tangled by me just putting them down on the desk?
Right.
Holy
a former
crap.
Bloc riding and a Liberal held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal.
Okay.
And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute. But Ian's got some results, because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%, in 2021 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range, and one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there, and I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethe, Missinippi, Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that
what have I not
more
addressed?
likely a place where the Liberals could pick
How
up.
does voting work in
And,
the
the
territories?
Liberals have not won a seat
for federal,
in Saskatchewan
similar,
since,
as far as I know.
2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
Got some.
You know, I consider myself to be low on peanut butter if I don't have an open jar in my cupboard. So, like, even if I have a jar that I just opened and I haven't even touched yet, if there's not another closed jar in my cupboard, I consider I'm low on peanut butter then. That's just the way it is. It is just the way it is. Yeah, I think I need to at one point I knew better how seat counts and stuff worked when it comes to the territories. I'm not as up to date with that. And so I think I want to look into it a little bit more before I start saying this is exactly how it works. But I'm fairly certain for federal, they have their own like MPs, or it'd be MPs federally. It gets a little bit more confusing provincially because like you can have an MPP or an MLA or a CLP, I think it is in Quebec, something like that, which are all basically the same thing, just different province. It's like the difference between a hurricane, a cyclone, and a typhoon is location and, well, spin direction depending on the hemisphere.
Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been two things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge, small little differences in the
I hope the Bloc blow out in Quebec for all the places that would have normally voted Conservative.
Projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much.
Again, I'm not that concerned about looking at past analysis at this point because it's just such an unprecedented time. And it wouldn't surprise me if like a lot of Conservatives in Quebec ended up voting Bloc, because the Bloc is very Conservative-esque without the crazy. And there's still a lot of Conservatives in this country who are progressive Conservatives, who are, you know, they're conservative, but they don't fall for the conspiracy theories, the extreme racism, the extreme xenophobia and all that sort of stuff, the bigoted people, queerphobic people. So there's a lot of Conservatives that are like, I just like my family values and low taxes and less government and all that sort of stuff. And in Quebec, they have the option then of voting for the Bloc Québécois, which, well, yeah, they're also racist then. The Bloc is, they're an interesting party. Rachel Atwood, little c conservative, yes. In the Wild West, saying they are progressive about climate and LGBT. That'd be the Bloc Québécois, yeah. But they're also very nationalistic and racist. Oh, ha ha ha. Let's see if this is saying anything different. See, I like the lead that the Liberals have right now, but when you start seeing, like, when it comes to actual seat count, I like the lead that the Liberal has. But when you start seeing the leading polls too, that gap narrows quite a bit. Quite a bit. And the confusing, like, the thing about this, again, is that some of these ridings might only be ahead by 20 votes. So it's hard to say where the leading, you don't know by how much they're leading. What are you saying?
Who is the Bloc Québécois incumbent. The votes here are really, if we take a look at this monster riding, are really all really down in the south around Val d'Or. That's where Sylvia Berube is from. And of course, Gull Massey's, if there's some Indigenous populations voting, they're going to be in remote areas. We have seen a very... There's not much. Gull Massey started out in the lead, and now the Bloc is up front. I think that's one we're going to watch tonight, certainly. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more on Quebec, if you'll just bear with me. Hello, Quebec. Central Quebec, sure, why not Central Quebec? Yes, Berthe Maskenonge. Right now, Berthe Maskenonge, just one poll reporting, if the Liberals win here, that would be a surprising take. Yves Perron, history teacher, the Bloc Québécois incumbent,
the
is
Wild West
behind
Quebec coup,
by 16 votes. But that's a bit of red on the map there. And we want to look, I think, as well at Les Pays d'Eau, and I'm sorry, Jill Ducep's going to kill my French, like Les Pays d'Eau. Tim Watchorn is a former mayor of Moran Heights, alpine ski instructor. This would be, it's a new riding, but you'd put it to begin with in the Bloc column. So right now, that's a good get early on for the Liberals there. And just, I guess, for this.
And feel free, I'm still glancing into the sandbox, so feel free to ask questions and stuff, because I don't just want to sit here and watch this. I'd rather give my lovely commentary you all tune in to see. Or ask me about my book, and then we'll totally not even talk about politics. Canadian Socialist, NDP leading Kenora, but probably not going to win that one. It's hard to say. Oh, the NDP now have a seat. They're leading for one seat. They're going to lose party status. That one I'm still fairly confident about. Before I said they were lucky to maintain party status, I'm leaning a lot more towards they're going to lose it. Let's see. Live updates in 2, 1. Updates. Nothing changed.
Was running the Conservative candidate is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of writing the Conservative...
Well, Canadian Socialist, you're asking me what my book is about? It's about vampires that live in this world, modern vampires. Like, this book basically takes place now. And they have a society and have been around for 4,200 years, and they know it's just a matter of time before the human world finds out about them. So there are some within their society that think we need to do a preemptive strike against the human world, because if they find out about us, they're going to wipe us out. Then their scientist discovers the first ever blood substitute called Necroplasm. So then that presents the opportunity of, well, if they're not going to be our prey anymore, maybe we can coexist beside them peacefully. But then there's some vampires that are still like, you don't know humans then, do you? Because there's no chance in hell they would ever allow that for a multitude of reasons. And so I try, like, I have the parameters and the lore around the vampires pretty early on. And there's things about white streaks in their hair and how they're created and all that sort of stuff that is very unique to the vampires in this book. Quite honestly, I don't think I've come across other books or other vampire lore like the vampires in this one. Which is part of the reason why I love vampires, is that they're so diverse in how you can have them exist and be created and all that sort of stuff. So they're trying to figure out, so what's the best approach? Do we try to coexist? Do we take over the world? Because if we don't, the humans will try to wipe us out. And what does that even mean, trying to take over the world? And I try my best to be like, so here are the parameters of what these vampires are in their society. What would the actual interactions be like? Like, what would the actual conversations be like about this? Because I'm so tired of vampire movies and books where there's like this instant acceptance of vampires sitting across from you. I think that there would be a far bigger reluctance to believe that these vampires exist, or if they do, they would not be accepted. The humans would probably try to wipe them out. And so the necroplasm gets tested, and of course it goes horribly wrong. So, and it's just loaded with my social and political commentary. You can definitely see where my head was at. Because when I was writing it, there was actually, the Supreme Court in the United States was just ruling that the president could get away with basically doing crime if it was for reasons of his office type thing. And then he would be allowed to get away with doing actual crime. And so a lot of my feelings were going into the book about that sort of thing, and how so many people just accept, like, the people who need change most do nothing to make that change happen. And so there's a lot of that in the book. And then there's also how they treat their acolyte societies, so the humans that work with them, and how they keep them loyal and what that would look like. And it's not, again, it's not a very typical way that you would think of when you think of vampires and they're humans that they enslave and stuff of that sort. It's actually not what you would think. But I think it's actually far more realistic the way that I played it out in this book. Because if I could get what the vampires offered, damn straight I'd be loyal to them. Ah, well, Canadian Socialists, if you're curious and willing to read it, it's on Amazon as an ebook and paperback. Link in the description box below. And you can still even see me read the first chapter. That video is still available on my channel where I read the first chapter. It was part of my Halloween special. It's just, I've made changes to the book since. So it's not word for word the same. There's some small minor differences, again, as I was explaining earlier, from the ebook originally to what the paperback is now. I've made changes between some of the relationships between the vampires and things of that sort. And the book is told in first person of the main character who is a vampire. So that was an interesting way to try to write it. And so there are changes from the ebook. So if you watch the chapter that I read out, the first chapter, for the most part, it's the same. But then if that entices you to buy the book, I would suggest still reading the first chapter because there are some differences that seem minor, but for books that I intend to write that are like prequels and sequels, those changes are far more significant than what you think. Anyway. Rachel Atwood, not a master and familiar relationship. Let's just say I would love to be part of their human society. I would be super loyal to that. And you will have to read the book to find out how the vampires keep them loyal. But it was just so much interest. It was so interesting because there's so much richness to the world because there's the lore about the vampires. If you read the back of the book, you know that there was a thing called the trials that happened 1,000 years ago, that the main character was pivotal in allowing the vampires to continue as a species. And so you have that, and then you have their acolyte society, but within that society are different types of humans and their interactions with the vampires. But then there's the human world, which at some point you get into and stuff. It's hard because I want to talk so much more about it and reveal a super interesting part about it. But then that's like the twist in the midpoint of the book that I can't say anything about because that would spoil it too much. And I hate spoilers. But I tried to play it as realistic as possible, which is actually why it's a horror. Which is dark. It's super dark. Like it is, like, just want to be clear, it is a horror. There are some very disturbing, uncomfortable scenes in it. But I'd love to see anyone try to convince me it's not realistic as to what would actually happen. Oh, should probably get back to the actual election ahead, huh?
Leading and elected. This is not the full picture yet, but look, the Liberals are up 13. And it looks like, at least at this stage of the evening, that it is to the expense of the Bloc Québécois down 12 and the Conservatives 1. If that kind of trend were to continue, that would be encouraging for the Liberals. That would mean that they would come out of Quebec having gained some seats.
People going to check out the Lance's stream? Sure, I get it.
Than they perhaps needed.
Watching me eat peanut butter? Probably
that is pushing towards it. We'll keep our eye on Quebec to see how many of those things turn into actual flips for the Liberal Party. Let's look now at Marc Carney, the Liberal leader, watching results as they come in there with his wife.
I don't know how he could be so calm right now.
He's just, well, he was watching us. That's
like, if it was me, I'd be up and pacing the room. Like, I'd just be up and just, like, walking around, like, constantly shaking and fidgeting and stuff. And, you know, I'd have to be, like, mobile. I wouldn't be able to sit through something like this. And I also wouldn't want people seeing me because having that type of emotional response, I don't like having it. So when I get emotional during my live streams or videos that I do, that is something I know will probably happen, and I'm okay with showing that type of emotion. But for emotions I don't want on display to be put on display, I have a really hard time with. And it goes to things like, I don't like opening up gifts in front of the people who gave them to me because I'm worried that my emotional reaction to the gift isn't going to meet their expectations and I get worried about that. But if somebody were to try to watch my reaction to winning or losing one of these things, since I'm autistic, it's not necessarily going to be your typical reaction. And so there'd be a lot of judgment attached to that. And also, I'd be feeling vulnerable in ways that I wouldn't be comfortable with expressing to people necessarily right away. And it could be a good or a negative reaction that I wouldn't feel comfortable showing with people. And it's also very personal to me. Like sitting there watching if you're going to become a leader or not, that to me would be a very personal experience that I wouldn't want broadcasted on TV. Oh, that is a very hardy beard.
Adrian, the tariffs top of mind. You know, talking to voters here today in Windsor, West Riding, I'm in right now.
Well, Liberals are leading. We're up to 72, Conservatives 51.
Voters were telling me
Hopefully
that
this keeps
who
going.
is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations of a new NAFTA.
But the NDP is
top of
definitely
mind. That threat
losing
against
party
Canada's
status at
sovereignty
this
is
point.
also something that they're taking very seriously. And when we think about what's happened here in Windsor, Essex, just in the past, you mentioned in Essex how the NDP have.
Oh, Rachel, I just saw your question, but I know you're popping over to Lance's right now. So, people, let me know when Rachel is back in the sandbox and I'll answer her question about my book. It's like, if you ask a question about my book, I'm going to answer it. And the short answer is no.
With Biden as well, that administration throwing credits at battery plants that want to build in one of these countries. Well, the battery plant that came here that is promising more than 2,500 jobs for vehicles built in Windsor, well, people are starting to wonder what is going to happen there once this election finishes and once these negotiations finish up when we're talking.
Actually, why don't I tell people about the t-shirt I'm wearing? Because there's actually a touching story behind it. So the t-shirt says, socialism doesn't mean taking wealth from those who work hard. Sorry, I'm trying to read this like backwards and stuff. Why don't I do this? Can I see it well that way? No. How about I do this? It's hard for me to read it upside down. I will do this. I will put my camera on. Oh, no, that's not my camera. This is my... No, that's not my camera. There's my camera app. Okay. So the t-shirt says, socialism doesn't mean taking wealth from those who work hard and giving it to those who don't. You're thinking of capitalism. And the story behind this t-shirt is I had a friend who was part of a volunteer organization that I was involved with for years and years and years. And he was super supportive of me when it came for me running for office for the NDP and stuff. And, you know, he helped me through that time and he was very kind and supportive of me starting my channel and even so kind as to like buy me a new pair of shoes to go walking in because I walk so much. I go through my running shoes so fast. And he was super kind that way, willing to help me out like that. And, you know, he was older, a senior, but occasionally we'd go out to coffee and just talk. And he had a background in like real activism, like sitting in offices, in the parades, all that sort of stuff. And right down to the core socialist and wanting to see a better world and was super involved that way. And so he ended up collecting activist t-shirts with a lot of the places that he was going and whatnot with like t-shirts like this one and other organizations that he was involved with and other sayings of that sort. And he passed away not that long ago. And it was expected. His health had declined severely, so we knew it was happening. And at his funeral, a lot of his activist t-shirts were up all over the place on hangers, on the walls and stuff of that sort. And during some of the speeches after the main ceremony, it was said that at the end of the when it was time for people to go, you could go to the walls and take a T-shirt as a way of remembering him and carrying on that message forward. And I had seen this one from a distance, and as soon as they said that, I basically ran over and got this T-shirt, because to me it felt like it reflects who I am, and it really reflects who he was. And being able to wear this part of him it's very comforting, and it's a good way to remember him. So that's the story behind this T-shirt, actually, and how I got it. And I feel that during this election, wearing this T-shirt, it makes it, it has significance to me. Like this wearing this now has a lot of significance to me in just honoring who he was. So that's the story of that.
Cree First Nation, and really a significant leader in economic development for First Nations in Western Canada. He, together with Ellis Ross, former chief councillor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West Coast Kitimat, if those two are elected, you will see two very strong voices for reconciliation, for First Nations to not just exercise the right to say no in consultation, but to say yes to responsible resource development. So one of the interesting aspects of this campaign has been energy has not been a dominant, but a significant issue, perhaps for the.
And I appreciate the condolences from people. He passed away. I have such a hard time remembering dates like that. I think it was in the fall or late summer of last year. So it's not fresh. It wasn't terribly long ago either.
A map that has been redistributed. 172 is the magic number to get you to a majority government, but we are not able to get anywhere near calling any of those things yet, because results are still coming in, and Adrian has some.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in fast, Rosie.
I told you.
All right, let's look at some important ridings that we've been talking about all night. Let's start with Peterborough, because this has always been a riding to watch. Historically, a bellwether, bucked the trend in 2021 when Michelle Ferreri, a popular TV anchor, won. But look at that lead,
she didn't win?
436 for Emma Harrison, the small business owner, with just 6 of 308 polls reporting.
I saw her picture over here before, and I thought that meant they were declaring she won. Oh my gosh, I hope she doesn't. She's a horrible person.
A victory for the Liberals in the GTA in 2021. But look at what is happening. Sandra Kobena, lead of 227, just 2 of 212's polls reporting. But that is on trend, certainly for what the Conservatives want to see. They poured a lot into that riding. One last one to look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting, just a lead of 8. But this is a riding that's been Conservative for the last 25 years.
Where's the indication if it's called or if this is just the lead? Oh, it says lead right here. Okay.
Okay, but a very, very small lead of 8 votes. So we'll see. Mark Carney was down there pretty
Okay. I
recently
just got to
as well,
read
making
further
case
into
about
it. So
Canada
he's
and
just
US
leading by
and
8
taking
votes.
on Donald Trump, another area where, of course, that argument resonates very strongly.
John Martinez, good to see I'm not the only one who spoons peanut butter straight from the bottle
Moments,
can.
if you're in line to vote, stay there, because you still get to do it even after the polls are closed.
Peanut butter is my
It's 7
autistic everyday
p.m.
food.
Pacific. Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon.
That
So the
means
Yukon
polls
is
have
one of the
closed right
territories,
across
and they
the
have
country.
1 MP.
343 polls reporting, and British Columbia, aren't you excited?
Okay, Rachel Atwood, I see that you're back. You missed a really touching story, so you might want to backtrack about this T-shirt. But also, I wanted to answer your question about my book, because you were asking if it was inspired by True Blood, and the answer is no. True Blood is actually part of the pushback in my book, because in True Blood, I saw the first couple seasons, and I meant to watch the rest. I just didn't get around to it. To me, that was one of those situations where it was instant acceptance from humans. Because, oh, they can just go into stores now, and vampires are real, and humans are okie dokie with that, and they're living together, and they're even socializing together, and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, again, I wanted something that was more realistic, and I wasn't thinking of True Blood at the time because I was basing this off the cover of the book, and to me, the necroplasm was the blood substitute that I was going to use. And if you were to read the book, you would know what happens when they decide to test the necroplasm. And of course, as a good story should go, things go horribly wrong. So it wasn't inspired at all by True Blood. But I can see why people might make that connection, but very, very, very different story.
In the province of Quebec, the seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats. The Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province.
I'm still not comfortable with the Liberals only having about 20 seats more.
Verdun. That consequential by-election in the fall. This, it's on the island of Montreal. This is part of the Liberal Chateau Fort, right, of Fortress. And yet, the Bloc Québécois, Louis-Philippe Sauvé, a former Bloc
Rachel Atwood saying the book had more details than the TV show. I guess you're talking about True Blood. Oh, I read the series that inspired True Blood. Actually, that might be I'd be interested in reading that. I'd be super curious about that. And also, I will spoil it a little in my book. It's just the vampires. There aren't any other kind of like magical creatures around, like no fairies and things of that sort. It's just vampires and humans. And the vampires aren't what you would think of as traditional vampires. Again, that's part of the reason why I love the vampire lore, is that you can really make them to be different. Looks like Letterhack viewers have just joined us. Welcome.
We could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal.
All you hackers, is that what you go by? Letter hackers? Welcome to the Sandbox. We are covering the Canadian federal election live. And so far, the Liberals are in the lead, which is good. And if you're American watching this, red is good, blue is bad. Red is for Liberals, blue is for Conservatives. But if we go over here, we can see that what you see on this screen here, down here, isn't necessarily accurate. So far, 23 seats for the Liberals have been called. 10 for the Conservatives have been called. But the Liberals are leading in 79. The Conservatives are leading in 66. So right now it's looking like if the leading ones were to actually turn that way, 102 seats for the Liberals so far and 76 for the Conservatives. And the Bloc Québécois was 16. Unfortunately, the NDP, which is supposed to be the Socialist Party of this country, which isn't really, they're going to lose party status, which is really, really disappointing. There's a couple of, a few NDP MPs. I'm really hoping they stay to their seats. But what is needed for a majority is 172 seats. And if this trajectory keeps on going, then we're going to get the Liberals in, which it's going to be a massive relief, just a huge relief. It would be so relieved I might cry. And then if Pierre Poilievre were to win, I'd cry. Because the way that I'm saying it is, think of what fight do you want over the next 4 years? If one party were to get a majority, then we're talking 4 years. With Mark Carney, the fight would be, oh no, I really like Leah Gazan. She was the incumbent NDP, but he's only leading by 15 votes so far. Oh my gosh, I really hope she holds on to her seat. So if Mark Carney gets elected as prime minister, the fight that we're going to have over the next 4 years is improving our situation. Because under Mark Carney, things won't be great. I'm not a fan of him. but I'm not worried about so many other things. Whereas with Pierre Poilievre, the fight that we're going to have over the next 4 years will be to maintain our current rights. So Mark Carney, neoliberal. Absolutely. He has done some things so far that make me think he's not as bad as what I originally thought he was. Like he's actually been quite surprising in some aspects. But, you know, there's still going to be austerity. There's going to be cut to social programs, things of that sort. Neoliberal business interests. He is a banker. So, you know, thinking of like increasing taxes on the wealthy and things of that sort, totally out the door. But with him, there's a chance of pushing him in the right direction. Whereas, you know, if Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister, I'm worried my gender marker as non-binary could be removed from my passport. I'm worried that my body autonomy could be taken away, the right to choose what happens to my body. I'm worried about our protected rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms here in Canada will be taken away because he has said he would do that with the notwithstanding clause, which is something that overrides the Supreme Courts here in this country and takes away the rights of Canadians. And he says that he's going to use it for crime, but he leaves that very vague. And so what is considered criminal, you know, is being queer, being a storytime drag show artist. Is that suddenly a crime under his criteria? And then everything when it comes to the cost of living, the housing, you know, lowering taxes on everything while cutting social programs, like all of that, things will get so much substantially worse under Pierre Poilievre. So I'd much rather the fight with Mark Carney. That's where I'm at. Like, I would love for the NDP to form a majority. That's not going to happen. They're going to be lucky to maintain party status. A lot of that has to do with how that party has been run for the past, you know, pretty much ever since Jack Layton. So let's see.
Blame where we're at.
What people are
you
saying
should
in
be
the
watching
sandbox.
for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're
Just
seeing
need
there.
50
Those are
more.
incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win. 51 more if they want to track towards a majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbents, incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage. But if they were to win that, they would.
We are not going to save America. But yeah. John Martinez is saying red is for humanity, blue is for Nazism. Bozed, so what I was saying was my only issue with the vampires is that they don't love garlic enough. Well, my vampires in my book can't eat garlic, but it doesn't kill them. Canadian Socialist says Nikki Ashton is currently winning at least. That's good. That's one of the NDP incumbents I was really hoping would say keep their seat. Orb Broomer says, this is my first time here, so please be gentle. No gasping or polishing without prior consent. Thank you all. I have no idea what that means, but welcome to the sandbox. Super appreciate you coming out. Rachel Atwood, can the NDP go have a rebuilding phase? I want that so much. Jugmeet Singh is not going to be a leader after this. The party has just done so bad that he's not. And the thing is that we don't even know if he's going to keep his seat. The NDP, the executive branch within the NDP, they all need to go. Like, it needs to be a complete revamp of that party. And they need to get back to the base. Like, they really need to start representing the base more, because they haven't been doing that for a long time. And for people who watch my channel regularly know, I have insider information because I tried to become an NDP federal candidate twice. So I know how they work. Let's see. Carney took over the House. on The Simpsons. You gotta help us, says Orb Rumor. Let's see. Why, and Letterhack, why is everyone in Canada talking trash about Carney folk? Who? I know I'm not. Again, I don't like Mark Carney, but I much, much, much prefer him to Pierre Poilievre. And, well, let's just put it this way, too. I don't like or dislike Mark Carney. My judgment is still out because I haven't actually really seen what he's going to do. Like, yes, he is prime minister right now. He's been prime minister for, like, what, 2 months? So that's not really enough time to gauge how he's going to implement policy, because during that time, he was not a member of the House. So he's running for election now to become a member of the House. So this is when, if he becomes prime minister, then we're actually going to see, is he movable on certain things? Is he going to be responsive to the people? What policies is he going to try to push through? Like, he's not a politician. He comes from a banking background. So, you know, how he is as a prime minister is probably going to be very different than someone who's been a career politician. And so a lot of my judgment for how he will be is out right now. I just know that there is going to be probably a lot of austerity, you know, cut to social programs, neoliberal things, favoring the wealthy, not doing much with taxes, that sort of stuff. But I think he's also going to be more responsive to people, just based on some things he's already done. So I neither like nor dislike him right now, but I'm really, really hoping that he becomes prime minister, simply because the Conservatives are, they will be such a detriment to Canadians. Let's see what the Sandbox is saying.
Leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David.
Yeah, the NDP is definitely going to lose party status.
At the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority.
Looney Tunes 9000 is saying that CTV just called for the Libs.
This riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the
I'm
watching
hoping.
party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advance polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals...
Yeah, in Quebec, the Liberals have taken over a lot of the Bloc Québécois seats, which means it helps them get closer to a majority, which is good.
But still, the areas where they're strong still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the 4 big pillars for the Liberal governments that have been elected.
I haven't actually seen if he's won his seat yet, Mark Carney.
Amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats and they're up 2 seats in Ontario. They're now at
Michelle Ferreri went from blue to red. So Michelle Ferreri was a fascist conservative and her seat went red.
Over the course of the night.
I don't know if that's who John Martinez is talking about.
That these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of...
Let's see. This will have more specific. Let's see. Winnipeg Center, League is in. Oh no. Well, it looks like Leah Gazan is not going to win. Well, only 1 out of 167. She's not too far behind, so hopefully Leah Gazan holds on to her seat. Let's see if Mark Carney is, how close Mark Carney is. Uh, so he hasn't won his seat yet. Only one out of the 299 polls in his riding have been counted, but there's a strong possibility he's going to win his seat. Let's see if this one has anything different. This is Global News.
He can survive this loss. I mean, he had a 20-point lead heading into this.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 20-point lead, but nobody thought that 20-point lead was going to hold ever. They knew that under the leadership of a new leader of the Liberal Party, that would tighten, and nobody expected Donald Trump the way he showed up. And if I can editorialize, I don't know anybody who expected the Liberals to just cut so casually.
Somebody wondering about Carleton, which is
and on top of that,
Pierre Poilievre's riding, and nothing has been counted yet.
Respond to it positively on behalf of the Liberals. So you throw all that together, and this has been a very unpredictable race. Some of it can lie, yes, at the feet of the sort of the brain trust.
So they won't start. Breaking news: Mark Carney's Liberals projected to form government. I'm not going to celebrate yet. I'm not going to celebrate yet. It's. I still don't feel relief until I see the elected seats. Let's put it that way. But yeah, they won't start counting until like everyone has voted at the polls. So if there were people still in line when the polls close, they still get to vote. And that could mean that the polls close a lot later. So, and they won't start counting until they're closed. So different ridings might start counting at different times. Canadian Socialist Greens might win Kitchener Centre. Well, I would hope so, because that is Mike Morris, who is the incumbent, and he is a Green. Super Strike 9, same here. Too early to celebrate, but promising. Well, let's see what Kitchener Centre is saying. Nothing's been counted there yet. Rachel Atwood, it feels kind of preemptive. It does to me too. Because I'm more concerned about the actual seats called, not who's in lead, because some of the leads can be very, very small.
It's going to lead a minority or a majority, but we should remind you that a fourth mandate like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2000.
You see, they're saying that the Liberals have this fourth mandate, the fourth term if they win, which is really unprecedented, but it's not under the same leadership though. And Mark Carney has done a very good job of separating himself from Justin Trudeau. Because all of the other candidates for the leadership of the Liberals would have had the issue of being tied to the hip with Justin Trudeau on policy, on the way they voted and stuff. But since Mark Carney was not a sitting MP and hasn't been an MP, they weren't able to tie him to Justin Trudeau the same way. So he could actually do what I said was needed a long time ago. And that was to be a bold change within the Liberal Party. Because way back in the fall, it was a shoo-in that the Conservatives were going to win. They had a 20-point lead. And I said that unless there's a big change within the Liberals and the NDP, the Conservatives are going to blow out. And the NDP, I was saying even back then, the NDP will be lucky to maintain party status unless they have huge change. Well, that huge change happened in the Liberal Party. They got Mark Carney. They got rid of Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau was the anchor pulling down the Liberal Party. And so then the guy, Mark Carney, he's very smart. He's sharp. He has a sense of humor. He's good in front of the audience. Very charismatic, that sort of thing. And he doesn't come across as performative as Justin Trudeau did, which are all bonuses. You know, he has the bragging rights to being in charge of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England and helping them through economic crises and things of that sort. So he had all of this going for him, which is what the Liberals needed to kind of turn things around. And the other big factor in this is Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was talking about, making Canada the 51st state. And since Pierre Poilievre was kind of tied at the hip with Donald Trump, people look at Pierre Poilievre and think he's going to be more like Donald Trump. And that's too far for a lot of Canadians. Because yes, we have our right wingers, our maple MAGA and all that sort of stuff. It's not as much or as severe as in the United States. But again, I don't want to dismiss the fact that we have racist, Zionist, bigoted, queerphobic people in leadership right now, sitting in different parliaments across the country. We absolutely have those, nowhere near to the scale as the United States. But the thing that Donald Trump did the most that is really causing like this existential crisis within conservatives is they like a lot of what Donald Trump is saying because they're also racist and bigoted and all that sort of stuff. But they're also very nationalistic, as a lot of white nationalists, racist, bigoted people are. So their identity is as a Canadian. And Donald Trump was threatening that. So now they're having this crisis between like, oh, I really like all of this hateful stuff that he's doing, but you know what? He's challenging my identity as a Canadian. So where am I going to go? And that's really part of the reason why the Conservatives are falling apart right now, is because of how similar to Donald Trump Pierre Poilievre was. Not to mention, we're also seeing some of the consequences of Donald Trump being elected, and Pierre Poilievre was mimicking the same talking points. Like Pierre Poilievre was saying he wanted to deport international students for participating in, pro-Palestinian protests, that he wants to use the notwithstanding clause to reform bail, and that the notwithstanding clause overrides the rights, the protected rights of Canadians. And it supersedes the Supreme Court. Like there's no thing above it. And he was threatening to use that. He was threatening to start with the 3 strikes you're out rule when it came to prison terms. And of course, that would very much disproportionately affect Indigenous peoples because they're already disproportionately targeted by law enforcement in this country. So there's all of that. And because of that, they lost their 20-point lead.
You can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second will head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. And again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of what's happening tonight.
And we'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected. Ian Hannah-Mansing's got some of those right now, some results anyway.
Yeah, so not projected elected, but still interesting trend lines.
Let's see. Roger Babin, I'm seeing a lot of celebration from progressives. Am I wrong for finding this election really, really bad? It is. This isn't, again, I'm not thrilled Mark Carney, from the looks of it, has a very strong potential of being the prime minister. The Liberals aren't going to help the country. They're going to maintain status quo. And that's, 4 years from now, if there isn't like a massive pushback from the public, then the right wing is going to come back with a vengeance. But I will be so relieved if he becomes prime minister, because under Mark Carney, I'm not worried about my X-gender marker on my passport going away. I'm not worried about my right to choose what happens to my body going away. I'm not worried about my protected rights being taken away. Like there's all these things under Mark Carney that I don't have to worry about, that I have to worry about under Pierre Poilievre. And if I'm worried about those things under Pierre Poilievre, and that's where my energy is going to maintain the current rights that we have, then my energy can't be put into, pushing a Liberal government smidgen more to the left. So it's really, what fight do you want over the next 4 years? Under Mark Carney, the fight will be to improve things. Under Pierre Poilievre, the fight will be to maintain our rights. And I'd much rather the fight under Mark Carney, and there needs to be a fight. I want the NDP to have a complete redo of their party. I want them to be boldly progressive and come out that way and really go back to their socialist roots, because I think that's what this country is craving right now. And the NDP failed miserably at that. But I'm not, like, my celebration with if Mark Carney wins is that of relief. It's not of, yay, I'm happy he won. I'm just going to be so relieved. And that's what my celebration is. But we need to fight after this. We can't just let Mark Carney be austerity neoliberal for the next 4 years and expect anything better to happen to this country and to happen in the next election. Like, when the election happens, who's on the ballot, that's who you vote for. There's no other options. You vote for the least worst option. It's the rest of the time that people really need to get engaged and get involved in their local politics, in bigger politics, the protests, the petitions, the making it clear where you want the country to go, all of that sort of stuff. The work is done on the ground in between elections. And, you know, a lot of it will have to be this time, I think, pushing the riding associations of the NDP into a more socialist progressive direction, and to find stronger candidates, and to find a much more stronger leader for the NDP. But, you know, there'll just be a moment of relief if Mark Carney wins, but then there needs to be a real fight. And I also think that the NDP, I've thought this for a while, they're going to lose party status in this, and Jugmeet Singh will not be the leader of the NDP after this. Especially if he doesn't win his seat. I don't know how he's doing in his riding right now. John Martinez says, I read a report that Trump is killing conservatism around the world, not just here in the States. The Wild West, Canada has a long tradition of fighting over the center. Very true. Let's see. And for those of you who have just discovered my channel, thanks to the letter hack, please subscribe and like and all that fun stuff. I do Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass, but I also talk about disabilities a lot and how they interact with politics. Talk about mental health issues, queer issues. I'm non-binary. She, her pronouns are fine. They, them pronouns are also fine. You know, I add those elements to it. I talk about poverty a lot because I'm somebody who lives with poverty and understands it firsthand. So I try to add those elements into my analysis of politics. And I cover primarily Canadian issues, but there's also social issues that I cover that, you know, have cross-border relevance, but also our political issues that we deal with up here are very, very similar to what happens down in the States. And there needs to be more cross-border solidarity because us Canadians know far more about what's happening in America than Americans know what's happening in America or what's happening in Canada. And since we're so tied together between our economies, families, friends, businesses, just, you know, culture, how that's so tied, we need to have, you know, a stronger solidarity movement on the left that is cross-border, because the right has successfully done that. They are very good at their cross-border solidarity. We need far more of that on the left. And that means leftist Canadians supporting leftist Americans and vice versa. So that's where I am with that. And let's see. Oh, he's in the lead by 2 votes. I don't think that matters much right now.
As the candidate, I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote
Sheldon Petrie is saying, at my job, I regularly buy $500,000 USD a year of specialized metal product. I am now switching to a Canadian supplier due to tariffs. The Wild West, I think we can take a hopeful outlook. The threats from Trump have really woken people up. Coworkers I never expected to care are now taking action such as boycotting U.S. products. Yeah, I do dinner theater is one of my side gigs. Murder mystery dinner theater. And normally during those performances, when we're talking to the audience, like socializing with the audience, I would stay away from political jokes because the people who can afford to go out to the dinner theater and not care about COVID tended to lean conservative. But I found, as of late, you can throw in jokes about Donald Trump calling Canada the 51st state, the tariffs and stuff like that, and it does not matter what the political ideology of people are. They laugh, they get it, they like it, they like those jokes, which is a freedom to smooth with the audience that way that I never had before with that particular group. So I find that interesting because a lot of conservatives, even with, Trump's talk of Canada as the 51st state, the tariff war and stuff like that, it doesn't matter. They're anti-Trump, even if they're conservative.
Or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, how are your campaign?
Grand Theft Autobot. Yeah, a lot of them are projected seats. So if we go to here, we see like 23 elected seats, 12 elected seats. So 23 for Liberal, 12 elected. And then leading in 87, leading in 69. And so if you add the elected and the leading together, you get 110 to 81. This is why I say it's, to me, even though it's looking like it, until those are elected seats, I'm a little apprehensive. John Martinez, what side of the political spectrum is the BQ party? Racist environmentalists. They're very extraordinarily nationalistic. They want a white French Quebec, but they care about things like the environment. But that province is one of the provinces that have used the notwithstanding clause to take away people's rights, in that government employees weren't allowed to wear religious symbols on the job, which targeted, a lot of Muslim women wearing hijabs and things of that sort. So they're very nationalistic. They don't like immigrants. And they're very racist that way, but they care about the environment, So they're very progressive in some areas and very right-wing in other areas. So they're a mixed bag. So it all depends on what you're trying to focus in on. Like their healthcare situation is better in that province than it is in Ontario. It's a mixed bag with them. So they're not on a side of the political spectrum. It's really an issue by issue thing with the Bloc Québécois.
Who has just been elected as a member of Parliament.
Mark Carney is officially elected.
That is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided to go for it. And this time he has, and he has won handily in his riding of Nepean. This is, I can't remember, what I have this trivia somewhere, but the last time that a prime minister's riding was in the nation's capital. I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be prime minister, but be elected as prime minister.
Yeah, Canadian Socialist saying, just praying for Matthew Green. I'm depressed by these results. Yes, I'm relieved as a Black queer person that PP didn't win, but I'm not happy at all to lose the NDP seats to Liberal cooks and cons. I was really hoping that certain NDPers would keep their seats, and it's really depressing that, like, Leah Gazan has lost her seat. She was a fantastic MP, and I don't know how Matthew Green is doing right now. Another fantastic NDP MP, and I was really hoping that some of them would hold on to their seats, but I just saw the way that the tide was turning with the NDP, and I was worried about a lot of them. But I hope, like, even if Matthew loses his seat, I hope he goes for leadership, because there's going to be a leadership race for the NDP in the very near future. Because yes, ideally, I want the NDP to be majority in this country. I just have a lot of criticisms with how they've run their party for the past, 15 years or so. Well, thank you for coming out, Orb Vroomer, and hope to see you again soon.
Lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the
So I
island
just
of
want to
Montreal.
also make something clear right now. Is right, like CBC News projects Liberal government. They're not calling it. They're projecting it. Because again, not too many actual seats have been declared yet. So until that happens, they're just going to say project. And right now, yeah, based on the numbers, they are projected to win. But I'm worried because that can change.
Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed
I didn't see a green
their
dot there.
opponents
That's
in
disconcerting.
the advance vote, and in a lot of cases, that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be at, to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading, in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding.
I really hope
that
Mike
the
Morris
Liberals had
holds onto his
talked
seat.
about, as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP.
That's not good.
I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Shahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list.
Matthew Green is also not in the lead in his riding.
They had 1 seat that was
He was an NDPer that I really was hoping would keep his seat.
That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona, maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold in British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time.
I don't know how to spell that guy's name.
Growth there for them. You can see a path to the delta of 17 that they need, and it might actually include Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainland.
Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know, like sort of thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people.
I don't know how to spell Aaron Gunn's name. If somebody in the sandbox knows, please let me know, because I'm wondering if they're starting to count
his.
his.
Sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But
Canadian Socialist, oh my God, Matthew Green is losing to the Liberal Insider. I'm losing my mind.
That in a moment.
Yeah, it's very, very disappointing.
Colleagues who heard me. The only other prime minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald.
I was really worried that we were going to lose a lot of really, really good MPs from other parties, like the NDP and Greens, because of this backlash against Pierre Poilievre and this fear of him. And again, it's the overall lackluster performance of the NDP establishment. They have not helped their people at all. And that's very, very tragic because the best politicians we have, Mike Morris, Matthew Green, Leah Gazan, Nikki Ashton has won her seat, so there's that at least, but just absolutely devastating. Like Mike Morris, I've had on my show twice to talk about especially like disability issues, which is something almost no politician cares about. And he was one of the leaders in getting the disability tax benefit. And he was one of the people to even say how disappointing it was when the Liberals finally pushed it through. And it was such, you know, a slap across the face. That was his words, you know. So losing him, and he's put so much work into his writing, will be very tragic. Losing Matthew Green will be very tragic because he's been a fantastic politician, pro-Palestinian, wearing a keffiyeh, supporting the students that were protesting, all of that. Like really, really outstanding MP. Leah Gazan talking about universal basic income all the time, Indigenous rights, because, you know, she's Indigenous, and talking about the need for clean water in Indigenous communities and stuff. So, you know, very outspoken about poverty issues as well. Those are some of the best politicians, and it looks like they're losing right now. So it's very, very sad. The Wild West, hopefully they will get a new conservative leader who will actually work with Parliament instead of constantly whining. That would be nice, but yeah. Actually, let's see. Did Pierre Poilievre like lose his seat or something? And if anybody knows how to spell Aaron Gunn's name, let me know. Oh, he's in Carleton, isn't he? Okay. Oh my God. It's looking like if things hold out the way that they are in Pierre's riding, he is not going to win his seat, which is just magic. And there's also the long ballot initiative there. So all of those are candidates in that riding. A lot of them don't even have a single vote, which is sad. It means that they didn't even go out to vote for themselves. But that's the longest ballot initiative. It has nothing to do. Some people were saying, oh, it's Pierre Poilievre trying to split the vote and stuff. No. It's protest against first past the post. Yeah, that's a special with like there's so many independents on it. You can see here. And they're not even voting for themselves, which is just kind of funny. But it's to protest first past the post. There wasn't any other nefarious reason for it. It's not the first time they've done this. They've done this in other ridings, so yeah. Let's see. Oh, that's Rachel Atwood is showing how to spell his name. Let's see if that works. Why are you not? I was able to search other people's names and it would come up. And this page is still reloading because I did the mistake of hitting refresh on it. Oh, so frustrating. Let's see. I'll need to know Aaron Gunn's writing. North Island Powell. There we go. Oh, good. He's massively losing. Hey, that's good. To an NDPer. Yeah, Aaron Gunn was like residential school denialist, absolutely horrible person that Pierre Poilievre was standing beside for some reason, which was just gross. Like Aaron Gunn was such a racist, bigoted, horrible person that the Conservatives were keeping on for some reason, like just disgusting human being. So it doesn't look like many votes are in yet, but the NDP there is totally sweeping that so far. So hopefully it stays that way. John Martinez, the phrase French cowboys in Newfoundland likely refers to Franco-Newfoundlander community, a group of French-speaking residents, primarily from French Canada, who have settled in Newfoundland. Probably. I want to see that town that they're in. It just said search for a riding. I'm not seeing another option to search for a person. And I was typing in that same bar to search for a person. Who am I talking to? Somebody was saying them and typing it in the wrong bar. But I don't see another bar to type unless it's above. No. My God, what happened here? So far they're still just saying elected in 23 for the Liberals, but they're drastically leading still, which is good. No, I don't want to search for a riding. I want to search for people that I know their names of. Is this page finished? No, oh my gosh, what is wrong with CBC? Let's see what they're saying.
Side on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Aaron O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives on the
Sure, but let's see. If he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. He could say this is a partial victory if he holds him to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
It's one thing to measure the drapes, it's another thing to measure the coffin. I mean, it's maybe a little early. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out?
So they haven't started to count the riding that Jugmeet Singh is in.
The base might vote him back in.
Okay, Rosemary, but in terms of the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
if he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen. Apparently you
Adam Golding has
yes,
7.
First we're going to just talk
He was on my
about
channel.
What's going on in Quebec before we get
He was running
to,
as an independent
Vanessa,
against
on the
Chryssia
island of
Freeland.
Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle. Emard Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right
What
away.
is wrong
let's just
with
get
this?
to the good stuff. And there you are,
Website,
Vanessa Lee,
my God.
on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations.
Sheldon saying I checked my writing and there is an 8-vote difference at the moment between the Liberal incumbent and PC opponent, Kitchener-Conestoga. Rachel Atwood, it'd be sad if Jugmeet lost his own seat. It wouldn't surprise me if he does. That Pierre Poilievre losing his seat. Oh, that's good. That is so good. And I don't want Jugmeet to lose his seat. It's just, again, I want the NDP to be the majority party. They just haven't been doing a very good job of it lately, I'm just saying, of what they're doing. Oh, hello, hermeteorologist. The Wild West, underfunded, but hopefully Carney will fix that for the CBC. Yeah, maybe that's what's happening. Yeah, under Mark Carney, I'm not worried about the CBC being defunded. Let's see. And if anybody's interested in a specific riding, let me know and I will type it in, but it has to be a riding and not a person, apparently. Because it says, oh, we'll search for a riding, but not for a person. Because I'm trying to do this drop-down menu, and all it does is show me ridings. It doesn't show me names of people. But I was typing names of people in it. And it was working fine. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Liberal leading in Waterloo. She was the incumbent. I'm nervous about Kitchener Centre. That's where Mike Morris is. Okay, he's closed the gap. Still not above the Conservative, but he's at least closed the gap a little bit. And that's only 15 out of 213 polls. So there's still a long way to go before we know about Mike Morris.
Liberals are at 44.7%, the Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that
Looney Tunes 9000, CTV declares a Lib win with a minority government.
You would normally see in an election.
CBC is still saying projected.
For instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47%.
And right now it is very much projected, but I'm not going to I don't want to say celebrate, but celebrate my relief until the seat count is in. Like the official elected seat count is in.
I know
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is both numbers.
Darn it, it's not working in one. It's hurting my ear hole to have this in so much. But I need it. And one side isn't working. Rachel Atwood asking if Ricochet Media is a legit news source. Yes, they are progressive, independent magazine.
Parties that have an official party status.
Yes.
And at this point, that's not where we're going tonight. So I'm curious.
Grand Theft Autobot looks like my writing is lib.
I notice there are still loads of places where the vote is barely being counted.
Yes, there are probably half a dozen places where, no, 24 places where it has barely been counted. Worth remembering here that six
Super Strike 9 voting ballot for Pierre's writing is insane. It's like 2 feet long in comparison to my writing. There were 3 candidates and it was less than 6 inches. It must have cost a lot of money to print off the ballots in his writing.
I don't really believe there are loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
The Wild West. I keep looking at Carlton and watching Pierre lose.
Does that concern
that is some silver lining to tonight. That is just some icing on some cake.
Inside the House of Commons in terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think it's a good thing or bad
John
thing.
Martinez, NDP at 11 seats now. Is that
the issue of how representative is the popular vote in that regard? how well
Oh my
represented
God,
is it in
CBC
terms
is
of
still
number
not
of
there.
seats?
Is that
But
projected
ultimately,
or
the electorate
won?
is going to decide whether they want to have a multiplicity of parties, or and maybe in the
So right
present
now,
circumstances.
yeah,
That's the
NDP
question
is leading in
this a
10,
one-off,
according
or
to
does this
Global News,
represent
but they haven't
a
been
further
elected to a
rate
single
change?
seat yet.
We've seen the NDP written off before they came back. We've seen the Liberals written off
Bloc
before.
too, yeah.
We've seen the Bloc.
Yeah.
So these are enduring brands, and you know, the wheel goes full circle, and they may come back.
Chantal, then Althea.
I'm just going to try
on
something.
the NDP, they went from no party no official party status in '93 to a decade or two later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that
I'm just
a
seeing if I can
victory
open
for
it
the
up in a
Liberals
new
tonight
tab.
is necessarily a liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point,
So
the
CBC
seeds
is
of
saying
change will come
Liberals
back and they
will
might
form
have a
government.
better chance
CBC
to
News
bloom.
projects too soon to say whether it'll be a minority
One
or a
thing I think we
majority.
should be looking for is not just, you know, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about.
Okay, so it's
some
working in
people,
that
is,
tab.
Will this, you know, will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are
There,
going to
now
do
I can
better,
take
at least in
Frodo
the
off the
popular
screen.
vote in those provinces, since
There we go.
better than they have since 1968.
So yeah, they're giving a little green
that
check mark
should
by the
hopefully
Liberals,
put
saying
some
that
of
he's
the-
going to win.
dampen
Oh,
down
so
some of the
CBC
sort of
is saying that the
attempts to portray
NDP,
this as
or
the
oh no,
West
the
being
Bloc
shut
has
out
won
yet again.
12 seats.
We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
So the Bloc has maintained party status, but as we're seeing here, for the NDP, they're only leading in 11. See, here I can enter postal riding or candidate. So let me know if there's any candidates you want to check in on. Yes, I would vote for Frodo as president. Yeah, let's check on Carleton. Oh, that's so nice to see. That's only 1 out of 266 polls, though. So, you know, that's a little premature to be celebrating. Let's see. And I'm also worried about Hamilton Center. Sure, now that I'm looking it up, I actually know the names of the ridings that I want. So far it's only 30 out of 277 polls for Hamilton Center, but oh my gosh, Matthew Green is in 3rd. Oh, that is, not good. Rachel Atwood, his beautiful green eyes. Yes, Frodo has amazing, beautiful eyes. He's 18. He is my world, that cat. Let's see. Are they counting in Jugmeet Central? So Jugmeet is currently losing, but it's only 3 out of 200 polls. So, you know, there's still a long way to go. What are they saying?
Get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly
And feel free to ask questions.
And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle.
Sandy, if you could check out the Aurora Newmarket riding. Okay.
There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York Region and Peel Region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel Region. There was some top-line
Conservatives
polling suggesting that it was tightening up
So it's
there.
only 50 out of of
towards,
212
election
polls,
day,
and
you
it's
are
very
seeing
close.
that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried
Like,
about
we're
in
talking
their seats
less than 100 votes
in
different.
Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario. 'Cause
Rachel
look, the
Atwood, could
Conservative
it still
number
be
is
a Liberal
144.
majority?
Like,
Yes.
that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now.
Because it's looking, if things keep on going the way that it's going, and the Liberals get a minority in this situation, it looks like the NDP alone wouldn't be enough. So the NDP and the Bloc would have to form a coalition with the Liberals to prop them up. And if it's a minority government, we're looking at in their election in the very near future, like within 1 to 2 years. Basically, once the Conservatives get a new leader in and the NDP get a new leader in, and they start banging the drum again about, oh, we need new leadership other than Mark Carney. And unfortunately, with a lot of the minority governments in this situation, they don't like to get along. Like, the Conservatives will be pushing back against everything. So there's a bit of a balance, because with the NDP, they wanted to push through these things, which the Liberals then took credit for. But they don't want to, the NDP doesn't want to push and get through something that is super fantastic, like universal dental care, because then people will think, oh, well, the Liberals are doing that, so we like the Liberals. So they'll stick with the milk toast dental care. Oh, and if you want to make sure I see you in the sandbox asking for something, be sure to highlight my name by just typing in left of the box. We got a kitty cat. We got a kitty cat. Say hello, Linear. Oh, there we go. Ah, get your claws out of my shirt. There we go. Here we go. Ooh. He's like, what are you doing to me? I just wanted to sit on your lap all quiet like. Let's go back to this. One of these days, I'm going to be making enough money to pay for StreamYards that I don't have to do this way.
Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Don Stewart back
John
in
Martin
June,
is very
and then
cute, and so
pick
is
up
the
the
cat.
campaign
Why,
and
thank
start
you.
again. How was it different
Rachel
when you started
Atwood,
knocking on doors for now a second
Linner is
time?
the spelling of his name. Linear.
Well, the difference
It's from
was really
Babylon
Trump
5.
and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh,
Super Strike
new,
9 says main
experienced
thing
leader
is
for the
Mark
Liberal
Carney's
Party,
PM and Pierre Poilievre
So that really
lost.
changed
That
the
is the
playing
main
field.
thing.
And
It's
also,
just,
it
it's
was
kind of,
more time to do the outreach that we needed to hear from people.
it's just kind of disappointing, some of the seats that we're losing with some really strong MPs. And I'm worried without them, there isn't going to be the same level of pushback against Mark Carney that I would like to see. It's, and then I don't want to lose these strong voices altogether. But I have a hard time imagining that they would stay politically active or engaged. Like with Sarah Jama, when she lost her seat, I'm pretty sure she's still going to be an activist because she was an activist before she became a politician. So I'm pretty sure her voice will still be getting out there. She'll still be doing things. But as much as I like Matthew Green, I could see himself completely stepping away and just doing something else with his life, to focus on his family and things of that sort if he loses his seat. Because it's very stressing being a politician. And so I could see him just completely stepping away and not being as engaged with activism or politics as much. With Leah Gazan, I would imagine she would to some extent, but Yeah, it's hard to say. It's so hard to say. And, you know, they have such strong, powerful voices. I don't want to see them lost altogether. But, you know, I also can't blame them if suddenly they're not that interested anymore. Oh. Who are the 10 NDP that are winning? Says the Wild West. I don't know. I don't think it will let me search based on party. It'd have to be like riding specific, maybe? Because, yeah, I can't just click on that. Let's see if it says down here. So, Marc Carney elected. Yves François Blanchet elected. He might not remain leader of the Bloc Québécois after this performance. And none of the other leaders have been... Oh, Maxime Bernier of the People's Party of Canada has been defeated. That's nice. But yeah, it's not showing like which party specifically. You'd have to know which ridings to look in, unfortunately. According to this one, anyway. And let's see if this gives you the option of searching by party. Who's won? Oh, well, this one has the map, so we can see. Not a very good job of seeing. Let's see. NDP, NDP. Oh, is that a green win? Ah. Okay, Mike Morris is back in the lead. Oh, thank you. I really don't want to see him lose his seat. Yay, Mike Morris is in the lead. So hopefully he can keep on his seat. Let's try Hamilton Center again, because I'm a masochist sometimes. Jeez. Matthew Green is still in third. Super Strike 9, congrats to Carney, the best person for the job, in my opinion. The Wild West, okay, I will give it one more hour, but then I have to sleep. Yeah. Canadian Socialist says it's mostly BC NDP. I'm not even sure if they'll hold their leads. Grand Theft Autobot, I think you're a little bit behind in the live stream.
British Columbia are not
projected
to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But
it's 11 p.m. here. A lot of the ridings I was looking at have barely started to be counted. It's not going to be over soon. So right now we'll probably know who the projected winners are, but I don't think we'll have like an actual seat count. Like official saying how many seats have been won by the parties. So it will be left as like projected minority, projected majority, but they'll until the seat count is officially in, it's hard to call it type thing. And I don't think it's going to be called tonight, like conclusively. Oh, I hope Dawn Davies keeps his seat right here. She's only in the lead by 13 votes. Does it say how many? 10 out of 193 polls. Okay, so it's still way too soon to say. But I hope Don Davies keeps his seat. BCAT, so glad that backfired on PP. Yeah. Canadian Socialist, the Liberal crook in my riding, won by a lot, unfortunately. Samantha Green was a real activist, family doctor, climate activist, socialist, pro-Palestine. I knew she wasn't going to win, but depressed. I was excited to vote for another healthcare worker. Yeah, I really, really wish that certain NDPers did better and stuff, and it's just, yeah. The Wild West, Maxine Denier. That's good. Super Strike 9, incredible comeback by the Liberals and Carney. It was an absolutely incredible turnaround on the Liberal Party, and Mark Carney was a huge factor in it. Donald Trump was the other huge factor in it. But like, as bad as Donald Trump was, if Justin Trudeau was still the prime minister, even with everything Donald Trump is doing, the Liberals would have lost. So it is a combination of what Donald Trump is doing and Mark Carney. But if it wasn't for Donald Trump and what he's doing, I don't know if Mark Carney would have won. So it's really, you need both, I think, for this turnaround to happen. So it's, I'm not trying to take anything away from Mark Carney. He's done a fantastic job. He's even, I've felt a little bit better about him on some issues. I'm still not thrilled because Liberals. But I felt a lot better about him on some issues after he spoke, and I saw him a bit more. But I still don't think he would have won if it wasn't for what Donald Trump is doing. So really, you can thank Donald Trump for the Liberal win in Canada. Will the CBC stream go all night, asking Rachel Atwood? Probably. These big mainstream media, they'll be going pretty late. I'm a night person. I could be going pretty late. This could be my first 6-hour live. No, I've had a 6-hour live stream before. Never mind. Super Strike 9, everything Trump touches turns to shit. Ha 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 ha. Bo Zed, so then this is a 24-hour live stream then? Not with the amount of super chats and members I'm getting. If you want this to be a 24-hour live stream, I need to see a lot more coins in the sandbox. Super Strike 9, Sandy agreed. Carney has issues, but man is better than Maple MAGA Poilievre, for sure. For sure. It's just, my celebration isn't out of yay Liberals. It's just relief. That's the celebration. Still projecting. Let's see, what are they at official seats? Oh, okay. That's much more promising. So elected, 90 for the Liberals, 69. Nice, but not for the Conservatives. 14 Quebecois, and only one officially elected New Democrat. And they're leading in 10, so they still might not get party status. So Rachel Atwood, have we been celebrating prematurely? What is going on with the numbers on the screen? So right now, the Liberals are projected to win. It's going to be up in the air if they get a majority or minority. Until I see a lot more seats elected, like officially called, I'm still wary. But as we can see here on CBC News, 90 have been elected to their seats. So this is officially the votes have been counted. That it's official. 90 have been elected for Liberals, 69 for Conservatives, 14 for Bloc Québécois, 1 for New Democrat. Then of the leading, we have 65, 79, 12, 10, 1. So, some of those changes might be happening in there. And let's do some math here. Well, yeah, it says right here. So if they win all of their leadings, then the Liberals will have 155 and the Conservatives will have 148 of what's being counted right now. That's not that much of a big win. That would, you need 172 for a majority. So then that's minority position, but they haven't started to count all the polls yet. And some of those seats could turn around. And like we're talking about, that's 5, 3, 8 seat difference. It's not that big right now. So until I start seeing a lot more Oh, sorry, 7-seat difference. It's only a 7-seat difference. It's still only a 7-seat difference. Until I see a lot more called elected seats, I'm a little nervous. Because those leadings, it could be leading by 3 votes. And so then that could easily be turned around. Grand Theft Autobot says, I'm not behind, you're behind. BCAT without Trump, Canada most likely have PP as PM loons. He went so far as mask off about Canada, it encouraged people to vote Carney. I also agree that if it weren't for Trump, Pierre Poilievre would definitely be in the lead right now. But we're not talking about a major seat difference here right now. And, you know, the leading, it could be really tiny margins right now, so there could still be a lot of turnaround. So until I see a lot more officially called seats, I'm still nervous because this could still, it can still turn around. It can. And I want to be relieved, but right now I still feel nothing. Let's see. The Wild West, I guess it's Alberta coming in. No, Alberta will definitely be conservative heavy, like maybe all of it. Because they never learn. They never learn. Their healthcare, their cost of living, their employ, like everything in Alberta is so much worse than everywhere else, pretty much, except for maybe in parts of Ontario. But they still keep on voting for the party that, makes their lives shitty. You see, I'm getting really nervous right now looking at this because now there's only a 4-seat difference. Yeah, that's only a 4-seat difference. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep until I know. So this might be a very long stream. Canadian Socialists, okay, this seat closeness is really distressing. Can the Liberals tick back up again? You see, this is what I was worried about. That there wasn't a big enough difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives with most of Quebec and Ontario being called because, of course, Alberta and the prairies will lean Conservative. So they needed that much more higher numbers in Quebec and Ontario to maintain a significant lead. But it all depends on where we're looking, because here it's saying that, it's still a 7-seat lead. And what is Global News saying? Oh, I do not like what Global News is saying. Even though they still, again, they have Mark Carney checked as the government, as the projected winner. But there's only a 2-seat difference right now. Yep. Only a 2-seat difference right now. I am not feeling good.
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advance poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. This is, there's...
So they're still saying that it's going to be projected Liberal government, but in a minority position.
One party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through.
So now there's a 3-seat difference.
No.
Yeah, 3-seat difference.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Marc Carney?
We'll have to see.
Super Strike 9, I'm going to have egg on my face if the Liberals don't at least win a minority. You know what?
Get really hairy with
That's
Trump,
the least of your worries if they don't. If the Conservatives win.
Who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that.
So if the Conservatives win a minority, because I think at this point it's safe to say that regardless of who wins, it's going to be a minority government. Again, I'm just saying it's safe to say, it's not guaranteed. If the Conservatives win a minority position, that means they're not going to do much. It means that the Liberals could literally form a coalition, like an official coalition with like the NDP or something that might push them into leadership status. This has happened in BC before. So even though the Liberals technically had, in BC, I think it was the NDP. So provincially speaking, the NDP technically had fewer seats than the Conservatives, but they formed a real coalition with the Greens, which bumped them up to 1 seat higher. And so the Greens are basically saying we're committed to vote with the NDP on pretty much everything. And so in that case, even though the Conservatives technically had more seats, the Liberals still formed the ruling government in a very, very strong minority position. So here, hypothetically speaking, the Conservatives could get more seats than the Liberals, but then the NDP could say, well, we're committing all of our seats to the Liberals, which would then bump the Liberals up into official minority position again, even though they would have less seats than the Conservatives. But the wild card here would be the Bloc Québécois, because like I said, they're a bit of a mix. So then they could leave it in official minority positions so that they're not forming these coalitions to basically agree to rule over the Conservatives and keep it in a minority position. And then the Bloc Québécois would vote depending on policy, whatever issue came to the floor with the Conservatives, which would then win them those particular bills. So, the Canadian Parliament system is a bit confusing in all of that way. But yeah, so like I said, the Liberals could officially have fewer seats, but if they form a real coalition, like not just a collaboration, but a coalition with the NDP, then they could actually be the ruling party and Marc Carney would still be prime minister. But it'd be very rare for that sort of thing. Like, I don't know if that has ever happened on a federal level. It's just happened on a provincial level and not all that often. And the BQ, the Bloc Québécois, will definitely be a wild card in it. So now there's a 7-seat difference again. So we're talking about nitty gritties here. Like, that's what it is. I figured this election would be a lot closer than what we were thinking. Well, not what we were thinking, what a lot of people were thinking. And it's turning out to be a lot closer. Like, I'm still not even sure that the Liberals are going to win a minority position. Like, until we see a lot more official seat counts here, I'm nervous. Hello, Lanier. And this might be a very long live stream, so to help support me, maybe some super chats. Sign up, become a member, that sort of thing. Super appreciate it. Buy my book. You know what? Screw the super chats. I want to double the amount of books I've sold this month so far of my Necroplasm. Let's see if I can add that image in here so that you can see that. Let's go with image and add existing. And we have a book. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's not the one I want. Never mind. I have too many of these. Let's get rid of that one. Yes, I want to remove book. Image. Add existing. Book cover? Ah, that's the one I want. Okay. So then I move that here. Make that a bit bigger. Sorry, I'm playing with this in real time. And then I get rid of that in the background. There we go. So I have sold 2 copies of my Necroplasm so far in April. I want to double that by the end of the month. So don't worry about super chats or anything of that sort. Just buy my book to help me feel better for the super long stream, because I'm not quitting anytime soon. So the Liberals are now back to a 10-seat lead. This is going to be fluctuating a lot, I think. This is and let me know in the sandbox if you have bought my book. Rachel Atwood said, "You were right, Sandy." Sometimes my ear is a little bit more to the ground because I don't trust the algorithm bubble that I'm in so much. Also, something that I'm finding super interesting is my secret other book that I'm working on that unfortunately I can't tell you guys about because safety issues. And I'm not being facetious with that. I mean, like, if people found out I wrote this book, I could be targeted. But I set up some social media accounts for me as the author under the pen name that I'm using. And because I can't connect it to my Left of the Box and my SandeeLovas accounts, it's completely on its own, starting from scratch. And I'm also not picking so many political things with it. It is super interesting to see what pops up on my feed on Twitter. And it's mostly Elon Musk. Like, every other tweet is Elon Musk. But I'm also getting like a lot of other different types of messaging that I wouldn't normally see. It has turned a little bit political because even though my book isn't political per se, there's still, issues in it that tend to lean political, which means I follow different organizations which shouldn't be political but are. Thank you so much, Rachel Atwood, for the $2 super chat. As a pundit said, many urban votes still coming in. So it's interesting to see what outside algorithms or algorithms that aren't catered so much to what I do for content show. And also, I read a lot of the comments and stuff below things. So like earlier in the stream, I was showing the tweet from Brian Lilly, who is an editor, columnist, writer for the Toronto Sun, which is a right-wing rag. And he's like, I have a picture of Mark Carney giving that salute, when it was just a freeze frame of Mark Carney giving a wave, which is not the same as, Elon Musk on video twice full-throatedly giving that salute. But Brian Lilly trying to say, this is the same thing, why aren't you upset? Not the same thing. But it's reading the comments under Brian's tweet that are conservative leading that you can really, the anger is real. It is so real. Thank you so much, The Wild West, for the gifted 5 memberships. Super appreciate it. And Rachel got one, Sheldon got one, Sammy, Zeke the Beast, and Temporal Insanity got one. I'm not even sure I've seen you in the sandbox, Temporal Insanity, so welcome. Super appreciate it. Rachel Atwood, I don't have a ton of money to toss around, but here's a couple bucks to hopefully get the ball rolling. Like, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because I am somebody that I wish I could offer more to content creators that I appreciate, but I can't. Which is why I'm going to make sure that my sandbox is inclusive to people who are living with poverty as much as possible. Oh, let's see. So what are they saying?
Lay of the land in Saskatchewan.
So now we're back down to an
Ian. Let me show you what's
lead.
going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole
It's
lot of
so
nothing definitive.
fluctuating.
Basically. 157 leading and elected for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. The Bloc sort of sticking around that number now that most of the counting is done in Quebec. The NDP
Sheldon
at 10 and the
Petrie, thank you
Greens
so
at
much
1.
for
I believe
another
that
5
Senate
gifted
will follow at this
memberships.
stage. So
Fresh out of the asylum,
we are
good for
waiting
Gabby,
to be
Carrie,
able to give you a
Woods,
better
Hunger
sense
Games
of,
1989, and
government,
Kirkenstein's Monster
Mark
all get a
Carney will
gifted
lead
membership
in
thanks
his,
to
new mandate,
Sheldon
where he's
Petrie.
elected prime minister, not just one who won leadership.
John
That
Martinez,
is Liberal
Sandy, you doing this is
headquarters,
more
where
than
there was a
enough
lot
for
of
me.
excitement
Thank you for
earlier
your
in the night when it
courage.
was
I
declared that
appreciate
they
it.
would form
Well, thank you
government,
for
but right now they are waiting
all
to
the
see
encouraging words that
what
you tend to send my
exactly
way. I really,
that means.
I do value it a lot.
And I guess we're on there too. So Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you. And I guess we're on there too.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results.
But after this election, I'm planning on doing a video just explaining what being a member on my channel means. And also, with this election out of the way, I'll be able to focus more on that GYT video I've kept on promising about, which has kind of gone on the back burner because this election kind of more important to me than that video. Kind of a lot more important to me than that video. So, But also in the sandbox, let me know if you've bought the book, so I know if if I've doubled the numbers, like I hope I have. It's hard for me to check right now because of the way that the screens are lined up, unless I do this. Make you see. Kitty cats. That's not what I haven't. Oh, I haven't formatted this one yet. This is how the sausage is made in OBS. There. So I do this. There we go. Cute little babies. Now I can check to see if I've sold any books. Let's see. No, nothing new yet. But then again, I could sell a book and it not show up on the sales of my Kindle for a little bit of time. A window into the cat soil, yep. When I first uploaded that picture, it's a lot bigger than I thought. Shade Dragon, you can write if you want to. You can leave your name behind because your friends don't read, and if they can't read, they're probably running for president. It goes something like that, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that an actual song? But welcome to the sandbox, Shade Dragon. This is nerve-wracking. I need to find a way to like really get some sort of medication that will help me calm down. This is more encouraging though, the actual elected seat count again. So the Liberals still in the lead with 97 to 90. But you see, if you go for the leading, they're both at 59. So there's only, yeah, it's a 7-seat difference right now. But that's the thing. It doesn't, as long as they win, it doesn't matter by how many seats, because like in the States you were talking about supermajorities and stuff like that. Well, if they win, let's say exactly 172 seats, even if their party won like 170 seats and there's just a 2-seat difference, then that would mean that the party with the 172 seats have 100% control of the power. With a minority government, it's a little bit different. You'll need the coalitions. And from the looks of it, the NDP aren't going to be the ones to prop up the Liberals this time. It's going to have to be a lot of the Bloc Québécois. Well, actually, it's going to have to be a combination of the two, I think. Because it depends. Like, again, this is looking better. Up to 100 seats for the Liberals, 91 for the Conservatives. So, right now the seat difference between them is 9. If the NDP win all... Never mind. I was going to say if the NDP won all 10 of the seats that they were projected or leading in, then they could help the Liberals hold the balance of power. But now since they're only 9, unfortunately, then that means that for every vote, the NDP and the Bloc will have to vote with the Liberals. Or if it's tight enough, the NDP and the Greens, if the Greens hold both their seats. So it's a really sticky situation. Actually, let's see how Mike Morris is doing. And again, in the sandbox, let me know if you're interested in a specific riding. So Mike Morris is still in the lead with 80 of the 213 polls. So that's the thing, like, keep in mind, this is going to be a late night, depending on how long I want to do this, because this is 80 out of 213 polls have been counted so far in this riding. So, and it's very close, so it can still flip. I am curious again about, let's just see. Oh, there you go. It would help if I knew how to spell. Sorry, Pierre Poilievre. Again, it's only 12 out of 266 polls that have been counted, but it's still nice to see. It's still nice. He must be sweating buckets right now. Sweating buckets and shitting pellets. Like, it's just... For him to lose his seat after having a 20-point lead in the polls is embarrassing. So embarrassing. Let's see what Jugmeet Singh is doing. Damn. He's in third position out of 19 of 200 polls. That is not good. Let's go back to... Hamilton Center. Matthew Green is still in third. At least it's closer. For whatever that means. And it's 75 out of 227. So... he'd have to make up almost a 700 vote. Oh. It's possible. So it's still possible Matthew Green can win. I hope so. I really, really hope so. Did I check on Mike Morris recently? Kitchener Center. So Mike Morris is now in second position. So he was in first. Now he's in second. 90. So not even half the polls are counted yet. So it's so hard to say. And let's see how this racist piece of shit is doing. And, less than half of polls. Oh, that's not good. Aragon is the racist piece of shit residential school denialist. He's really getting close to the NDP there. The NDP incumbent. That is not good. That is very disconcerting.
Race between the two main parties. That is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected.
Oh, Zed, if I go to bed now, I'll wake up at 4. Yeah, I usually go to bed at like 2. Well, I go to bed closer to like 1:30. Go to sleep a little bit later.
Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes, and Chrystia Freeland.
Super Strike 9. I'm fucking pissed. Yeah, this is a bit tense.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to
The Wild West, they projected, they didn't declare. That's what I'm saying. It hasn't been called. It's just been projected.
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know,
Zed, tomorrow I'm objecting to the one declaration rule, then the next day I'm objecting to the other thing about time.
At that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback. And I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as
The
Prime
Wild West
Minister
who declared
that
I
he's
just did my
totally up to the
taxes and
job,
almost declared
and he has
bankruptcy.
been a remarkable
Ooh.
campaigner.
There
So
went my
this is
bonus.
a
It better
great
be
night for the
going to a Liberal
Party.
government.
It's a great night for Canadians.
Sorry to hear that.
What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other
I
towns.
don't really care what Chrystia Freeland has to say. I'm more curious about what you wonderful folks in the sandbox have to say. John Martinez, fuck anyone who denies the existence of Indigenous concentration camps. Yeah. Aaron Gunn is just a horrible, horrible piece of shit. Let's see. Rachel Atwood. She has such a squeaky voice. She doesn't have a voice that is podcasty. Let's put it that way. I have had people who, not like me, still concede that I have a good voice for what I do. It also depends on, how tired I am, I imagine, and how much I've been talking, and how much effort I'm putting into talking properly for a podcast. Jet nodded off. Glad to see the libs still beating the cons. Yeah. Oh, the Wild West. She has a Care Bear voice. In jank voice, I do declare. Oh. And where are we with official seats? Where's the official seats? Oh! It's going to be a long night. This is what I'm more concerned about. Okay. Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. Oh my God. We're back up to a 5-seat difference. Up to. Oh, do not scare me like that. Oh my dear Lord. Back up to. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. Back up to a 7-seat lead. Like, this is one of the things, like, I hate the nail bitingness of it. Like, I wish they would not. Like, I can't help but look at it. Like, watching a train crash. I can't help but look at it. But I wish they wouldn't show it until far more is actually declared, because if you just tune in and see there's only a 2-seat difference for elected seats, it kind of makes you want to freak out. John Martinez, I've been told I could host either a podcast or radio show due to my vocal abilities. I consider myself very average. It's, in order for people to like your voice on the radio and stuff, a lot of it has to do with just your comfort and your ability to speak confidently. Because you can have a fantastic voice, but if you come across as shy and timid, it's not very engaging to listen to. So you can also have a fairly yuck voice, but if you come across as emotional and enthusiastic and all of that sort of stuff, then you can be very engaging to listen to. So you can have a very average voice, but if you use it properly, lots and lots of people can find it very engaging. Because for me, one of my examples that I always think of, like, his voice is horrid, but his songs are kind of awesome. I'm totally blanking on his name right now that I set up that. The singer of Guns N' Roses. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. No, that's like a totally different song. Oh my God, it's late. The song from Armageddon. Somebody help me out here. I can see his face. Axl Rose, maybe? The guy who sang the theme song for Armageddon. His voice is actually quite horrid, but his songs are amazing. Bo Zed, James Earl Jones just has an amazing, like, liquid silk voice. John Martinez, Augustin Lara is another one. Couldn't sing for shit, but people loved his voice regardless. Aerosmith, that's it. Thank you, Sheldon. Yeah, Aerosmith. His voice is kind of shit. Like, it's very raspy and I wouldn't necessarily want to listen to it, but his songs are so good that I remember listening to. Yes, that's the Goo Goo Dolls song, I know. It's totally wrong song. This is what happens when I get tired. I get so dyslexic and turned around on so many different things. And for some reason, I'm just randomly thinking of Pitbull, the rapper, because the one thing I found fascinating about his voice and his cadence is he talks exactly like how he sings. He's just talking. Like, his rap songs, he's just talking. If you see him in interviews where he's just talking, it's the exact same cadence and everything, and I find that fascinating and interesting about him. But yeah. The Wild West. Wait, Aaron Gunn is winning? Well, he was in second last time I looked. Beating the incumbent. I don't. Yeah. John Martinez, earlier in his career, Tyler had more normal sounding voice. Listen to Dream On to see his earlier voice. It was remarkable to me. I have to give my ear holes a break from this because these headphones really hurt me after a while. Would people quit saying Aaron Gunn is winning? I'm getting very nervous to check now.
They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have one seat in the island of Montreal.
Yeah,
Alexander
he's winning.
Boulerice was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding.
Somebody like him should have never been allowed to remain candidate. When the Conservatives were purging a couple of their candidates for what their offenses are, like, some of them were left kind of unknown, and it's like, so they just murdered people. They've made snuff videos is what you're saying, because if you're kicking them out but keeping Aaron Gunn on, it had to have been that bad for them to have kicked out those people. But keep in mind, less than half the polls have been counted in that riding. Less than half.
This is the consequence of strategic voting. People hurrying to the Liberals stop the NDP from stopping Conservatives in seats where if their vote had held, they might have won. Either way, they have 2 seats basically in the north and
Super Strike 9, CTV, Kearney's Liberals beat Conservative, CTV News declares will form minority.
They had 3 seats coming into this. Right now, Leah Gazan is the last New Democrat standing in Manitoba. She has been elected, I'm told, in Manitoba. In Saskatchewan, they are nowhere at this point in time. You go into Alberta, you go to Edmonton. We already reported earlier, Blake Desjardins had lost his riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Heather McPherson is leading right now in Edmonton-Strathcona. So that means, really, obviously, no growth potential here. No growth potential here. It all comes down to British Columbia. This is where the core of the NDP caucus was. They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island.
Wow, the NDP have just been decimated.
This is going to be tight.
I'm still predicting their losing party status. I'm easily still predicting their losing party status. Hello, sweetie. Oh, come here. You want cuddles. I know. Come here. There we go. See, he likes to sit this way on me, so his face isn't facing you, unfortunately. So you're just seeing his back, but he's a sweetie. He's a sweetie. There we go. Just don't eat the headphones, okay, sweetie? Here. I think everyone can use a cat break. So let me just, there we go. I did that in the wrong order, didn't I? There we go. Everyone can use a little bit of a cat break. Oops. Oh. There we go. Up here. There we go. Look at his little shark fin goatee. It's so cute. I love his little shark fin goatee. Look at that. Look at that little thing right there. Look at that. Oh. You're so cute, sweetie. Yeah, my little Lanier. A little cuddle bug in his little shark fin goatee. Linner, Lanier. It's a character from Babylon 5. There we go. There we go. Shark fin goatee. He was so small when I first got him. Like, I wish that you could get cats that kind of stay the size of kittens and stuff, because they're so cute, but... Okay, gotta get back to the coverage, sweetie. Ugh. And I have a jar of open peanut butter here. I'm petting him. The cat hair is going all over the place. Not a good combination. Okay. There we go. And then I do this. And then I have to do this. And then I take away Frodo's cover. There we go. It's such a tedious process doing this the way that I do. Oh. Shade Dragon, mine's 5 pounds full grown. That's still pretty small. BCAT, Lennier. I can never remember that, yeah. Lanier is not a common name. John Martinez, peanut butter cookies sound good right now, now. Do you know what I recently tried? Because I found them, and so I had to try them, was peanut butter Oreos. Not as good as I thought they would be. They're good, but just not as good as I thought they would be. Like, there's something just wrong about the texture of the peanut butter icing that they have in it. But I love the pirate cookies, the pirate peanut butter cookies. I love those. Oh, we should probably actually listen to what these professional commentators are saying.
Ballots got opened and he clinched his riding.
So you know why I'm obsessing
Hello,
over
Styx Dragon.
I do.
Votes,
I've
because
experienced
I
it
lived
myself,
through
yes.
that.
Yeah. Andrew.
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections, you know, that we mark them with a paper ballot. It's hard for people to make funny business out of it. But we did see some people
I
talking
need to
about,
get better
pens
headphones
versus
because this is
pencils
really
that are-
hurting my ear
and
after a
I'm
while.
certainly hoping that there won't be anybody jumping on
Which are
this
on my
advanced
wish
thing
list
where
in
they-
the
if
description
it
box
comes in
below,
a way
my
at the
Amazon
end,
wish
the
list.
Liberals improve their seat count.
I
hope
haven't
that
even
will not
taken
give
my
rise to
nighttime
people saying,
medication.
"Wow,
This
it's
is
all
going to be a
because
very
some
interesting
funny
night for me to
business with the
sleep.
advanced polls."
Well, you can use a pen, but they do have special paper. So even if you use a pencil, it doesn't get erased. Just so people fact check that. But if you
Okay, that was so silly. They were so much desperately trying to push a conspiracy theory up here, like very American style, where, oh, you have to use a pen on your ballot, otherwise they'll erase it and they'll change your vote because whatever. I voted early. What happens is you're given the ballot and there's a place where it folds over so they can't see who you voted for. You go, you can use a pen, a pencil, whatever you want, fold it over, give it back to the person. They never actually see who you voted for. So then they fold it again and they put it in an envelope that while you were off voting, they wrote your name on with the date and they wrote your legal name on it with the date. And so again, without even seeing who you voted for, they fold it up again, they put it in that envelope, they seal it in front of you, then they have you sign it to confirm that you saw this process happen, and then they hand you the sealed, completely sealed envelope to put into the ballot box yourself. That's the process. There was no one trying to switch people's votes from pen to pencil. Which is absolutely ridiculous. Or trying to switch your votes by erasing the pencil.
Because I was also told 1 million votes had been counted. So the count may be slow. That might be part of the problem. And
into California.
And what?
We're turning into California, where it takes them a week to count the.
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
I know you're taking breakfast orders.
Yeah.
Sunny side
Let's
up.
see. Sticks, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Dragon Sharon, my family illegally crossed the border from Canada into the US back during the Great Depression. I'm planning on returning to Canada. I'm invested in this race. Yeah. John Martinez, for my headphones, I use the cheapest skull candy you can find. Small, but they sound like stereo, and your ears will be full bass and treble. Price $9.99. Well, that I can afford. But ideally I want, so the ones that I have on my wish list, they're ones that wrap around your ear, because anything inserted in my ears for any length of time, the pressure will start to build, and then it just becomes more and more painful as it goes along. And it's the same like if I have a pressure on my nose. Like, this does not hurt, but if it remains for hours, it will start to hurt. So, like, I can wear these headphones fine for a 2 to 3 hour stream, but we're far past that now. But yeah, I might look into like some skull candy ones. Ones, but they're more squishy. These have they're hard rounded type thing. Another pair that I keep in my purse for when I want to listen to my phone. They have the squishy inserts that are easier anyway. But the thing is that if I'm working out or walking, they slip out all the time because I get ear sweat. TMI, I know, but I do get a lot ear sweat. So back when I was working out a lot more, they would slip out all the time. And I go on walks a lot and they would slip out all the time. So ideally I want the ones that wrap around the ear. But when I go on my walks now, I use like, I was about to say muffin. They're not muffins. Are they muffins? Ear muffins. Ear muffins. Like ear muffin headphones.
She start in Winnipeg West. Doug Ailson, ER doc, who was an MP for this riding and then got beaten by Marty Morantz, has turned the tables on him, and he is going back to Ottawa. I think we're going to go up north now. Yes, we are. Churchill Kiwatanuk Aski and the longtime MP Nikki Ashton is trailing by quite a bit. So we don't have enough information.
Those at smoking sections anywhere, indoors or in confined spaces, were really silly when you think about it.
Who lost this riding by a small margin to Nikki Ashton way back in 2015.
It's kind of like, well, if you stay over here, then you won't be in the smoke, but there's no barrier. Okay, so maybe they're ear muffs and not ear muffins. Okay. You see, this is the entertainment value you get when I've been doing this for too long, in one stretch, when I'm tired and been speaking too long. You get interesting things like ear muffins as opposed to ear muffs. Noise canceling ear muffins for Yes, I do like the noise canceling ear muff headphones. Stinks Dragon Chiron, my Chiron is pronounced exactly how you would pronounce Chiron in French because French Canadian. Oh, Chiron? Chiron. Bozette, I actually like ear muffins now. I meant to say earmuffs. Oh. Shade Dragon, I'm pretty sure I can find baking pans in ear shape. The lining paper might be a problem, though. Monop, do you know the ear muffin man? Bozette, Apple Ear Muffin Pro 2, yes. Yes, they are now ear muffins. I totally meant to say earmuffs, but, you know, tired, dyslexia, all that sort of fun stuff. Oh, ow, and I'm not listening to anything, and it's hurting my ear hole. Oh. The Wild West, that would be really cute, honestly. Muffin earphones. Oh. Hermatologist girl, you thought he was a man, but he was a muffin. Stings Dragon Sharon. Most people don't speak French in the US, so here I settle with Sharon here. The Wild West, he's a stud muffin. Must be an earful. Yeah, it's been 5 hours since I've been streaming this, huh? Top of the muffin TA. That's the thing now. Ear muffins have now been willed into existence.
Projected winner of Edmonton Strathcona, Heather McPherson. Thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, let's chat about what you said at that stage.
Shade Dragon, now I really need earmuffs where the muff part looks like blueberry muffins. I'm sure they exist. Gunstroke the Cybertonian, at least it wouldn't have a bunch of load of synthetic ingredients and chemicals like McDonald's burgers. Let's see, are they saying anything?
2019. I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm going to fight for people in Edmonton, Strathcona, people in Edmonton, people in Alberta, and people in Canada. That's what New Democrats do. You know, this
I know
room
her.
was filled with people
Does
who
she
were
win?
volunteers, who knocked on doors.
I think
We
this
had
is
the
Nikki
best
Ashton.
candidates in the city. You know, we had a great team. It just, you know, the way things went, people were voting out of a sense of fear this election. And New Democrats do better when people are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
Well, you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your party, Blake Desjardins lost his seat to Carrie Diot in Edmonton-Griesbach. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, I mean, how do you represent the West when you go back to Ottawa when there is such strife within the National Party?
You know, in 2019, I was the only New Democrat elected in Alberta, and we were able to get so many things done. You know, with my private member
Heather
bill, I was able to stop
McPherson,
coal
right.
mining in the Rocky Mountains. You know, we were able to actually move. In this last parliament, there were 25 New Democrats,
Yes,
and look
she's
what
good.
we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation under Jugmeet Singh, a pharmacare plan that the Conservatives and Liberals had voted against time and time again, and that was only 25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. But New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government accountable.
Yeah, not
and
Nikki
they are
Ashton.
going to have
I think
to live up
she's
to their
Heather
promises to
McPherson.
Canadians, to make life more affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
Well, there are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
So
Thanks so much.
it's good that she won.
Now, Catherine,
She wasn't like a
won this seat pretty
standout
firmly
NDPer
back
to
in
me, but she was still a good
2021, 60% of the
NDPer, and I have featured her on my channel
so
before
far for Heather in this
for saying
moment.
good
Polls
things.
are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less at the moment. We'll see where the night takes us.
Really interesting. Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Sam Sampson. And Rosemary, Heather McPherson saying the future of the NDP is in this room. Pretty noteworthy when they have not right now. They don't have official party status, and the party's leader is in trouble in his own riding.
Yeah, and let me show you just that very thing. There you go. Jugmeet Singh continues to trail. Continues
He's still
to be
in
third
third
place.
place in his own riding, Jugmeet
this night
Singh.
in his riding of Burnaby
Oh.
Central. It had been a concern for the party, and it continues to be so. So we'll see whether...
See, the problem was he was parachuted in there in the first place because when he first became the NDP leader, he was not a sitting MP. So that riding opened up just conveniently for him to run in. And he didn't live in BC before. He used to live in Ontario. So they just kind of parachuted him in. And so, you know, if you don't have somebody that was really committed to a riding before, their seats are always very tenuous. He's trying to eat the earphone.
The strongest possible stance against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so they've lent their votes to the Liberal Party this time. But remember, the NDP is still the government in 2 provinces. We're the official opposition in 4 provinces. I still see a path to 12 seats there.
I love The Last Unicorn. It was like my favorite cartoon as a kid because I love unicorns. It's been a thing since I was like, some of the youngest things that I can remember were little unicorns and stuff that I had. And one of the oldest possessions I have is of a little plastic charm unicorn. And so growing up, I loved The Last Unicorn movie and watched it so many times. But then, you know, I got older and went, you know, a long, like decades long time not seeing it. And then like the 35-year anniversary of the movie came out and I'm like, oh, I need to check this out again. So I bought it and I put it in and it was just the most bizarre 90 minutes, however long it was, that I can recall. Because it was like 90 minutes of deja vu. Because as I was watching it, it was like I couldn't remember what the very next thing was. But as soon as that thing happened, I'm like, of course I remember this. How could I have ever forgotten it? And that was like the entire movie of just like, what's next? Oh, right. Of course that's it. Of course. I would never. And it was just for the entire movie. That was my state of mind. It was so weird. And that was such a dark movie. Oh my God. So dark. The movies they made back in the 80s. Whew. They were some interesting. They were on some interesting substances back then, I think. I'm trying to think if there was anything even remotely like that from like the 70s and 60s that I can recall watching. Because he used to watch a lot of older movies. Because they were just different vibes and everything. Because I believe Heavy Metal, the cartoon, also came out in the 80s. The Heavy Metal movie. Which is a bizarre watch. But I like heavy metal magazines. So, yeah, a lot of very interesting movies, like very unique movies back in the 80s.
We still have 12 and the Liberals are 12 short. That's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, yeah, that's fair.
And we'll live to see tomorrow where we actually end up.
Okay. Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate you you being forthcoming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other
John Martinez, Die Hard was my favorite from the
'80s.
80s. Is that from the 80s?
Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much. We get to be together
My
on
cats are
election
starting to
night
get a
anyway,
little bit
Rosemary.
cranky because I didn't give them their
So it turns
evening
out that
snack.
idea to not retire and spend time with your family worked out for you here. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'm feeling really good about the path
Stick
ahead.
Stricken, Heavy
Obviously, it's
Metals
an invigorating experience.
was a trip, and now I want to watch it on shrooms. Yeah, I got the magazines for quite some time because I loved like the variety of the artwork in it, the stories. I liked how there was like a lot of little short stories, so you didn't have to commit to anything, and just some really beautiful artwork in it. And adult themes and stuff, which I enjoy adult themes that are more hard hitting than kids stuff. Hi, cat. Ow. Ow. Jet couldn't make heavy metal or Roger Rabbit today. Animation was wild back then. Yeah. Die Hard came out Christmas of '88, says John Martinez. Rachel Atwood, for the life of me, I could not guess how old Sandy is. And we're going to keep it that way. I'm kidding. Ow. Ow. Come on, Lanier. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to be talking about my age. Oh. When Lanier wants attention, he makes it very known that you are going to give him attention.
It is possible for the Liberal Party to work with the Conservative Party. We were discussing it with the At Issue panel. I mean, it just seems, given the way the election unfolded and how difficult Mr. Poilievre was before the election in terms of how he confronted the Liberal government, I don't know how that works going forward. Do you see a path for people to work together in the face of Donald Trump?
Look, it may depend on the specific issue. Obviously, one of the things that I heard on the doorstep and something that reflects my experience in the House of Commons, Mr. Poilievre in particular has adopted a very similar style of politics to what we've seen from President Trump. But it's not as though that one person represents the voices of every member of Parliament from all opposition parties. We have.
Not so interested in that. Let's see where we at. Oh, okay. So a little bit better. 9-seat lead, if I'm doing my math correctly this late at night. 9-seat lead. That's a bit better. But we're not in... Yeah, it's definitely going to be a minority government, whichever one forms. Only 3 new Democrats have been elected officially. 1 Green elected. Mike Morris? Mike Morris, did he get elected? There we go. Kitchener Center. Oh, damn it. I had my hopes up. God damn it. He's behind. And who's the Green that won? Oh, probably, if we scroll down. Oh, no, it's not the leader of the Greens. He got defeated. I wish there was an easier way of being like, okay, so who is the Green that won? I was really hoping that was Mike Morris. Must be maybe Elizabeth May? You know, it's very difficult to do this while you're on me, Kat. E-L-I? How do you spell Elizabeth? E-L-I... Somebody help me out here. Liz. Okay, I got those letters right. There we go. Yes, so Elizabeth May was elected. So the co-leader of the Greens was defeated. And Mike Morris is still only in second position in his riding. Oh, darn it. Darn it. True, gosh. Matthew Green is still in third. He was really popular. I don't get that. Like, he was really popular. But it's like, the thing is like right now, even if they were to all win their projected seats, there's not enough NDP seats to tip the balance of power for the Liberals. So there will be no coalition formed this time because it would be very pointless unless both the Liberals and the Green decided to form a coalition with the Liberals. So, because the Bloc Québécois, they're not going to form a coalition with anyone. They'll vote on, you know, specific policies with the Liberals and stuff. But, you know, seeing a coalition like there was with the Liberals and the NDP before just isn't going to happen. But, you know, the NDP is just getting decimated. And I was worried that's exactly, oh, that guy's horrible.
Seats. Do you see that as a possible outcome to some of the fractions and frictions that exist within the federal party?
There is a lot of unity from Conservatives across the board. Peter MacKay and Stephen Harper.
This is a Christian nationalist Zionist piece of shit.
To people who've been part of our movement for a long time, united behind Pierre. They're opportunists like Doug Ford, and I think...
And close friends with J.D. Vance.
It is about some people believing our purpose as Conservatives is to be an alternative to what the Liberals offer, and then there are people like Doug Ford who are opportunists, and I reject that outright.
Do you have any leadership
Ooh,
ambitions?
shots fired towards Doug Ford. I hate them both.
Right now, we're still waiting in for the final seat counts. I don't know what tomorrow holds. My focus, though, is on all the young people, all the parents, the moms, the dads who came to us and trusted us to offer an alternative, a brighter future. We're going to see that through. We're going to keep fighting, and when the next federal election comes around, Conservatives will earn the trust of more voters, and we will bring home a victory nationally.
My last question to you looks at the results. As we speak here right now, 160 for the Liberals, 151 for your Conservatives. This is a lot closer of a race than some had expected. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, I think a lot of people misunderstood just the frustration that Canadians felt. All these polls that showed Conservatives far below the Liberals, I think we're missing.
Lanier gets very goblin-like later at night when he knows it's closer to his feeding time for wet food. He becomes very, very
and we are going to continue offering them
moody.
That vision for Canada. As we continue to see progress made, earning more trust, growing our party, getting more union support, police support, young families, working class families, I think we will see this identity that Pierre Poilievre has helped develop,
college
crystallize
roommate,
further,
yeah.
and our party will only go up.
Was at his wedding.
Jamiel Jivani, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Adrian, I will turn back to you from Jamiel Jivani's victory party here in Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
I hate seeing horrible people celebrate that they're winning in horrible ways and will hurt people. But yeah, Jamiel Jivani is just a horrible, horrible trash piece of human.
I have a few things to say. That was very interesting, Rosie.
It was. I mean, there was an interview that Politico did with Doug Ford that was published today. That was perhaps inspired what Jamiel Jivani said there. It was very frank and aggressive about what the federal Conservatives are doing. Let's bring in the panel and get their response and reaction to that. I mean, if you want a confirmation that there is a problem, a major rift between Ford Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre Conservatives, Jamiel Jivani just showed you that.
It's like it was two different interviews. Like the last part.
Six Dragon, Goblin Cat sounds adorably terrifying. It is.
Well, but that's a kind of a positive vision of the.
Like he'll start. If I walk past the couch, he'll jump on the back of the couch and he'll start swiping at me and nipping at me because he knows it's close to wet food time. And he'll start following me around and get like very grouchy. It's also kind of cute.
Failure to build bridges even within their own movement.
Yes.
And this kind of scabrous negativity. I mean, you know, people talk about, oh, well, it's only because the NDP vote collapsed. A big part of the reason the NDP vote collapsed was Pierre Poilievre's leadership and the specter that he presented to, at least to progressive voters. Yeah. When conservative leaders...
That is unfortunately true. Pierre Poilievre did a better job reaching working class people than the NDP did.
In fact, I probably did the opposite through the polls, Chantal.
But if you're going to run possibly a fragile government, it's good news to hear this interview because you know the Premier of Ontario will continue to be working with you as the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada.
That's right.
And in the end, bottom line, once we get through this who knows when thing, the next order of business is going to have to be dealing with what's happening south of the border.
That's right.
And the one relationship that will really matter is that of the Premier of Ontario with the Premier of Canada in those circumstances.
Yes,
Having listened to that, you kind of feel relieved that these are not the people who will be knocking at Premier Ford's door.
Well, I mean, it does show that if it was a Pierre Poilievre Prime Minister with that kind of animosity between the biggest province in the country, I don't know how that would have worked to take on Donald Trump. I don't know. Maybe they would have been able to patch things up if they were going to form government.
Let's see.
I mean, when there is no need to say things like this.
Okay, that's
and you
and
wonder
go on
whether
rants.
whether he had authorization for this. I mean, Pierre Poilievre,
so they're up to
as I said,
11-point
escaped
potential
penalty, but he
lead
should
or
be
11
a
seat
chastened
potential lead. So
leader
that's
at this point.
a little
He
bit
threw
better.
away a 25% lead, and it's because of things like that. And if he doesn't learn from
But
this
again, it means like
experience,
the NDP will not be able to form a coalition with the Liberal government to keep them in power. So it doesn't mean that the government is going to collapse right away. It's going to be vote specific. And as long as the NDP and the Bloc don't vote for a non-confidence, then we'll be fine. But like if the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois decide we're going to call for a vote of non-confidence and team up against that, then yes, we'll be looking at another election relatively soon. But I don't think they want that right now because, Yves François Blanchet, he won his seat, but his party is really, really hurting right now. So they have to do some damage control and repair some of what went wrong before they should try calling in their election. Because if they are responsible for calling in their election in the near future, they're going to get punished for it. Because Canadians don't want that. We do not want another federal election within a year type thing. So it'd be unlikely that there would be another federal election within the year. But like technically speaking, it's possible. It's just nobody wants it. And so also the Conservatives won't be calling for one because they need to figure out their leadership situation, because if Pierre Poilievre doesn't win his riding, then there's going to be a leadership race on that end too. And so then they're going to want to get a new leader in and established before they even attempt to overthrow the Liberal government. But if they get someone in and he's really popular and they feel a lot of momentum, then it wouldn't surprise me if they try to call for a vote of non-confidence sooner than later. But we're looking at a bare minimum a year, and the Bloc would have to be on board with it. Again, the NDP have so few seats, it wouldn't even matter if they voted for or against them. Actually, let's see how is Pierre Poilievre doing? That's so good to see. But it's still less than half the polls counted, so he can still make up that 2,000 difference. He can still make up the 2,000 difference in votes, potentially, with less than half. But it's going to take a super long time to call his riding in particular because of how many people were on that ballot. Let's see. Like, I don't want to leave the stream until I feel confident that they're going to have a minority position. And I don't know what that number is. Because if you look at the actual vote difference, Liberals have 42.8, the Conservatives have 41.8. They're super close, technically speaking. But it always depends on where the votes are, the spread of the votes, that sort of thing. Like, I don't want to go to bed until I know about, like, Mike Morris and Matthew Green and, you know, other people. But it is, like, almost 12:30 here. I can probably, let's just say, no matter what happens, at 1 a.m., I need to call it, because I can't go straight to bed after live streaming. I need to decompress and do other things, not in front of a camera, before I can relax enough to go to bed. And so I might not be getting to bed until 3 a.m. So let's just say I'm going to be calling the stream at 1 a.m. my time, and we'll have to leave it there, unfortunately, no matter what is said. So if you have any pressing questions or super chats you want to get in, you have a half hour. A half hour. I could almost use another Diet Coke. I haven't taken my sleepy meds, so and it's so late that it's not a good idea to take them now. So Grand Theft Autobot. I was going to play some RoboCop Rogue City, but I don't know if I can enjoy it right now. I don't play many games. You see, I used to try to play like those real games. And there was one that my mom got me because it was Star Trek theme, and of course I love Star Trek. But it was like none of the real characters from Star Trek or anything. It was just kind of Star Trek theme. And the thing is that it started off in a room of the starbase. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how to even get out of that room. Like, my brain doesn't logic how these games work. Because it's like, oh, well, if you just push over this this cabinet, then there's a key there that you need for this and that and the other thing. And it's like, I don't, this isn't real. None of these are laid out in realistic ways. How am I supposed to know that you're just supposed to randomly push over this paperclip in order to get something that you need for a puzzle in order to unlock the door so you can get to the next place? So that didn't work. And then I tried to play a shooter game with someone. So it was like 2-people shooter and you go after each other or whatever. And it just looked like my character was spazzing out having a seizure. Because that's what it was like, it's not moving. And so it just looked like he was like totally freaking out on the screen. So that didn't work. But I like my solitaire type games, my Mahjong, Sudoku, Minesweeper type things, Jewel Quest type things where there's like the sheet of the different colored things that you match to make lines and whatnot. They're in a bazillion different types of games. Those are the type of things that I like. Or little like easy puzzle games. Because when I play games, I don't necessarily want to be thinking too hard. And I have to really be in the mood for a challenging puzzle game. But something like Sudoku is an easy puzzle game, so I can play that and turn off half my brain. Because half my brain will be working on something else, and playing a game kind of helps me to focus on the other things, even though I'll still have the TV on in the background too. I need all those distractions in combination sometimes. So I like easy puzzle games that I can win. Like the Pie that I used to have. Oh my god, I'm so upset my computer... Grand Theft Autobot, you're still on there, aren't you? Aren't you? You helped me get that game originally. I need that game back. I played it literally every day when you helped me discover it. Sometimes multiple times a day. All the levels. Because I am so incredibly addicted to that game. And you have no idea how devastated I was when my computer is like, this is too much of a virus threat, so we're not going to even allow you to install it. It's like, I don't care. Virus up my laptop. I want the game. I want the game. Like, I wish there was just a way to download it so that it wasn't reliant on the internet. There must be a way of doing that, like some sort of magical code that you can plug in that would steal it off the internet so that you can have it as like a pirated version that you don't need to be hooked up to the internet to play. There must absolutely be a way to do that with that game. Steal all the code and then rewrite the code or something. Because it's not just a matter of you know, the layouts and stuff. It's the sound effects too that you need, because it has a very satisfying clicking sound. I need that game back. Grand Theft Auto says, I remember they started with the platform of separating Quebec from Canada. Not sure how strong they still feel about that. Well, the Bloc Québécois is doing really poorly this time. The Wild West BQ is a separatist party. They want Quebec to be its own country. Very much so. Mozart says, I can't play those games because I get motion sickness. John Martinez says, that game sounds like it came from the LimeWire days. Yeah, exactly from... I think it was ZapSpot that the site is on. That is like the computers just kind of go nuclear. Like, you are uploading every virus every time you play this game. Jet says, you can do that with hex editors, but you gotta know hex. Kaza? I need that game back. You're going to see me get into a really weird headspace by the time this is done, because this is going to be close to like, or a 6-hour long live stream late at night, mostly solo, covering something that is very nerve-wracking and uncomfortable. So you're going to see me get into a very strange state of mind by the end of the stream. So what that means is to help me out. Super chats. No, that's okay. I do mean that's okay, because I know a lot of my regulars, you don't have the money to help me out that way, and that's fine, because all you have to do is like, share, subscribe, recommend me to other people, recommend me to other content creators to have me on their shows for collaborations, all of that. Also super, super helpful. And it doesn't cost anything. Bo said, I worked 46 hours straight once and only remember 45 of them. I don't know how that's even possible. The longest I've stayed up in recent memory was 24 hours. And that was, not to get too dark, it was going to my father's funeral in Alberta. And that was a while ago. That was like a long time ago, actually. Because I couldn't sleep on the plane. And I think it wasn't his funeral, it was his burial, because his funeral was in November. The burial was in March. No, May, closer to his birthday, what his birthday would have been, because it was like northern Alberta, like a 7-hour drive north of Edmonton. So you don't do burials in the winter. You have to wait till the ground softens up in the spring, even though it was just like an urn with his ashes. But after the plane ride at early in the morning, like the red-eye flights is what they call them, I think. So I wasn't able to sleep on the plane. It was just, I couldn't. And then landing, and then meeting up with family I'm not familiar with, then getting into a vehicle to drive hours and hours and hours and stuff. So I ended up staying up like 24 hours, and I was not okay after that. Sheldon Petrie, I'm heading out despite a 62% voter turnout. My riding went conservative. That's unfortunate. Styx Dragon Chiron, Jet Hex editors used to be my jam. It was only way I played ADOM without losing all progress because of RNG. I'm sure those letters have a lot of, significance. Grand Theft Autobot. I remember a ST game where you walked around with Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and 2 red shirts who get killed first if you screw up. LOL. I liked the idea since the red shirts are always the ones to die. Yes. Rachel Atwood, if I get a job offer tomorrow, you're on. Okay. Grand Theft Autobot says, create an exception in your antivirus program. I think I tried to. In Windows, I was trying to set up an exception, but it was weird. I don't think it was letting me. Like, it wasn't even showing up as an option to make it an exception. So I'm not entirely sure how to do that. Oh, Jugmeet's speaking.
Good for him in his own riding tonight. And as we've shown you there, the NDP, not even official party status. Let's listen in live.
Yes, let's listen to Jugmeet live here. I really want to see Pierre Poilievre's speech when he loses his seat.
We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys.
Mozart, do we know how the two guys at the golf range, one whom, yeah, the conservative commercial, how they voted?
She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you.
Well, I hope you get the job, Rachel
You
Atwood.
guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country.
Damn, they're down 17
to congratulate
seats.
Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you.
Yeah, he officially lost his seat.
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously,
I would never
know
be
this night
that
is
generous.
a disappointing night for New Democrats.
I'd be like,
We had
fuck
really
them.
good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you
Gracious
knocked,
is the word I
how many
wanted,
family
not
dinners you
generous.
missed,
I would never
how
be
many
that
nights
gracious.
Kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah.
Chad, now he sails off with his pension. Good. You should get a pension.
Thank all
I want
those
people to get
incredible
pensions.
candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back
Have a good
down,
night, LeWildwest.
even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. we make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed.
Good.
Now, I could not
Like,
have done this incredible job.
I don't want to sound like I'm celebrating it, but
Give me a second to break down.
they needed to turn over leadership a while ago.
Without the incredible support of my wife.
Jugmeet is a great guy, fantastic person, just not the right person for the NDP. Yes, Chad, the NDP lost official party status.
She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me.
I predicted back in the fall that unless there was a major change in the NDP, they will lose official party status, and here we are. They didn't bother to change. I also said that unless the Liberals changed, they would definitely lose and the Conservatives would win a majority. The Liberals changed. So, that turned things around, but I knew a while ago that unless there was a major change in the NDP, they would lose official party status this round because they just aren't offering enough of a difference from the Liberals. And they aren't offering things that really excite people to get out. And that's what the party used to be. It used to be the socialist party that it would energize and engage people. And it's been years and years and years since this party has gone anywhere close to where like Jack Layton had it.
That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded. Given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our...
Chad is wondering if I think the first move of the cons and the Bloc would be voting on confidence. No, because the cons need to recover because it looks like Pierre Poilievre is going to lose his seat. So they need to do a whole leadership race and, get someone established and build up momentum again and stuff. So I'd say at a bare minimum, at least a year, because the Bloc is also suffering a lot because they've lost a lot of seats and a lot of confidence in their party. So they're going to want to rebuild as well. Plus, they don't want to be the ones to trigger a new election right now because they will be punished by the public. Nobody wants it. And if the Bloc is responsible for calling in their election at any time soon, they will be decimated to NDP levels. So I would say at a bare minimum, we've got a year.
It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy, it's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits.
It's not the water,
Bozed,
it's him trying not to cry.
And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight,
which I
we
understand.
want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing.
Jugmeet does have a nice beard, Bozed.
Thank you.
Okay, that is Jugmeet Singh conceding, first of all, his own riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in third place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since...
So, there'll be a new leader. I'm curious to see what Pierre Poilievre, how is he doing in his riding? He's still losing. He is still losing. But still less than half the polls counted. But still have to make up over almost 2,000 votes. So he's still losing. Fingers crossed. And even if Pierre Poilievre doesn't lose his seat, just given the fact that he, what's the word? When he butchered a 20-point lead over the Liberals? Squandered? No. When he lost, like he lost it. Butchered, squandered, something like that. When he did that over a 20-point lead, one thing the Conservatives do is they get rid of losing leaders. So even if he maintains his seat, he won't remain as leader of the Conservative Party.
It was something that, no matter how it shook up, they had helped to get dental care. They had made dental care happen. And for them, that was something they were going to hold on to. That was something that the NDP pushed to with just 24 MPs in the House of Commons. But obviously, this leaves this party in really the worst situation.
The last time they lost official party status was in the 90s, and this is so important for a political party. It allows you questions in the House of Commons.
Mike Morris is
allows
down
you,
like
to
1,000
be in committees
votes.
to get staff, and so where this
He's lost
party
his seat.
ends now is really going to be the question.
Okay, Marina.
195 out of 213 polls reported. There's no way he's going to recover that. Mike Morris lost his seat. Oh,
Thank you, Marina. Appreciate
it's
that.
so
Gonna
sad.
go to Randall Garrison there. I will say, if you're going to lose and have a devastating night and still act that gracious in your loss, that speaks to the humanity
That's
of these
really,
leaders,
really
and certainly
disappointing.
Of Mr. Singh. Speaking about the sacrifices people have made, he himself also has made, and now that he's stepping down. Are you surprised about the fact that he's leaving?
No, and I said just a few minutes ago, I guess, on the air, that it was too early to write the story, but I was pretty sure this is the story.
And Matthew Green is also definitely losing his seat too. Oh, man. Those were like two of the best politicians. Two of the best MPs we had. I'm really going to feel it with Mike Morris because I've seen him in the community so much at different events, and he's been on my show twice. It's really upsetting to see him lose. Like, really, really upsetting. Oh. Okay, 10 more minutes. Get your questions in. And also let me know if you want to... I'm not doing a live stream tomorrow, but let me know if you want to see me do a live stream maybe Wednesday to just specifically talk about the results of the election and thoughts and stuff. And I'll see about doing that. And I'll probably get back to doing my typical news stream on Sunday evening. But yeah, let me know if you want to see like my processed thoughts of this election on Wednesday. But tomorrow I'm definitely not doing a live stream because this has been going on for way too long. It'll be a 6-hour long live stream. Super Strike 9, I just want to know when the election is going to be called. Well, they're going to stay up working on this. Like, you know, the people who are counting, they don't really go on break. They have like staggered. It's, yeah. They still have just over 10,000 polls that need to report. But the Liberals, for elected seats, have gotten a much more hearty lead. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable now that the Liberals will, in fact, get a minority leadership. Because even in the leading added with the elected, there's a fair bit more distance than there was earlier, which is super encouraging. I want to see it. So, you know, in the next 8 minutes, when I decide to end this stream, I will be very confident in saying that the Liberals have a minority seat. And we can expect this government to form and stay maintained for at least a minimum a year. And in that time, the more we push Mark Carney into more progressive things, I think he's going to be more responsive than, let's say, Justin Trudeau was. Just given what I've seen of him so far. And if he can be pushed into doing the right things, then if the other parties were silly enough to do voted non-confidence after a year, they would lose again, and the Liberals would have yet again another seat and possibly a majority. It's been a wild ride for the Liberals over the past 8 years. Majority, minority, 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 and it would be so hilarious if then they had in their election and got a majority. But yeah, I feel very confident now because it's like an 18 seat difference for the elected, officially elected. And then somebody do the math because my brain is too tired. Let's do this. Do this. A calculator app. 149. So even adding up the leading and the elected, they would still have a 14-seat lead over the Conservatives. I'm feeling much better than when it was saying like 4 seats. And especially this late, because, yeah. But damn, even if the the NDP win all the rest of their seats down to 7. Not even party status. I should have had this up, actually. Oh, let's see. So, will this tell me? Oh, Wikipedia has absolutely horrendous photo of Pierre Poilievre. Let's see, NDP. Oh, down here. So, they had 24 seats before the election. Down to 7. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. And the Bloc Québécois, they had 33 seats. They're down 10. Not as brutal as the NDP, but pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Bozette, all I care about at this point is funnel cake with strawberries, whipped cream, and powdered sugar. Yeah. I used to love going to Canada's Wonderland. I used to get a season pass like years and years in a row. And it was like the place I went to when I just needed to be out. I used to go there alone all the time. But it was nice because I could go there and be around people without having to interact with people. And I love roller coasters. Once I got over my fear of them, I absolutely love roller coasters. And I love just even walking around the park, the kitschy stuff that they had in all the gift shops. I've gotten so much swag from Canada's Wonderland. Like an old ancient keychain I have is from Canada's Wonderland. Some of my favorite sweaters are from Canada's Wonderland because they actually had fairly decent stuff in some of their gift shops. And back when Paramount owned them, they even had a Star Trek shop, which I loved. And I love just walking around or going there for a day and specifically to just watch the different shows that they had, because the production value of the shows that they had at Canada's Wonderland, really good and really interesting shows. And so I would love going to Canada's Wonderland on a regular basis, even if I barely went on any rides while I was there. It's been a long time since I've been there. I would love to go back. It's just the last time I went there, it got frustrating because they actually had to hire people to hold a sign at the end of the line so that people knew where the end of the line for a certain ride was, because it snaked out so far from where the ride was. And I hate that. It's like, it feels like they let too many people in on any given day, that they need to have like a far lower count of people that they let in. Because, you know, the thought of going there and waiting 2 hours to go on a ride that's 2 minutes just is not worth it. And then you can pay like a lot of extra money to get like the super passes so that you get to the shorter lines, but there's 2 versions of that. So there's a fast pass and there's their faster pass, which is just ridiculous that they do this. Rachel Atwood, Jugmeet's preparing to step down as soon as the new leader is voted in. Yeah, as soon as they have an interim leader, he will be stepping down. Oh, shit, we're missing Pierre.
Received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning...
He just started.
And we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. No.
He said no before the audience even started booing.
And disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first,
and yes, it does look like he should have Texas oil money, Jay Dragon.
Backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats.
He says
from President
Canada
Trump.
first, and that was like literally the Liberals' slogan.
And all parties with the
Or
common
Canada
goal
Strong
of
was the
defending
Liberals'
Canada's
slogan.
interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country.
You
But
haven't
we
been
will
putting
not stop
together the
there.
best arguments, and
Every
you've been lying
single
through
day,
your teeth.
Our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
He says my Conservative.
We have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative
He hasn't said anything about
caucus
stepping
and
down yet.
myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day.
So
to
he's
tell
doing
me
this, and
about their struggles.
there's still a very, very strong
fears,
possibility he's
but
not
also
going to win
their
his own
hopes and
riding.
dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people.
It sounds like he's planning on staying on as leader. Little does he know, his party isn't going to tolerate that.
We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all,
you already
it
said that.
requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for.
You know, this speech, you just change around a couple words, and it could have been the exact same speech as if he had won.
Je vous ai entendu.
I heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because we must now never stop. The people of Canada deserve that we continue to fight for them.
Who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight For the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account. For the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home. For the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe.
And
in
you
their
voted
local
against
neighborhood
their
parks.
dental care.
For those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime. For those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America. For all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops.
Yeah, that's not how I'm working hard. I don't have a big, beautiful house on a safe street.
Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Hey, don't play music. So it sounds like from what he was saying there that he's planning on staying on. Because even if he's not an MP, I'm pretty sure he gets paid a pretty penny if he remains the leader of the party. And then he will still talk smack about other people getting their pension, which is just ridiculous. But if he doesn't win his seat, he is definitely getting kicked out, and he's most likely getting kicked out even if he does win his seat as leader, because the Conservatives don't tolerate losers for their leadership. So he might not know it now, but his time as leader is coming to a close, because also all the right-wing organizations that help to promote him, they also don't like investing in losers. So they will try to find somebody else, but it could take time for them to find the right mix, because they'll want to find somebody who, for a change, is charismatic, because Pierre Poilievre is just a potato. And he has been for a long time. He's an MPC. So they're going to want to find somebody that has, that Doug Ford charisma. Somebody who can, win over the masses. There's rumor that Doug Ford will even try to run for leadership, which would just be devastating for this country, because if Doug Ford became leader of the Conservative Party, they would absolutely win. And he would do all the same horrid bullshit to the rest of the country that he's doing to Ontario. But that's Doug Ford analysis for other streams and stuff that I continuously do on my channel if you're here for the first time. Constantly breaking down and analyzing Canadian politics. But I'm not too interested in the Mark Carney speech right now. Let's do this. Let's do this in the right order. So I do that first. And I do this. And then I do this. Ah, damn it. Wrong order. There. Shade Dragon, LOL, Pierre Tato. Yeah. So he doesn't know it yet, but his time as leader is coming to a close. So it'll be interesting to see who comes up in the ranks. I hope it's not Doug Ford. That would mean that he has to give up his cushy job as premier of this province. And it's less stress to be a premier than I would imagine a Tyre, trying to run for leadership as prime minister. And I look like I've been awake for way too long. Jet, the guy who only ever repeats slogans like broken record, is an NPC? No, wait, that tracks. Yeah. So, yeah. I feel fairly confident at this point that the Liberals will have a minority government, but both the Bloc and, well, I think just the Bloc could prop them up, depending on where we were. I'm tired. I'm not going to switch screens over again. But they'll most likely need help from the Bloc and the NDP in order to pass anything, because it's not a strong minority position. You know? As in they only need the help of one party in order to get over that threshold. But it's disappointing. There's a lot of ridings that I'm super sad to see how they went. I haven't checked on Aaron Gunn again because I don't want to know, because he needs to be like charged with hate crimes. Because it is a crime to, you know, spreads. We don't have free speech. We have freedom of expression. And it is a crime to, you know, it's a crime to promote genocide by speech. Canada participating in one in Gaza, that's a different thing, as long as you're not promoting it. Stupid rules in this country. But Aaron Gunn, horrible piece of shit. So, and losing, you know, Matthew Green and Mike Morris and Leah Gazan, just absolutely devastating. Those are some of the best people we had in the government. My ear hole still hurts. Rachel Atwood, was Harper ever really charismatic compared to Pierre Poilievre? Kinda. He was charismatic to conservatives, not so much to the general population. You see, that's where Doug Ford differs. Doug Ford is charismatic to the general population, whereas Stephen Harper could schmooze very well with conservatives only. And so if they find that conservative that can schmooze and be charismatic with all groups of people, then we have a problem. And I don't know of any off the top of my head who would be a good contender other than like Doug Ford, but I don't know if he want to give up his seat yet. As Premier of Ontario, he might be devastating for the country, but as for the MPs that I can think of in the Conservative Party right now, I can't think of like, and who is kind of like positioned the best to get into leadership there. So they're going to have to reset, have a leadership race, because they're not going to want to keep Pierre on, especially if he loses. Super Strike 9, Sandy, very true about PPM Ford. Yeah. Marty, hi everyone. I slept for the whole evening and missed what happened. Either way, I hope Canada stays strong. It's not officially called, but yeah, the Liberals will have a minority again, which is fine by me. Better than the Conservatives. And it really is quite the turnaround. Like, it, credit where credit is due, as they say. Mark Carney's turning around of the Liberals is kind of epic. What he did, what he pulled off. It really is epic. And again, as I was saying earlier, it's not just Mark Carney. It had to be in conjunction. That's not the word. Conjunction with what Donald Trump was doing. Because if it was just Mark Carney and Donald Trump was acting semi-normal and not, you know, causing a trade war and tariffs and calling us the 51st state, Mark Carney would have lost. But if Justin Trudeau had been in the position and Donald Trump wasn't doing all of that stuff, and it was just Justin Trudeau, he still would have lost. So it really had to be the change of leadership, Mark Carney putting in the effort, and Donald Trump. Without those things both factoring in, the Conservatives would have won. Thank you, Rachel, for plugging me on Blue Sky. I was really hoping to have 8K subscribers by the time this election happened. Oh well. I lost subscribers recently. I can't wait till the day where I don't know if I've gone up plus or minus 10 people. My number's big enough that it doesn't show. Someday. Super Strike 9 thinks that Trump was the biggest factor in their opinion. Could be. Could be. I just know that they both had to happen, and they did. Anyway, I am like totally toast. It has been over 6 hours since I've been doing this, and it is super late, and I still need to kind of like decompress and unwind before I even attempt to go to bed. So yeah, conjunction was the word I was looking for, Rachel. So let's do all the regular stuff of like thanking everyone, and you know, there's my book, please buy my book. And let's see, where do we have this and this and this? There we go. Yeah, all that stuff. You know. Become a patron if you can. Become a member if you can. Don't stress if you can't. Ongoing help with Frodo's vet bills is always appreciated. PayPal, e-transfer, that sort of thing. Amazon wishlist. It has a variety of things from, you know, something that's a few dollars to something that is over 1,000. A new laptop. Let's just say Wish is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that phrase. Yeah, and I don't know if anyone said anything about me doing a stream on Wednesday for doing more of a thorough recap of what happened. And yes, thank you for the super chats today and the people who gave subscriptions today. Super appreciate it. For the people who will buy my book, super appreciate it. So, Grand Theft Autobot, Night Sandy, if Lance is still streaming, that's where I'll be. It wouldn't surprise me if he's not, because he has more of a life than I do, and probably has to get to bed sooner than I do. He might be. Because, you know, there is that bit of a time difference, but even by the time he gets to bed, I don't think there's going to be any difference in what the results are showing, whereas it won't be officially called, but the Liberals will most likely be minority. Marty, the only thing that Trump said he wanted a Liberal to win is it'd be easier for him, so that's why part of me wanted Poilievre to win, just because Trump wanted Libs to win. I'm not entirely sure that's what he wanted, especially based on the Truth Social he sent out today. Part of it might have been he was just saying that because he realized by supporting Pierre Poilievre so much, it was actually harming his chances. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, I'm toast. Blah, 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 blah. All this stuff. And if I get enough comments under this video saying you want a Wednesday stream to recap this, then I might do that. Otherwise, it probably won't be until Sunday when I do my regular news stream. So thank you to the mods. Thank you for everyone for just coming out and checking this out. I super appreciate it. Yeah. Salut. À la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.